Hey, how you doing? This is Seiji Hito here to bring you a live stream. Not sure if it's going to be a quick or a long one, but I just recently found out that people in New York are going through severe, very severe flooding at this moment in time, due to the uh, rainstorm that is going on. And the oddest thing that is still taking place, I used to laugh at it when I watched Everybody Hates Chris, but I'm going to play it twice, and I'm going to allow you to hear, what they said about the schools, um, staying open.
Chancellor, can you go into the school situation? Where are we at this time?
Sure, Mayor. First of all, it's just important to note that all of our schools, every single one of
Hey,
our
Pink.
schools are open. We're actively monitoring the situation across all of our buildings. We have safety plans in place, and it's important to note that, and we have folks in our schools who are trained annually to prepare for days just like this. Our
York is up to date. Chancellor, can you go into the school situation? Where are we at this time?
Sure, Mayor. First of all, it's just important to note that all of our schools, every single one of our schools are open. We're actively monitoring the situation across all of our.
Now, you clearly heard them state that the schools are open, right? If you go through Twitter right now, you will see all types of videos, minus this video here, because somebody, did some AI work. But you can see videos like this.
The fuck am I supposed to get across this? Are you fucking serious?
Right? And then you got videos like this where you just got flooding just going on. And you mean to sit up there and tell me that you're going to sit up there and like, oh yeah, we still gonna have the buses, they're still gonna come and pick up the kid. Like, look at, hold on, let me freeze that. Look at, why? Why would you want to even try to drive kids? Like, did you see? Let me rewind that real quick. Look at how slow. Look at how the bus had to basically try to turn to get around that car that was parked. You got to try to move around other vehicles and traffic, and you still see people trying to go at some relative high speeds. Look at this. Some vehicles are basically just sitting there. If your car is not any type of a truck or SUV, your car is pretty much underwater. If you got a standard issue car that is not an SUV or a truck, your car as an adult is underwater, which means that your car is pretty much waterlogged and it's ruined at this moment in time. And you mean to tell me, let me go back to that video. Let's go back real quick. Let me. What did he say?
Today, Chancellor, can you go into the school situation? Where are we at this time?
Sure, Mayor. First of all, it's just important to note that all of our schools, every single one of our schools are open. We're actively monitoring the situation across.
Our schools are open and we're actively monitoring the situation. Never in my life, living in Detroit, was it like let me put it to you like this. When I used to go to Oak Park High School, right? And we basically had like a flash flood, right? Because we started having water. Like as soon as you open the door, the water was starting to flush directly into the school. And they were like, you know what time is it? It's about like 12, 1 o'clock. We're gonna let school out. We're just gonna end it for the day. We're gonna allow the parents to basically come, pick up the kids. We're gonna all this. They were like, yeah, we ain't doing this. Like it doesn't even make sense. We knew as students when we came there that it didn't make sense. And that was high school, right? But like I said before, for whatever reason, you have adults at this moment in time, you got grown folks at this moment in time that are supposedly know what is best, but yet they want people to sit up there and try to go to work, go through. Look at this. Look at this. Like, bro, this look crazy. Like I said, you know, New York is a beautiful place. Only some stuff you can hold on. No. Let me roll that back. Bro, this is the subway. Hold on. Wait, let me freeze that. That's the subway. You got water coming in, flushing in through the walls. And you're talking about, oh, it's, you know, it's fine. We're monitoring the situation. It's safe for, you know, your kids to come directly in. How is any of this safe? How is any of this safe? Look at that. Who is having their kids stand outside waiting for the bus to go to school in water like that? If it's hard for a car or a vehicle, look at that. Who? And this woman got the carriage, bruh. Man, bruh, come on, son. Like I said, you know what? I don't know what people got to go through in life. I don't know everybody's situation. I really don't. But this is crazy. This lady literally has the baby out. She got the umbrella. She got the buggy covered in plastic. That buggy is pretty much done. That buggy is pretty much done, because after you're done, like, because this is how I'm gonna put it, because she going through like a gas station area. You don't know what's in any of that water. Whatever, like, pretty much the shoes and the pants that she's wearing, that stuff is pretty much done. Because you don't know if you're walking through any type of like sewage. You don't know if you're walking through any type of like feces. You don't know what you're basically walking through, because you're going through a flood, right? So you got sewage and all this other type of stuff. And I know from walking through the streets in New York, there's a lot of trash directly out there. All different types of trash that sit directly out there. Because pretty much every other state, it's like, all right, we got garbage cans, this, that, and the third. You know, that's how we're going to pretty much handle, you know, the trash. I'm just going to take it from the, you know, dealing with Detroit. We'll have the trash cans. You might have the other, you know, can that's used for, you know, recycling, you know, plastics and other materials, depending on where you are. And then if it's bulk pickup day, then, you know, you'll throw out, you know, larger items, you know, metal sheets or sheetrock or whatever it is, you know, directly on the side of the street, branches and things of that nature. And the city will come pick those things up, you know, for free. In New York, it ain't like that. You just throwing everything out there. And sometimes even like when you're walking near restaurants, the food can smell great, but the trash is at certain points when it's summer, it's overwhelming when it hits you. And it's like, oh, what is that smell? It's like, yeah, it smells bad. And that smell will get directly into your clothes, especially when it's dealing with heat. If you ain't never been to New York and you go through the summer, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll understand. You will understand. But like I said before, this right here is crazy. That's too much of a risk. Because what if, like, she's taking this small child in this carriage? She can't see if there's a pothole. She can't see if there is like uneven ground or anything. I'm pretty sure that water is murky. It's not crystal clear. So she can end up hitting like a crack, a pothole or whatnot or whatever. She and that carriage is flipping over. So it's like, yo, this is just insane. This is insane. Like it is not worth it. Look, you got water in the bus. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You got, and this is a city bus. I understand that New York is the city that never sleeps, but why sit up there and put people through this type of ordeal where they're putting both their health and their safety at risk just so they can sit up there and potentially like keep their job? Because I've heard stories where no matter what happens in New York, like, yo, you better make sure that you're basically at that job. It don't matter if it's a blizzard and it's snow all over the place. You better make sure you at that. Like that's crazy to me. That is 1,000% crazy to me. Like, look, I ain't never been at a point in time on
It's
a
a
bus.
Steve Olsen. It's a Nisha.
But I'm literally, this brother's like, this dude is like, literally.
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. From bus. Black, my boy.
That's not even worth it. No, that is not worth it.
Wow, who's gonna do
It's not.
Wow.
Trust me, I done
It's
tried
a
to sit
Steve
up there and
Olsen.
go to work
It's a Nisha.
during blizzard conditions. And I have
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
I'm like, I'm good. We ain't doing that. We are not about to we are not about to do that. We are not about to do it. Like, this is crazy. But MTA passengers with umbrellas inside the subway station during a flood as water starts to break through the walls and the ceiling at Canal Street.
Stop running from here. You got to go upstairs, take the 6 to the 4, and then take the Atlantic Avenue entrance in. Okay?
Now look at that. They said extremely limited subway service. Please stay home if you don't need to. First of all, just tell people to stay home. Just tell people to stay home. If it is a state of emergency, nobody, if they decide not to go to work because they're worried about their health and safety, nobody should have to worry about losing their job. That's how that should work. If it is a state of emergency, that's the greatest excuse next to the world is coming to an end because there's a doomsday asteroid. Like, yo, nobody should have to come into work. Like, I get it. People are like, no, the job still has to get done. No, you're not going to have a corporation or anything if you don't have normal people able or willing to sit up there to come into work. How do you think this is going to happen? You're instantly going to have Tesla robots directly doing a job for people just at the snap and the drop of a hat? No. Like I said, I want people to, I'm also showing this to showcase to people that for anybody and everybody listening, these jobs do not care about you. They only care about work performance. They care about their bottom line. They care about the quarterly. They care about the investors. They don't care nothing about you. Because the moment of time that you say that your car went down one too many times throughout the year, they already have somebody lined up for you. The moment in time you call in 1 to 3 times through your job, through the year, through just 1 year, and you send up to tell them you sick or it's some type of emergency, they already got somebody lined up to sit up there and take your place. They're just waiting for you to call one more time. They're just waiting for one little simple mistake just so they can sit up there and let you go. Anytime you call into your job and you're like, yo, I gotta watch my kids because I couldn't find a babysitter. Oh, especially they got somebody lined up for you. Right? So like I said before, I need people to really start looking at everything and how it is. Like I said, everything is changing. These jobs ain't. The way that these corporations work, they ain't, because they really feel and think that everybody is going to stay within the same mentality as the whole world is basically changing. They're trying to keep people within that same brainwashed mentality. It's like, yeah, no matter what happens, I got to sit up there and come to my job, even if it's like an avalanche, 7 feet of snow, even though if it's a pack of Roman buffalo, it's a blizzard. It's crazy. They want you to sit up here. They want you to sit up here and go against your best interest to benefit them. This is what that's showing you. And like I said, I respect the people in New York. I'm like, yo, you going out there. You know, I get it. I 100% get it. Because that's how y'all move. That's how it basically, works. I get it. But it's like, no, some things need to change, because you are worth more than that job. The only problem is that you in a sense, out of everything that you've been taught, you ain't really been taught that. Like I said, look at this. Look at this. That looks, let me see if I can blow this up here. It's like, look at this. And because everybody can't move because, like, okay. So you see everybody pretty much on the left side of the screen, right? Let me just freeze it. Let me see if I can pull it back just a bit, right? So on this side, let me see if my mouse is actually showing. Okay, yeah. On this side where you see the school bus and you see all these other cars, everybody's trying to go on one line, right? Because they understand that if everybody tries to do like the 3 lanes, you're going to start to have like wave breaks because nobody's going to be going at the exact same speed. All the cars are not the exact same height and different things of that nature, right? So everybody is getting right behind one another so that it's going to be the exact same wave, so that the water is going to be moving at the exact same speed, right? The reason why you see all types of stuff going on over here is because people tried to do their own thing. This is why this car is completely left on the side. Because when you got 2 lanes and 2 other cars performing their movements at different speeds, causing different waves, all of that is getting channeled over into this other section. This car was not strong enough to obviously handle that, so it got knocked directly off and it's directly in this section. This is again why you don't see nobody in it. But like I said, a lot of people don't understand, a lot of people don't know. So I get it. But again, all I'm simply trying to say is this is not worth your health. This is not worth your health. This is not worth your safety. Remember, it was not that long ago. I want to say it was early this year. We lost the life of a young Black woman during a blizzard. And this was another state of emergency that happened. Where? In New York. Young Black woman that sat up there and lost her life in her car. Her family found her body frozen in that car during that blizzard. State of emergency. So again, I'm just simply trying to figure out, how is it possible that these politicians that people vote in will decide to act so recklessly, knowing that there are potential dangers out there, not even just with the driving, but also with the sewage, right? Because we know that the streets ain't clean, right? And again, that's not even also going into the fact of, the rat issue that is directly within New York as well. Whenever water starts to show up, the rats will start to run in different places for cover, and they will all be in there in groups. They ain't gonna be spread out. They're gonna be there in groups. Like I said, this is not worth your health, man. You got to make it to your family at the end of the day. You got to be able to sit up there and see tomorrow, because best believe, let it be the main lead or the supervisor or the chief of the building, his ass or her ass, they not showing up to that job. They're like, oh, well, I'm on vacation, right? That's the one main thing I've learned about work, that the supervisors and everybody else, while they're on vacation, they'll make sure to sit up there and get on that phone real quick. Oh, did everybody show up for work? Was everybody on time? Did everybody clock in? Was everybody there during the week? Why are you worried about it if you're on vacation? Stay on vacation time. Stop trying to sit up there and multitask and do 2 things at once. You're not needed here. Worry about that when you get back. Like I said, that's the most craziest thing to me I ever seen in my life. Like literally supervisors trying to be supervisors while on vacation. Calm that down while you sitting up there at a party knocking back like several shots. Calm that down. You got too much in your system right now to be a supervisor. Stay on vacation. Like I said, they don't care about you. They do not care about you at all. Like, look at this. Look at like this is ridiculous. Look at that. Look at water just pouring. Water is pouring from the roof directly onto the tracks. That's nah, son. Nah, son. Nah. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Excuse me. NBC said New York City flooding, live updates. Millions at risk of flooding in the tri-state area. Millions at risk. Not a few, millions. In a lot of areas, it's worse than, look at this. Why even do it? Like, you can see where the sewer holes are because you can see the water, you can see the air shooting up. It's not even worth it. They said the NYPD is conducting water rescues this morning as part of hashtag New York City having flood under because of heavy rain. They shouldn't have to perform, and I got problems with the NYPD, but irregardless of that, they shouldn't have to perform water rescues because shouldn't nobody be out because it's a state of fucking emergency. Nobody should be out there. The streets should realistically be cleared. Now, unless it's I guess it has to do with like city workers or something, or maybe even possibly the police or firefighters, realistically, those should be the only ones moving. Those realistically should be the only people moving. Nobody else realistically should be moving. Like this, like it's crazy to sit up there and watch a lot of this, but it's even crazier to sit up there and know that the NYPD has to do water rescues, but yet you're still talking about, oh yeah, we're going to pick up the kids, it's safe, and we're monitoring the situation, and all schools are open. All schools are open for what? All schools are open for what? This person said just last week, 75,000 people marched in the streets of New York to demand climate action. Those streets are now flooded. Yeah, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Like, that's like, yo, it's not worth it, man. That is crazy. Hold on, I gotta keep reminding people. I don't know who the fuck you are or what type of bitch assness you trying to, figure out within yourself in the measly life that you basically have at this moment in time. But you need to get yourself together and figure yourself out. I guess you must be a sellout because you must be questioning a lot of stuff. The funniest thing is that whenever, as I stated before, whenever I actually start, highlighting serious things and I start trying to point real things out to people, you always got clowns that want to show up that ain't really doing nothing in their life. Because a lot of people always work up here, but all you do is, you sit up here and you just read the news and you just do live streams and videos. Anybody can do that, but yet your bitch ass ain't doing it. Other people sit up there and say like, oh, well, I got a job, I make money. You don't know what I sit up there and do. Well, if you're actually doing the shit that you were actually saying that's actually important, you wouldn't fucking be here being a fucking troll, would you? Would you? It's amazing how that works. Right? People that don't really have anything of importance in life to actually do, like family, friends, loved ones, a significant other. You don't actually got shit else in life to do but come here and bother. Like I said, I ain't like everybody else. I will clear cut make a goddamn example directly out of you. I'm sick at the moment in time, but I have time. I got time for that. Trust and fucking believe. Trust and fucking believe I have motherfucking time for that today. Just like the previous one that came directly up here. So let me just see something real quick. Let's just see something here. Let me see. Your name is what? Logical Facts. Let's go to YouTube real quick because I'm interested. I am very, very interested at this moment in time. Let me see. What channel did you actually talk from? So it's not from the original. So you must be talking directly. Let me switch accounts real quick. So you're talking from the secondary channel. Let me see that. Let me swap over there and just happen to see here. Because I actually want to just see what you're about there. Because you know it's very interesting when people want to start talking shit. Let me just see that Logical Facts. See if we can I actually click on your name. Let me just go to your channel. See what you got up here. So hopefully that's not your actual name. What is that? DeCarlo Wilson? Is that your name? Is that your name? Right? This is let me make sure this is actually showing. So Logical Facts, this is you? This is you up here? DeCarlo Wilson with the huge L being a part of the House of L's. So you got no videos, you got a playlist of pretty much nothing. Federal terrorism, woke, old school, Dave Chappelle, card stuff, remedies, drinks for parties. Sounds thrilling. Shiver me timbers. The about section. You joined August 7th, 2023, and you don't got a goddamn piece of shit on your worthless page. And you decided to come here out of all fucking places. Like I said, I don't know who the fuck a lot of y'all think y'all are. Y'all really think that people aren't going to take out the time to actually like look some of you weirdos up and try to figure out what the fuck y'all really about? Oh boy. Oh boy, this is something. I love this shit. This is great. You don't got a goddamn you a piece of work. You don't got shit up here. You talking about sellout. You ain't really talking about shit. You just got shit bookmarked. You're not even trying to bring awareness to nothing. You're not even talking about nothing. You didn't have this bitch up here since about 2013. You could have actually performed some type of work and or action during that time. You could have actually had your shit monetized, right? Because you need 4,000 watch hours, right? You need 1,000 subscribers. You could have very easily did that. You could have fucking had a side hustle up here. But your bitch ass decided not to do that. Not to do that. But you want to be a clown and you want to roll up and decide that you got enough of something to try to critique and come at somebody in a negative. Like, other than today, I didn't even know who the fuck you are. Even during today and after today, DeCarlo Wilson, I still don't know who the fuck you are, but you know who the fuck I am, no. So that's why you're here. Right? So it took actually, let me just showcase this real quick. It took for me to highlight you in front of 45 people for them to even know who the fuck you are. Let's just put that into fucking perspective at this moment in time. Right? Let's just put that directly into perspective. Right? All right, I'm glad we're anyways. Wait, Max said Logical Facts, show us your real picture. Oh, he ain't gonna do that. He ain't. They not about that life. They not about that life. Trust me, a lot of the trolls that have rolled up here, they're not showing their actual face. They are not They are not showing their actual face. They're not. Now, just doing a little bit of something, there's quite a bit of the Carlos, directly out here at this moment in time. Right? Oh, that one showed up as a complete Caucasian woman. Let me tell you, that was. Don't let me know. Don't let me find out that that's you now. Don't let me find out that that's you now. Well, like I said, for me, this is, entertainment, and hopefully it's funny for you guys as well. But I think I just saw the Boulder up in there. Yo, what's up, brother? We got the Boulder, directly in there. No. You just clearly said, he was like, so you a sellout, Seji? You're coughing for cash from rats? Sad to see. And then you're going to come back and you're going to be like what was that? You were like, I simply asked a question. I mentioned that I liked your work, right? I'm not trying to be famous. Was simply trying to share and learn. Oh my God. Yo, what? What? Hold on, wait. Let me pull that back real quick. Hold on, wait. Let me straighten myself up here. Right. So let's go back to the first comment here, class. He said earlier, so you a sellout, Seji? You coughing for cash from rats? Sad to see. And then after I went through my little rant, he decided to come back and say, I simply asked a question. I meant nothing by it. I mentioned that I liked your work. Where the fuck did you say you liked the work? And I'm not even scrolling up just to even try to spot any other type of shit. Because in the initial response that I sat up there and see, that was just some straight bitch ass shit. I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to automatically assume that you're a guy, so we're going to just have that guy type of conversation. That was just some bitch ass shit. Because if you were actually coming to me and you were looking for some information, you would have came correct. Everybody else directly up on this bitch at this moment in time, any point in time, people have asked me questions. No problem. Right? No problem. Right? And I've explained things. Some people are like, yo, you might be a little bit like incorrect, right? People will give me the correct, information. And I'm like, you know what? Word? I was wrong with that shit. I'm like, you got that. I'm like, you know what? You was actually correct, right? That's how things actually work on this platform. And I've had these conversations both during lives, outside of lives, and in the comment section on these videos. And people have come to actual real understandings, right? I've learned from a lot of people who are a part of the channel, right? And I've said that quite often. This shit right here, it was nothing to sit up there and learn from at all. You weren't looking for a goddamn thing. And you're a fool if you're going to sit up here and act and try to play with my intelligence as if I can't go back up and highlight the exact same shit that you just said earlier. Yo, it don't matter, yo. I don't. Let me just tell you. You said I have no problem. Wasn't trying to embarrass you. How could you embarrass me? The only person realistically that can embarrass himself is myself. Right? Right? Just right, because it takes a lot to actually admit that you're incorrect on a story, correct? And I've done that a variety of times. You can't embarrass me. Right? So You said just talking straight up. I don't know how you can't get the name right. That's completely crazy. I've watched your stuff for years, looking in your comments, have shared it with others. That's great. So a great deal of many other people have also shared my stuff, including my mom. That does not mean anything at this moment in time at all. It's amazing. Like whenever I start calling people out, people always want to start sitting up there and telling me, it's like, yo, I was subscribed to you for years. I like all of your comments. I was always in your comment section, like leaving comments. You've liked my comments. We've had conversations. I shared a lot of your videos. I've posted it on Facebook. I've done this. That shit motherfucking don't matter. It don't matter the moment in time that you basically cross that line of like disrespect. All I keep telling shit. Yo, if I can easily cross out family, I'm trying to let you know. And that's family, that's blood related. Let you sit up there. Let me reiterate this again, just like I said this previously in a previous live stream. The moment in time people disrespect my mother, you're out of here. It ain't no motherfucking like you're getting like 3 strikes. 1, that's it. You out of here. You out of here. So the moment in time that you come up here and you decide that you want to sit up there and try to like disrespect me in a certain type of way, and I deem that as disrespect, that's it. I don't give a fuck what you've done. I don't give a fuck even if you've donated. It does not motherfucking matter to me. Like I said before, because the main thing that I do on this bitch whenever I show up, I do my best to show love and respect to everybody that rolls directly up here. Even if it's one person like watching my fucking live stream, I make sure to sit up there and show love, respect, and appreciation to that person because they didn't motherfucking have to sit up there and do it. So, like I said, and I do that every day. I'm not coming to nobody else's job. I ain't coming to nobody else's channel trying to disrespect them, trying to check them, trying to do none of that shit. I let them motherfucking do them. That's it. Like I said, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You talking about you love this and love that. If you were actually like a fan of different shit, you would have came differently. Your reaction would have been totally motherfucking different. Like I said, that's all it is. Anyways, going directly back. So again, to anybody out there that is in New York, make sure that you know you are pretty much safe and sound. I don't know exactly what your government officials are specifically doing at this moment in time, but y'all need to get them motherfuckers directly out of office. I was about to say, yo, that was looking real crazy. Look at this. Like, dude, look now. Y'all see how? Look at that. You got the. Is that a garbage can? Oh, let me blow that out. Wait a minute. Like you got trash floating clear cut, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, yo, this is the clear cut reason why I'm saying that this shit is so dangerous. And I feel sorry for some of the people that live in when they're in like the I forgot what they're called. Somebody maybe in like New York, y'all might know what it is that I'm talking about. What I'm saying is you got some people that live like where he's pointing the camera. You have some people that live specifically down there, and like basically their whole home is in a sense flooded. You know, like I said, I don't know how the insurance, like homeowners insurance and things like that work for New York, but I hope that people have a lot of insurance, you know, to hopefully get some things fixed, because this is like, yo, this is, look at that trash just like floating in the water like that. So you're going to have to sit up there and worry about the potentiality of black mold and everything else like that that's going, like, this is crazy. That is 1,000% crazy. And you're going to tell people like, you know, it's safe to go out, it's safe to do this. Yeah, put your kids out here in the streets. We'll sit up there and come pick them up. That's how deep is that water? I'm trying to see where. And that's an SUV, and that bad boy is almost under. Hold on, look at the little. You got cars Now, I do know they have different types of parking, but that is not looking like that type of parking right there. Like, you got cars literally pointed in the direction of the buildings. And I think, is that a bike rack right there? I think that might be a bike rack there. I think that's a bench. Like, this is crazy. Like I said, the truck is going to be able to make it. You got some people, hold on, you got somebody walking with a cane in there, son. Look at that. You got somebody right here in the corner with a cane just like waiting, drenched in water. The Buddha said, yeah, it's looking like the day after tomorrow. Yeah, it is. It is. Like I said, shout out to all the New Yorkers out there, though. You know, like I said, hopefully, you know, y'all gonna be you know, like healthy, you know, hopefully, you know, your health and everything will work out. Like, this is like, yo, people shouldn't have to do this. Like, the water is coming from upstairs in the building, and you got people trying to push it out of their apartment. Because you literally saw somebody. The only time I had to do this at my job, where I had to sit up there and take the push broom and, you know, make sure that the water wouldn't get directly into the store. Like, this is crazy. And not to mention, right? So the trains and stuff are working. Great. So you got people basically walking. If I can happen to go back, can they show the floor real quick? So the floors are wet. I'm not sure if anybody's walked through a train station before, or a transit station, however you want to sit up there and call it. But there's not like a lot of safety measures there to make sure that people aren't going to slip. Like, they might make sure to put down a black type of like carpet, but it's not going to be through the whole transit station. It's going to be on like one area. It might be like, you know, two, let me see, if you put two people like side by side, it might be the width of like two people, right? And you'll have, you know, that basically happening. If people can't fit directly on that carpet, then everybody's going to be walking on the, you know, the opposite sides of the carpet, slipping, tripping, falling. I know, because I've had to sit up there and, you know, try to help catch somebody before, you know, they fall and bust their ass, right? So, you know, like I said before, I understand that, you know, some people are going to, you know, keep doing the, you know, the normal every day. Hopefully, you know, you stay safe and sound. Hopefully you stay healthy, because again, the state of New York don't care about y'all. They do not care at all. At all. I mean, zero. There was another video that I just had during the live stream yesterday that some of you guys were able to hear, where I was sitting up there and telling y'all about you know, parents out there that want to be in, you know, interracial relationships, right? And how it is that if your child ends up in a certain situation, it is on you, because you're the one that brought them directly into that same situation. So I'm going to play this video to let y'all basically hear exactly what it is that I was talking about, right? So we're gonna let me make sure to share this, and I'm gonna make sure to play. I think this should be the video, so you'll be able to see both of the parents at the very end of the video, and I'm gonna, you know, have some comments about what it is that the father stated. So let me share this tab. Let me swap over, make sure this is showing. So it is okay.
References you're about to hear could be difficult for some of our viewers.
Get the black one, cotton picker. She didn't pick her cotton today.
These are the names Grace Clay is called often by her classmates at Babcock High School.
Get the black one! Guys, she didn't pick her cotton this morning.
This time they recorded it at an away volleyball game.
I just kind of went to the corner. I put my hands up and just kind of just sat there and took it.
When the Clays reached out to Amanda Sanford, Babcock's principal, she said the video is, quote, determined to not be racially discriminatory. Fox.
Hold on. Let me just freeze it right there. So remember how I read that same thing off to you just in a previous live stream, dealing with a whole nother situation. And that's exactly what in Idaho, right? From the story that I read to you guys that it dealt with Idaho and how it is that a teenager was getting treated there, right? Where the other teens, I told you that the population, the demographics of Idaho was 90+% white, 1% black, right? One woman there, who I'm guessing is not black, stated that her husband is one of 3 African-American men that are there in Idaho that are in that town, right? And she said that she didn't want to specifically show her face or anything like that because out of fear of, dealing with her job and, stuff like that and because she understands how that system works, because she's already doing something that they feel that she should be doing. So then if you decide to come out and speak out against this, and we know exactly who it is that you are, we're going to come directly for your job in order to show you what it is that you've done wrong, right? In order to penalize you for going against us, right? So she said all of this just by comment that the reporters put in the article. But the main thing that the higher ups basically stated was the same thing that you see here as per this example. They said that we determined that, the students didn't really mean any harm by any of the words that they actually said. Who the fuck told you that them students didn't mean any type of harm? Who told you that? Who told you that? Who allowed you to come to that determination to speak for that girl or any other student that is black? Who told you to do that? Who? But I'm sorry, let's continue.
Reached out to the school and received this response from Shannon Treese, the executive director of Babcock Schools. Babcock Neighborhood School does not condone any type of discrimination or harassment. We take all allegations and instances of bullying, harassment, and discrimination very seriously. Due to student policy laws, we cannot comment on the specifics of this case. However, we are reviewing the matter and will take any appropriate action necessary. The girls in the video were kept from playing one game. Now Grace's parents saying the consequence is not enough or leaning on the Lee County NAACP.
This is racism in practice.
James Mawakil is the president. He says he feels those not advocating for Grace are a part of the issue. He's referring to the video we've shown so far, but also to this photo of Grace photoshopped into a cotton field.
I was so embarrassed.
She saw this photo for the first time last month, posted to Snapchat by a classmate on her birthday.
You think your friends would post something like happy birthday or like pictures that aren't that. I mean, it took me by surprise.
No, let me correct it real quick. See, this is where things really went wrong, because she still is not focusing. Like I'm not sure if she's mentally there yet to like really understand where they were really trying to direct a lot of this stuff, because she still went out on a limb and said that, my friends or your friends, these are not your friends. They just told you and showed you in so many ways that they are not your friends. They're sitting up here making videos and they're saying this and that about you in a racist manner. This has nothing. This is not fun and games and, girls just be. No, this is race. This is the main thing that I've always talked about on this channel when I've talked about racism. That is taught directly where? At home. It's taught directly from who? The parents. Who else is it learned from? It's learned from that whole ecosystem. The mailman, the UPS, Bob the milkman, whoever is in that area that is Caucasian. They are enabling, they are teaching, they are passing these things down. So for anybody out there that believe that once you sit up there and put your kids into a lot of these towns, into a lot of these cities, you put them in with a lot of other kids that don't look like them, to think that things like this are not going to sit up there and happen sooner or later. I want people to believe and understand that it is going to happen. Just because you don't see it right now with these kids as they're young, best believe it's going to sit up there and happen once they get older, once they start getting into those higher single digits, once they start getting into those preteen ages, and especially once they start getting into high school, when they start getting cliquish and they want to start fitting in and they want to start separating themselves from this, that, and the third. Oh, yeah. But one of the main real reasons why these girls were making fun of her is due to the fact that, yeah, she is light, and due to the fact that she has a certain type of hair texture, she has a certain type of look, which those girls know that more than likely the guys that they are interested in, they have more than likely talked about this girl in a positive way, or they've shown some type of interest. So because they're jealous and mad about that they can't get that same type of affection and or attention, now they want to sit up there and come down on her hard because their looks are not up to par. They're not the desired looks. I keep telling people this ain't the 1960s. This ain't the 50s. This ain't the 40s. Like you know, you in a sense being the ideal standard of beauty, that is going directly out the window. If you're still living in that fantasy world where the European dream is basically the ideal perfection, you are sorely mistaken. A lot of that is going directly out of the window. And this is also where a lot of this is internally coming from when it deals with those girls who wanted to make fun of her. They know exactly what it is. They know exactly what time it is. They can't, specifically point it out, but internally they do know. Right? But let's continue.
My phone. That's one of the first things I saw in the morning.
Her parents say they are working to make a difference for their 16-year-old daughter and filing a complaint with the U.S. Department of.
Okay, let me stop it right there before I even go anywhere. Both of y'all failed. I said this before, and I'm going to sit up there and say this again. I'm going to use them for a perfect example. And I'm going to broad brush and I'm going to generalize this just so like nobody will start getting stupid. For both black men and women, if you decide to go out here and you want to be in a relationship like this, no problem. You can do whatever it is that you want to do. You are a grown soul at the end of the day. You can make your own decisions, which also means that you are also putting your life up to forfeit. And that also means that you should be willing to defend yourself and know that chances are that other people might not be showing up. Because you're going to be in a whole nother part of a town that ain't nobody with common sense knows to go directly to, but you opted to go there, right? Because you got whoever you love there, right? But then number two, knowing the fact of what it is that you're going to have to basically face as a couple like this, you decide that you selfishly want to bring a child directly into this life, knowing the fact that you do not have the specific credentials to teach this child how to navigate these waters. You see the mother there contemplating. She don't even really know what to say. She don't know what to say. But I'm going to let you hear what the father said. And this is why this is a huge fail.
Justice.
I hate the fact that my daughter comes home and tells me she doesn't feel like she's enough.
The reason why your daughter is coming home every day feeling like she is not enough is because you're not teaching her that she is enough. It's not being instilled. You are the father. You're supposed to sit up there as the first love of her life, as the first man of her life. You're supposed to let that girl know that you are enough. No more, no less. You're supposed to instill that in that little girl since she was born. This is why I have a video. Let me see if I can find that video on one of these channels. Let me see which it should be on this one. Let me go to my shorts real quick. This is why I played the video that I had directly up there, where it was a young boy who was sitting up there stating that he was beautiful. And he was taught that by his mother, right? Let me show you this. This is how you sit up there and teach your children as a black parent. This is what you're supposed to sit up there and do. And especially if you're going to decide to go out here and be in an interracial relationship. There is no excuse for you to have your child leaving out the house every single day without some type of positive reinforcement, and also teaching them what it's going to be out here, be like out here in this world, knowing the fact that she is black, part black, however you want to sit up there and say it. The world is letting her know. Those girls are letting her know exactly who it is that she is. Irregardless of the biracial relationship that she is in, they're telling you who she is. So let me highlight this. So this is the main reason why I posted this video a long time ago. Let me see if I can get the audio.
I am blessed.
Bus.
I can do anything.
I can. Anything. I am smart. I am blessed. I can do anything. I am smart. I am blessed. I can do anything. I am smart. I am blessed. I can do anything.
I am smart.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to sit up there and bring your black ass in front of white news media, basically shedding some dry ass tears, talking about, oh, I'm so sad that my daughter, she basically feels like less than or worthless. If she feels that way, it's because of you. It's the lack of teaching directly in that house. And I'm going to put that all on him. I don't expect nothing from her. I don't expect nothing from his wife, because she can't sit up there and teach that girl how to value the black side of her. She can't sit up there and teach her daughter how to value her skin and to see the value in that. She can't, because she don't have that. That's not a part of her. That's not a part of her family. That's not how she grew up. Like I said, again, to a lot of the people out here, I need y'all to sit up there. Yo, a lot of y'all that want to be in these relationships, stop being selfish. If you want to sit up there and have kids, you better make sure that you are prepared. You better acknowledge everything that is out there. Don't sit up there and be like, oh, racism doesn't exist, this, that, and the third, and all this. Just because you found the one that basically that doesn't cancel out everything else. That's not how that works. That is not how that works. Just because you got your own little perfect world, that don't mean that everybody else is going to agree or see that world as being perfect. That's not how that works. That's not how it cancels out. And if you decide to just live within that little orb, and then you want to raise a kid within that orb, their whole world is going to be shattered when they leave that orb. They're going to be defenseless. They're not going to know how to fight back. They're not going to know how to talk back. They're not going to know how to combat that. They're not going to know how to surf and navigate through those waters, because you're still living in that little orb, because you yourself are still insecure. You're still unsure, right? You're still defensive. So because you were defensive, you built up that one little orb. You built up that one little bit of safety. And that's all you got. Instead of building up a motherfucking giant ass Great Wall of China in this bitch, instead of doing that, you decided to stay in a dark little corner in hopes that nobody was going to sit up there and come there. But in your heart of hearts, at some moment in time, somebody's going to be brave enough, somebody's going to be eagle-eyed enough, and they're going to spot where it is that you are. And now it's going to be time for showtime. And you still are not going to be prepared. And this is exactly what you're looking at this moment in time. You're looking at two individuals that thought that they had the perfect relationship, and they thought that that canceled out racism everywhere else. And they decided to bring in a child into this world, and they found out that their union did not cancel out any type of racism at all. And now, because of their ignorance, their child has to suffer because of them. So again, I blame the adults. I blame the adults. This is 1,000% ridiculous. This is 1,000% ridiculous. Like, again, this is stuff that just should not be happening. Like, again, if you're going to go out here as a grown adult, you can go out there and have an interracial relationship, whatever. We don't really care. It's cool. Not unless you're really trying to make us care, then it's going to be a problem. Other than that, we cool. We don't have a problem. The main part that I have a problem with is when y'all do stuff like this. Don't get up here on the news and start boo-hooing and start crying and start talking about, oh, you know, this shouldn't be happening. We're in 2023. I don't know where the fuck y'all think we at. You really think that we're so far advanced that racism is not going to sit up there and exist? We're sitting up there still making things go extinct at this moment in time. Wouldn't you think as humanity, we'll be smart enough to sit up there and be like, you know what? Maybe we should actually stop doing this. Maybe if we actually stop doing this, we would actually stop making things go extinct. Maybe things would actually start coming back. Right? Maybe nature would actually be nature again. No. So if humanity is too stupid to actually stop doing those types of things, which have historically put things into extinction, you really think that people are going to stop racism in 2023? Y'all got some high hopes. High hopes. Y'all got some high hopes. High hopes. So like I said, I don't feel sorry for the parents. I feel sorry for that little girl because she didn't ask to be here. Like somebody told me before, you don't ask for the parents that you get. Right? You don't ask for the parents that you get. So she had no type of control over the household that she was going to be brought directly into. Right? Like I said, this is crazy. That father failed. 100%. You appearing directly on the news next to your woman, sitting up here saying that, yo, I feel, you shouldn't feel, no, you should be angry. Not even angry at the girls that did it. You should be angry at yourself because of the lack of proper teachings that you handed down to your daughter. You left her, you brought her into this world and you taught her nothing. You left her 1,000% defenseless. 1,000%. Because let this had been some of the girls from the hood, and those same girls were sitting up there doing that, oh, she would have got them. It would have been on site. Even if it was her versus 5, it would have been on site. She would not have been having that. She would have been going all over social media talking all about them girls. She would have been digging up all types of dirt. But due to the fact that you brought this girl into this world without any type of claws, without any type of teeth, without any type of mental fortitude, you just left her with heart. Look at her. She's still sitting up there calling her enemies her friends. This is what lack of proper teaching, this is what lack of knowledge does. This is what it does. That's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. 1,000% crazy. Let me see. Let me roll through. See what y'all saying. At this moment in time, let me see. Yo, what's up, Tippy? We got I'm just gonna say Fox. Even though I was already like cussing on the live show, I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna say Fox. We got Taylor directly in here. What is up? What is up? What is up? We got the classic Gail in the building. What is up? What is up? Again, we got the Boulder. I think I said what's up to Officer Haku. We got Ra. What is up? What is up? Who else we got up in here? We got 1619 Brew. Wait, is that a coffee or a beer? Is it a coffee or a beer? So y'all told us to not form a Voltron with other nations. We got Pink in the building. The racism didn't stop during the heights of CV. Oh yeah, it didn't. It didn't. It did not. It did not. Let me see. Tippy said the dad didn't want to teach her about history because he doesn't care and thinks he could escape it by dating. Hey, he probably did. He probably did. And this is exactly why I said it's a failure directly on him. I'm not even blaming, like I said, I'm not blaming his other half. I'm not even blaming her. This is all on him. This is all on him. Because if those girls saw his daughter as one of them, these jokes wouldn't even have been happening, or they wouldn't have been directed towards her. They would have been directed at somebody else, right? She would have been still in the vicinity, but they wouldn't have been directed directly towards, right, her. But like I said, he set up and he brought her into this world, and he learned. He learned. Like I said, people are going to learn one way or another. A lot of parents out here, it's going to be a rude awakening. It's going to be a real rude awakening. And the other funny thing that's going to happen with a lot of these interracial relationships is that these kids, because they're going through like an identity crisis, they're going to start to, divide and segregate themselves by the percentages of how much they basically have of X, Y, and Z directly in them more than somebody else. They're going to be like, well, I'm more Italian than you, even though you don't look Italian. I'm more black than you, even though you look whatever. Right? They're going to start basically doing stuff like, so it's going to get way worse. It's going to get way worse before it gets better, because again, you don't have people teaching their kids the proper history or even trying to give them any type of history. Right? This is why you got some kids that don't even want to say that they're, whatever terms that people want to use, African American, foundational, American, Native, indigenous. A lot of people don't even want to go any of those routes at all. Right? Some people want to say like the one female rapper, that name is Lotto. Originally, her name was Mulatto. Right? That's one. You got somebody else. What's the girl name that somebody brought up? I think Gail, you have brought her up before. You know what I'm talking about. What's the biracial girl? She dating a white dude. I can't think of that girl's name right now. What is her name? She's a singer. Somebody know who I'm talking about. The girl is biracial. She did like some crazy type stuff on another like racist like platform. Yeah, thank you, Doja Cat. Yeah, that's another one right there. And I found out that Doja Cat was raised, her dad, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, her dad is African, right? Her mom is she? Yeah, I think her mom is Jewish, right? And her dad left. So the Jewish side of her family raised her, right? So that was her mom, and I think they stated her grandmother. And if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to remember from like an article that I read. I think it was she was raised in Florida, like Miami or something or other. So there's a lot of things that are missing directly there. And because the father is missing, you see how it is that Doja Cat is, doing the things that she is doing. Right? Because you'll have a lot of kids directly out here that are lacking certain things. And because they can't directly get into a relationship, or they can't get the attention of that parent, they're going to do certain things to hopefully, highlight that cry for help or those different, types of things in order to call out to that parent, so that parent like, hey, see me, hey, look, I need help. Like, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. Look at me, all that other type of stuff. That's what Doja Cat is sitting up there doing through a lot of the stuff that, is taking place. But again, her dad was like, yeah, it was fun while it was, while it lasted. I'm out. Right. Wait. Fox said, "LOL, I need to spell check myself." Wait, what happened? I ain't see no. I didn't see any problems with the spelling. Gail said, yes, her dad is African and her mom is Jewish. Yeah, yeah. Gail said, Keith Luckett, the truth you speak. Oh, you're talking up top. I got you. The melanin, because I'm not gonna do it right now. The melanin is not supposed to mix with erotic cells of other humans. I got you. You talking about how stuff gets diluted? I got you. You said, wait, she was raised by a Jewish family, but she turned out half-naked rapper worshiping. She made her own choices, and she's also part of the industry. She made her own choices. Like I said, you can see what was a couple of artists have gone directly over that when it dealt with the imagery. Do I got that video? Man, I don't think I have the video of that temple that was found. Oh man, I knew it was a video I was supposed to save so I could show y'all. I'm not sure. Some of y'all might have seen it. But there was like this cave. I'm not even sure if I even have it listed. Let me see if I can find it here. It might take me a little bit, but I'll try to go through talk. I got some other things to list as well that I want to some other videos that I want to showcase to y'all as well. But somebody was sitting up there filming, and they showcased the fact that there was this Masonic type of temple that was found, and the temple, it had like a cave entrance, and you saw the G and everything that goes along with it, sitting directly there. And it was a locked, gated. I think it was locked. I'm not sure if they broke the lock or not, but they ended up making it into like the inside. And on the floor, you saw like this little area as if this is where somebody would be placed, right? Like a person would be placed. And on the opposite sides, you saw benches. You saw, a nice amount of benches that would seat, quite a few people. And once they started going a bit further directly into that cave, they found old pairs of shoes. And I'm like, some of those shoes, like they look, I'm talking old and ragged shoes. And some of those shoes were looking very, very young, as well. So, like I said, people gotta, pay attention to some of the stuff that is happening directly out there. Directly out there. Because like I said, this is the time that you'll see a lot of different truths coming directly out there just from out of nowhere. And you will also have partly within there information. Please tell me Flint, Michigan is not trending right now. The teacher in Flint, Michigan is knocked unconscious after a student threw a chair at her head. This happened in Flint Community Schools in Michigan. That's ridiculous. You're going to get locked up. You're getting locked up. Like you are getting locked up. That's ridiculous. Boston woman, age 32, pretends, I think that might be an old story. Boston woman at 32 pretends to be a teen at 3 high schools. How do you do this at 3 high schools? How do you do that? How is that even possible? Like, you don't even know who's even going to school with your kids anymore, because you got grown adults pretending to be teen. How does that even work? Oh, you said, what else did the dad say? I don't think he said, let me see, hold on.
Also checked into whether the school's policy can provide any guidance regarding such allegations. The Babcock Neighborhood School Student and Parent Handbook Guide states on page 18 that any student who engages in prohibited harassment, discrimination, or bullying of another student.
Now, we do want to warn.
Yeah, that was it. That was pretty much it, other than you seeing him like start to twirl in the chair. Like I said, they really, you know, in a sense, looking at both of the couple, they seemed really not too bothered about the situation. They really seemed not too bothered about the situation. This is dealing with their daughter. But, you know, this is where we are, you know, at this moment in time. But I do want to go into something else, because like I said, I got to give credit where credit is due. When you have people out there that want to tell the truth, talk about the truth, and highlight the truth, you got to sit up there and showcase that. So that is what I will do by way of Twitter at this moment in time. So it goes as listed. Black Caribbean lady from the Bahamas tells the truth about African and Caribbean immigrants who come to the United States with anti-Black American hatred and bitterness, all while benefiting off of us who fought and died for them to come here in the first place, right? Let me just share this tab right here and play this.
Trend going around where people who are either African or Caribbean or from some other place, you know, I'm Big Carter, don't call me Camo, and you're saying don't call you African American. Stop that. Y'all look weird. Stop this weirdo shit. Because here's the truth. If it wasn't for African Americans, our black ass, your mammy, your pappy, and whoever came here first, black ass wouldn't even be here. But for the African Americans civil rights movements that gave all of us fucking rights. So stop this weirdo shit that y'all are doing on the internet. I am very proud to be Bahamian. I'm very proud to be Caribbean. There's a culture that is unique to us that come from the Caribbean. And I don't know Caribbean people who aren't proud, but I'd be damned if I got on the internet and insult a group of people, black people, our brothers and sisters and cousins and siblings. I'd be damned if I get on the internet and insult them when I understand, had it not been for them, my black ass wouldn't be here. Your black ass wouldn't be here. Your mammy and pappy would still be in whatever fucking country they were in before. Stop it. Y'all are weird for doing this. You can be very proud of where you come from without insulting the people who made it possible for you and me and every fucking body else to be here. Y'all look weird. Stop it.
So we were all able to hear what that beautiful woman stated. And it's the main, now this is the funny part. Now, when we who have been in America, who have the history, who have been here for so long, we know the conversations of our grandparents. Like I said, my grandmother was from South Carolina, so she grew up on a farm. I was able to hear a lot of the stories that she went through, you know, dealing with racism and everything like that. And, you know, when we sit up there and tell those stories and revisit those stories and whatnot or whatever, and we basically are trying to tell people like, yo, if it was not for us, if it wasn't for our families and our families' families and our families' families and so on and so on, a lot of y'all wouldn't be here. When we sit up there and say that, now we're just sitting up there talking, you know, a whole bunch of whatever. Right now, we're just trying to take up a whole bunch of space. Now we're just trying to take credit for everything, right? And nobody wants to listen to it. So this is when, again, you know, when other people happen to say it, people will actually listen and pay attention. right? Because all of that same stuff that's been used to block out the sound of black people for so long, because they'll use, you know, certain types of dog whistles and all these other types of like brandings and words to block out any type of concerns, any type of words, anything like that that we're basically stating. Other people have to basically come along that are not realistically from here. I'm talking about, you know, gene wise. I'm talking about not gene wise, but you know, like bloodline and, you know, and everything like that. They're not really from here, but they understand, right, the whole history. They acknowledge and they respect exactly what it is, and they're going to put themselves also in there as a representation, right? Because that's what she said. It was like, yo, we would not be here. I would not be here if it was not for them, right? But people are going to have to understand the hard way. So like Gail said, the moment in time that you got other Caribbeans and Africans, when they start having to go through those traffic stops and they start going through the exact same things that black people have been going through, and that's been highlighted and whatnot, and they start seeing their loved ones going all across the screen, they start seeing memorials erected with all of their names of their loved ones throughout the years that have been having their lives erased and taken for, oh, we thought the cell phone was a gun. Oh, we thought it was a bladed weapon. Oh, he was in a bladed stance. Oh, I was in fear of my life. Oh, I was in fear for my partner's life. Oh, I just got out of my car and I thought I saw something and I shot from the front window of my cop car. When they start basically seeing all of those headlines, they'll understand. They will understand. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to be sitting back there because I expect all of the main ones that have been talking about black people, and especially the ones on social media that are from the Caribbean, especially the ones on social media that are coming from Africa. Again, I'm not trying to sit up there and label all, but you got some loud majorities directly out there. People from the Caribbean, people from Africa, y'all got some loud majorities out there. They got some loud platforms that want to talk for y'all, right? And they want to sit up there and start harping on and talking about black people as if they're white. They really start talking hard as if they're the white mainstream media. They really want to start talking some stuff. Let's see if they'll sit up there and use those platforms to speak out for you, to talk about you. Right? Let's see if they're going to sit up there and be the first ones to bring you up on their platforms when it deals with race, when it deals with nationality. Let's see if they're going to sit up there and do that, or will it be the main people who have always done it, which is Black Americans, indigenous, foundational. Let's see who is going to sit up there and do it first. Because I know quite a bit of Nigerian platforms out here where they're conservative, where they're not talking about nothing going on in Nigeria, but I, with my black ass, have talked about quite a few stories dealing with Nigeria and other areas in Africa. I find that quite amazing. But like I said before, it's funny how when people quote unquote assimilate to this country, they assimilate in such a way where they show their anti-blackness, even though they themselves are melanated. Hilarious how that works. You know, hilarious. The next video I wanted to actually bring up, let me see. Let me just go back here and let me just make sure. So I just wanted to highlight this due to the fact, because, you know, we deal with the back and forth, right? And I tell y'all that I will highlight this every now and again. So we deal with the back and forth between, you know, men and women and all of this other type of stuff, right? So I want to highlight a point that, you know, this woman, you know, states that, you know, she has when it deals with, you know, with guys and stuff, right? Just gonna, you know, let that just so happen to play. Hold on, let me just rewind that back. Let me make sure to share the screen, right? I'm gonna let this woman, I'm gonna let her speak real quick. gonna let her cook, right?
Y'all be calling people y'all friends because you play basketball with them. That's just a you know.
If I've been playing ball with this nigga for 3 years on the same 2 days, how is that not taking time?
You don't know him. You don't know his mama. You don't know his sister. You don't know nothing about these people.
I don't feel it's fair that because you feel like you have to be on the ends to consider about somebody a friend, means that person don't have some sort of loyalty towards me or me towards them, even if I don't know his mother.
That is fucking weird. And you guys build these fake strong relationships on fleeting moments. You don't know if that is a bum. You don't know if that is a axe murderer. All you know is he's suited and booted on Sunday for basketball, and you walking around like, yeah, that's my friend, but your friend just murdered 14 people in Crown Heights, and you writing a letter to the judge like, oh, but we play basketball every Sunday. He's such a great teammate. Y'all are stupid.
He averages a double-double.
Y'all be
right? So they made a joke, directly about it at the end. But her logic can get turned against her because, so many times I've seen women be friends. Like they'll like, oh, I know this girl. Like, we've been friends since like childhood. We grew up together. I know her family. I know her sister. I went to her wedding. All this other type of stuff, right? And that's your friend. But at the same time, that same friend is talking to other people plotting on your downfall. She's sitting up there spreading like negative stuff about you to a whole bunch of other people to get them to dislike you so that they'll like her more. She's sitting up there plotting on the downfall of your relationship, right? Of you being with whatever guy, right? She might be filling that dude's head with like certain types of information. She might be trying to use her female sexuality to entice that man, right? Who is your guy, trying to entice that man into her direction, to then try to turn around and say that, oh, I did it because I wanted to show you that he wasn't the right one, that he wasn't trustworthy. I've always loved you and cared about you. I was just trying to really show you who he was. But yet you were sleeping with this dude for like 2 to 3 years, knowing that she was either that's her boyfriend or baby daddy, they're engaged or they're married and got kids and got a happy house. You were sleeping around with this dude for 3 years just to prove to your friend finally that he was like a no good type of dude. You had to be that example. You had to be that one. Wow. But again, per her example, she said that, hey, you guys can be with bums. Well, if a dude is a bum, we don't really care because we're not trying to like support the dude. We're just like playing basketball or whatever it is. Like it's not even as serious as she's trying to sit up there and and really make it to be. This is how guys communicate. This is how we formulate things and like I said, this is outside of her understanding. This is why she went out on a limb that she should not have gone out on, and that branch broke because you weren't supposed to be there. You worried about something that does not have to deal with how it is that females communicate with one another. You're dealing with something that is outside of your spectrum, outside of your scope. Like, this is not how y'all work. Y'all don't sit up there. Women, I've never seen women on like a Sunday, Saturday, or Friday get out of work, but like, yeah, I'm about to sit up and go put on my shorts and my J's, and we about to go out here and we about to be, balling at the park. That's not what women do. Y'all sit up there and go out to like clubs. Y'all go out, shopping. Y'all hang out watching like Netflix or whatever it is, right? It's stuff like that. Y'all don't really be out here like doing sports and stuff. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. That's not how it works. So again, she was way outside of her spectrum and wanting to decide to try to attack something which did not need to be attacked or tried to be explained. Like she just went way off. But like I said before, if women are such great friendshipologists, then why is it so many women have failed friendships? Why is it that so many women sit up there and say that, oh, I can't trust other bitches out here, I can't be friends with other bitches out here? You can't trust. I can't trust these bitches around my husband. I can't trust them around my boyfriend. I can't trust them around. But these are your friends, though. These are you picked them. But you saying that you can't trust them, though. But like I said, hey, you know it is what it is. Whoa, RJ said, be right back. Somebody trying to break into my car. What? The hell is going on? Hopefully it's not that. It's just like somebody bumped into the brother's car or something. Gotta make sure that brother all right. Yeah, hopefully everything is all right. We'll find out when he come back. I didn't even know the brother was here. Yo, Life Anew, what is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, MD, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? But yeah, that was just like I said, I'll entertain some stuff, and I'll showcase like some videos, on this stuff, like, here and there every so often. The Boulder said, grab the Bleaky first. That is bars. That's bars. Oh, this is another one. Let me scroll down to this one. I don't really gotta,
right,
block
let it last long.
So let me just read the title, right? So the title up here said, damn, dude just shout out to whoever just subscribed to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Dude said, damn, dude just basically said that the blacks in Texas don't care about black lives and only care about people of color unity. No disrespect, but to my black American Texans, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is true. Y'all push that black and brown stuff heavy down there, right? So let's just go to the video. So it's talking about Black Lives Matter protesters, right?
Really? Oh no. We don't play that shit here. They came down for ballet. You know who was kicking them out of here? The blacks from here. Our blacks were kicking them out. Say, don't come in.
Hold on, I'm a little bit confused. let me just repeat that one more time, just in case nobody caught that. Let me make sure the sound is up. Hold on, let me put the sound up on the. I got to make sure that everybody heard that.
You know who was kicking them out of here? The blacks from here. Our blacks were.
So you see how that was highlighted? Those are his words. He said, you know who's kicking them out of here? The blacks. And he said, come on, son, what's happening? Why they keep shifting?
That didn't last long. Really? Oh no. Right? That didn't last long. Really? Protest here. Right? They didn't try to have a protest here. Right? That didn't last long. Really? Oh no. We don't play that shit here. They came down for ballet. You know who was kicking them out of here? The blacks from here. Our blacks were kicking.
What is our blacks? What is that? So this is a guy. I'm going to assume he is Mexican, Spanish speaking. He said, our blacks. You read that directly clear on your screen. Our blacks. Excuse me? That our means ownership. Matter of fact, I don't want to be incorrect. Let me just go to the dictionary. Let me just make sure. Belonging to us. Okay, yeah, pronoun. Number 1, belonging to us. Number 2, of, from, or belonging to the nation, region, or language of the speaker. Right? Or I guess you can go with number 3 if you really feel like it. Used before a person's name to indicate that the person in one's family or is a very close friend. Right? But for me, I'm looking at numbers 1 and 2. Pronoun. Belonging. Let me highlight that. Right? So this is what I'm looking at. Right? When I typed in our. Right? And I'm looking directly down here. I'm looking at these main ones. Right here. I don't even give, I give 2 shits about number 3. I really don't. I'm not trying to sit up there and stretch an arm bar or stretch Armstrong, Mr. Fantastic, this shit, any which type of way. I'm going with the first 2. He, as a Spanish-speaking male, basically said our blacks, number one, belonging to us. Okay. Again, our blacks. Number two, of, from, or belonging to the nation, region, or the language of the speaker. Let's go back and continue.
We're kicking them out. Say, don't come and fuck up things for us over here. We're cool here. Here, Mexicans, blacks, whites, we all get along. My Arabian, Indian friends, we're all home. All of us are friends. We all go to the gym together. We eat at each other's restaurants. We're family. We're family here. We don't play that shit here. In LA, you can go to walk 2 streets. You don't know the next person. They're not part of your community.
Yeah.
They might have a story in Downey, but they live in Riverside, right? They may have a story in Riverside, but they live in Alhambra, right? You might have a story in North Hills, but you live in the Valley, right? In Silmar. Not here. We all see each other. We all know each other. So we own a business here. You live down the street, you know? So we're very community. That's why we're Republican here. That's why blacks, Mexicans, whites here are Republican. BLM tried to have a protest here, right? That didn't last long.
Really?
Oh, no.
You know, like I said, to each his own. Whatever people decide, whatever people do, it is directly on them. Much love, respect, and appreciation to whoever subscribed to the platform. I'm not sure exactly why the notifications might not be properly showing up. I think that's why, because it's on this side. That's why. I know why it's not showing up. It's on the other side. I got it. But yeah, like I said, you know, people will, you know, decide to do whatever it is that, you know, they want to do, however it is that they want to, you know, sit up there and believe, you know, when it comes to certain things, you know, to each their own. To each their own. Like I said, I pay attention to the words that people use. I'm not with, like I said, if I really know, like if I'm sitting up there, like really, you know people or things of that nature, like people, like, you know, family, you know, things of that nature, right? I said that probably like 2 or 3 times. You know, my family, you know, my people, our people. That's a whole different thing, right? Whole different thing, because I'm talking about people who have come through and gone through the exact same things that I've gone through. Even if you as a black person didn't go through it, you know some family or some friends that have gone through it. You know some of your grandparents that might have gone through it, and so on. Like we have something, right? It might not be that exact thing, but we can still connect here and there on a variety of things. I don't have that ability to do that exact same thing with somebody else from a whole different culture, right? Like I said before, no disrespect for anybody, you know, that's down there in South America. I can't directly relate to the things down there, you know, in certain areas in South America. Now, Brazil, that's a whole different, you know, area, because they realize, you know, who it is that they are, right? And they speak outwardly about the oppression that they go through, the racism that they go through, the colorism that they go through, the lack of representation that they go through. We know that the greater portion of Brazil is dark, but yet when you sit up there and look by the media, they show you the lightest of the lightest of the lightest of the lightest, right? So, you know, like I said before, I'll put it to you like this. I listen to the things that people say. I pay attention to the words. I don't like other people using the word "our" when it comes into reference to black people, because I don't know how you mean that, because I don't know what you mean "our." Because let me be in somebody else's, like a part of somebody else's community, and I say my Chinese people or our, you know, Chinese people or something like that. They're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. They're gonna be like, what do you mean "our"? Like, it's great you're a part of this community, you support us, but what do you mean "our"? Our nothing, right? Like I said, they're going to make sure to correct me, right? In one way or another, it is going to be seen and it's going to be understood. But like I said, every region is different. Everybody goes by things completely different. The only thing that I'm going to simply state is that I hope that the people that he is referring to right down there, it's going to be a very rude awakening when it comes to like venturing to all these other states. It's going to be a very, very rude awakening, right? Because everybody is not the exact same. Just because there might not, potentially be some problems there at this moment in time, don't mean that it won't occur. Because very easily, all it takes is 1 second, and things will sit up there and take place. Things will occur. I would really need Twitter. Does Twitter like update every like minute or two? Because my Twitter just like keeps like directly like flashing on it. It's a little bit annoying. But yeah, it's gonna be a rude awakening for some folks directly out there. I think, let me see. When did he say that? Did anybody else say that? See that? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can get to that. Anybody see that story about Tim Scott? This dude just keep talking. And it's like at certain points, I just need people to stop talking. I just need certain people to stop talking sometimes. Like that is crazy. This dude, okay, so let me highlight this. Let me see, how do I share this one? This man, Tim Scott. So the main title, Tim Scott suggests that welfare, matter of fact, let me just do it a different way. Let me get it for y'all. That's crazy. Let me just leave it up there as I read, just in case some people might be a little bit sensitive to screens moving at the moment. Let me get this up there for you guys. 1 second. Transform that, fit the screen. There we go. All right, so this is where we are at this moment. Tim Scott said that welfare is harder to survive for Black families than slavery was. Now, I want people to understand that this is the main thing that people are trying to like aim at now. People are like, okay, well, the new scope that we gotta like aim for, we gotta start talking about the Black fathers. We gotta start talking about the lack of the this, that, and the third. I specifically did a video, which is again the funniest thing, and the information came from the CDC. And the CDC stated within their own information that basically Black fathers are in and around their children's lives more than any other ethnicity in the United States. So it's a little bit confusing for me that they're pushing this narrative as if Black men just aren't there. This is the same stereotype. Now, me myself, I've critiqued, right? I've critiqued being a Black man myself, growing up in a single parent household, right? Now, again, let me just put this into perspective. Even though I myself did not specifically have my father, I met him later on in life. I got to, after, trying to see him, I got to see him like 18, I think it was like 18th or like 19th, like birthday. I went over that story in the previous, live stream years ago, right? Even though he was not specifically in my life, I gave praise and respect to the men that were in my life that helped make me the man that I am. So that is my neighbor, Mr. Wilson. Like in one way or another, I took, I looked at all of the things, both positive and negative, and I kept the positive, and I also kept the negative on the shelf so that I can go back and look at, okay, these are all the things that these guys, did wrong, in their life, or how it is that they lived wrong. So let me leave this here as a memory so that I don't do the exact same things, right? So I got my next door neighbor, Mr. Wilson, right? I got my black male teachers that I had back in, middle school. I had my other neighbors, right? That I had like once, I moved to a whole nother block. My boy Ricky, his dad, Mr. Sertima, hardworking man. He was always there with his family, always had, family dinners. You could always catch him, working, directly in the yard, throwing, family, gatherings and different things. And you can always hear his voice. Whenever Ricky was, potentially in trouble, you could always hear that man's voice. Like you could hear it. You got Mr. Brown, rest in peace. That was my friend Ashley. That was her father. He was a retired military man. He was a straight up dude. Like he was no type of nonsense type of dude. Again, he was a military guy. Got my boy Chris, his dad, Mr. Thomas, stand up dude. Always been there every single graduation. Always discipline and in one way or another, always present in both of his son's life, and still married to his day to his wife, right? Still living in the exact same house. What's the other brother? Robert, that lived on the exact same block. He was the brother that sat up there, and I told you guys before, he worked for one of the big three in Detroit. He sketched out the models for the cars. So a lot of cars that people are driving, he was the one that sketched out what it is that you are, driving, at this moment in time. He was the main one that wanted to allow us in his house. Like, he was a gamer too. And he was like, yo, man, y'all could, hang out with me. Like, instead of y'all, being out, doing whatever, y'all could, come over here, play, video games. He would have, man-to-man conversations directly with us. He would make sure that we're good, mentally. He would try to give us life lessons. He would try to be, inspiration. He would try to, push us, to, higher levels. He would really do his best, right? So I have a lot of outstanding. I have even like many more. It would take me a little bit more time because I would have to go, more in the recesses of my mind. But there are a lot of black male positive role models that I have had and or encountered in my life that have shaped me into the black man that I am at this moment in time. So again, going back to the statistic where it stated from the CDC that black men are in and around their children's lives more than any other ethnicity out here. That is a true fact. It is a true fact. And like I said, to anybody out here that is a stepfather, shout out to you. Who else is another father that I know? I got some friends that are fathers as well. Brother by the name of Dre. He is a father. He has I want to say how many kids he got at this moment? I think he got like four or five. He got a nice little troop. And he is still, to my knowledge, he is still with his wife. Dre has been a outstanding dude for the longest time possible. That has been a dude that I have admired for a long time for his integrity, for him being like very forward and being very determined. Dude worked two, if not maybe, more jobs to make sure that the household was going to, stay up, and running and different things of that nature. My boy Mike, you got his father, Mr. Roosevelt, upstanding dude. He was another father that was like, hey, Mr. Thomas was the same way as well. He would, let us come into the house and, and wait for Chris to, get out of school and things of that nature. Mr. Roosevelt would do the same thing with Mike, as he would call him, Michael. And, as the brother was coming back from, I think he was working at Walmart during the time because he was a senior in high school. So, we would all like hang out. We might have got out early. Mike might have been, at work, and we came by to see if, he was home. He wasn't there. We were going to just like go back and do whatever. Mr. Roosevelt was like, well, Michael ain't here, but, our house is your house. So, if you want something to eat, we got some leftovers, in the fridge. Michael has the Xbox or, whatever, hooked up to the television. I'm pretty sure that, he won't mind, y'all could, be here, right? He gave us a safe area to be in because he didn't want us to potentially be out here in the streets getting caught up in nonsense or whatever, because he knows specifically, as a man, he knows specifically what is out there. So as a father, right, being in a sense a father or a father figure or a stepfather, however you want to present it, to us, to his friends, this is what he did for us. Right? So there's a lot of, again, I'm going to reiterate, there are a lot of positive Black male role models, right, that I know of, that I cherish, right, that I have full-fledged belief in and respect and value for. You got another brother that's a part of the channel. You got Officer Haku. He is how many kids he got? Hold on. Father, is it 3 or 4? I think I want to say 4. I'm going to say just say 4. The Boulders in here, I forgot how many kids, like specifically, because when you happen to hear kids, it sounds like a lot. But upstanding dude, father, been married for the longest time possible, never remarried, stayed with the exact same woman, still with the exact same woman, all Black, everything, right? And that's the main dude there that is also a part of this channel. Y'all might see him as King Black or whatever it is. Anytime that things look a little bit tough, he the main one, like, yo, Cedric, try to, look at it from, this angle. Try doing it from, looking at it from a whole different perspective. Try doing it, this other route. You gotta sit up there and, keep going. You gotta sit up there and keep fighting. You can't sit up there and let them defeat you. You can't let them get the best of you. Like I said, I got Black men in my life that have helped to stabilize and make me the man that I am to this date. So this bullshit that they keep sitting up there trying to push out here as if Black men, as if Black fathers or stepfathers, like things like that just don't fucking exist, it's nonsensical to me. Because I got stories. Like I said, I'm not sure where the hell Tim Scott grew up at, but obviously he didn't grow up in those type of areas. He didn't grow up in those type of surroundings. Hey, it sucks for you. But again, this is why he has the mouthpiece that he got and why he's talking the way that he's sitting up there talking. Because if there was somebody else like me that was directly up there, at least for this section right here, I would have to be shutting him the fuck up. Because he don't know what the hell it is, because he don't got that experience. Because he would be talking directly from a written political standpoint. It's a difference when you're talking from a political standpoint, you're trying to win votes, versus when you're trying to sit up there and talk from your heart and you don't give a fuck about votes. It's a clear-cut difference, and you can sit up there and hear that. This is why when you listen to a lot of these people that's running for office, they don't talk with no heart because they don't got it. They don't know what that is. The only time that they got heart is when they want to sit up there and show you a picture of a perfect family. And then you end up finding out that, both of the people been separated, or they don't really love each other, or somebody's been sitting up there having an affair and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's the same type of like nonsense. They're trying to put up this perfect type of thing. and you're trying to talk from like this stance as if you know what it's like to like really like do this 100%, and it's like you don't. And it's just funny to see collectively politicians trying to speak on black men when you don't give a fuck about black men, and you never have. But now you're trying to make this the thing. But let me make people understand the reason why they're highlighting this and they're trying to make it seem like they care about black men. This is a call out to black women to vote. They're not doing this for the sake of black men. They're not doing this for the sake of the black community. They're doing this in order to get black women to come out there and vote for them. They're like, oh, well, these politicians, they understand what it is as black women that we've been saying that, oh, these guys aren't there. My baby daddy ain't there. This and that ain't there. My uncle ain't been there for his kids and yada, yada, yada. They're trying to get those women who see black men in a negative type of way, who talk about black men in a negative type of way, or just hate black men in general. They're trying to get them to come out and vote for them. I hope people understand the psychology that is clearly being used at this moment in time. It is a two-pronged attack. They're trying to kill two birds with one stone. And I hope, again, black people are wise and smart enough to actually see this shit for exactly what it is. Again, these politicians don't care. Just because the motherfucker look black don't mean he is black. Listen, look at how he walk. Look at how he talk. It don't got nothing to do with being black. Nothing. So let me just read this article. I'm sorry. I just went into like a whole, it should be making me so mad. So it said, Senator Tim Scott, Republican, rallied against the modern welfare state in a dramatic fashion during Wednesday's Republican presidential debate. Scott was one of 7 candidates to take advantage of the stage, which for the second debate in a row was missing former President Donald Trump, who forewent the event to speak to factory workers in Michigan. And people aren't paying attention to specifically, again, I don't have a dog in this race, but people aren't paying attention to what it is that he's doing. They want to go onto this public platform. If you look at all of these people, they're technically all friends in a sense, right? So they're all together. They're just friends, having an argument, seeing who can best one another in the hopes that the public is going to be like, you know what? I really like this person. You know what? No, I dislike this person. You know what? I kind of like this, right? To do all of that. You got Trump. What is he doing? He's like, you know what? I'm going to forgo all of this show, and I'm going to sit up there and talk to the people that actually need the help, that are having the economy running. So I'm going to talk to the coal miners. I'm going to talk to the factory workers. I'm going to talk to the people that work at the oil rigs and all of these other types of jobs where the jobs are really, where the job sector is really iffy in those sections. I'm going to try to say something to stabilize, you know, their hearts and their minds and different things. Like I said, he's working in a whole different fashion while they're still doing the exact same thing that everybody else has been doing. So like I said, I'm people not understanding and people not seeing. But anyways, at one point in the debate, the candidate discussed education. Scott took the opportunity to hit Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over a part of his state school curriculum, which teaches that slaves gain personal benefit and develop skills. Quote, there is not a redeeming quality in slavery, Scott said before touting the resilience of Black Americans. His response took a strange turn when he appeared to suggest that Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, which established Medicare, Medicaid, and anti-poverty program, has been more difficult to survive than slavery. Quote, America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on the earth because we faced our demons in the mirror and made a decision. So often we think that all of the issues you talk about, crime and education and healthcare, we always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge, though. Families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail. And you can now measure that in unemployed and crime and devastation. Scott also went on to say that the United States needs to restore the family and said that America is not a racist country. And that's the main clip that I always play. Oh man, I play that clip every single time. America is not a racist country. I'm like, all right there, buddy. You got but that's everything that he wanted to state. Right? Now again, I'm not for this whole narrative where people try to say that black men are not here, that black men are not present. You have some people out there that have their experiences, right? You have some people that got, like RJ said, when I heard that, something in my soul snapped. Yo, RJ, everything all right? Your car and everything good? I just came back over to the comment section. We were trying to figure out what took place. Okay. You said at 3:44. You said you're back. Okay. Why? What is up? Said black families need to teach their children about the racist people they will come in contact with. I did, and now they understand. Yeah, let me just highlight that. That's the main thing that needs to take place. That is the main thing that needs to take place. Like I said, just give a simple warning, a smoke signal, let them know something so that, you know, the kids are not directly caught off guard, believing, you know, that automatically, like, hey, you know, everybody's, you know, going to be, you know, my friend and, you know, a different, because let me tell you, as a child, it's going to be a very heartbreaking thing. It's going to be it's already like, it was heartbreaking. Like when I was smaller, when, you know, classmates and stuff didn't want to sit up there and play with me. Everybody had like action figures. It was like Mega Man, you know, like back then, like people had like the Mega Man action figures and playing with them and stuff. And I didn't have an action figure. And I was like, yo, could I play with you guys? Could I play with the action? And they would just be like, no, you can't, you know, play if you don't got an action figure and this, that, and the third. One of the other kids that was there, I never forget, he was really trying to go for, I guess like the teacher or the substitute during the time. This dude literally brought in his virtual boy. I'm talking about, he had like the headgear and he had the, you know, like the sleeve that went along with it. And she was just up there like playing in this. I'm like, your parents really let you bring that? I was like, I'm not even gonna ask him to basically see that, because that is not happening. That's not happening. And I was like, dang. So I'm like, for me as a child, like, yo, I know that hurt. So I know that's going to be 1,000 times worse when you got somebody that don't look like you and they state that they don't want to play with you or they treat you a certain type of way because of the way that you look or your skin color or whatever it is that their parents basically taught them. That's going to hurt 1,000 times worse than what it is that I felt. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, it would just behoove, you know, those parents to like teach their kids. Again, if you're a parent and you decide to, you know, be in an interracial relationship, it is, as the black side of that relationship, it is your duty, it is your job, and you cannot fail to teach that child the history. Tell them your stories. Tell them your grandparents' stories. Tell them your parents' stories. Like I said, there are generations worth of stories. Like I said, I can't tell you, being in Oak Park, how many times that me and my friends sat up there and got stopped by the white police that were directly out there. Multiple times. I'm like, I know y'all done seen this car in Oak Park. Oak Park is a small ass area. Why do y'all keep stopping this car as if we're sitting up there like ain't nobody selling nothing? We're literally going to friends' houses, or we're going out to get something to eat. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Right? But like I said, that's the type of stuff. And people would sit up there and say, oh, that don't have nothing to do with race. Maybe it was because, you know, how you were driving. Maybe you were too close to the line. Maybe you were swerving. Maybe it was your blinker. Maybe it was the floodlights. People will try to excuse this any which way. It's like, no, I know exactly what the hell it was. And I know exactly what the hell it wasn't. So, like I said, it would just behoove parents. I knew what it was. And the only reason I knew what it was because my mom taught me. She told me exactly what it was. And this is the other thing that I want a lot of parents to also understand as well. When I went to school, right? Let me just this is like a sort of like a different segment. I gotta really start putting in like different screens so I can like separate certain stuff, right? So this is just a story. So when I was younger, I used to go to this middle school, right down the street, and I had this Caucasian teacher, and I forgot. I think I might have been talking in class. I wasn't really doing like anything too crazy. It was probably just like, you know, being a kid, like talking in class and stuff like that. Usually I was pretty good. Talking was a whole nother thing. Like I like talking to my friends and, you know, different stuff like that. So the teacher decided to make an example out of everybody that was talking. The teacher decided to make an example out of me. And there were other black students there, but she decided to make an example out of me for whatever reason. And she decided that she wanted to basically, you know, back in those days, spank me, right? And I'm sitting up there. First of all, I'm looking like embarrassed. I'm like, it's like, what the hell is this? I'm like, what is really like going? I'm like, why am I sitting up here and like this is happening and yada 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 and all this, you know, other, you know, type of stuff. Like I said, I didn't like understand it or whatnot, whatever. But then I told my mom, and being my mom, she came directly up to that school and as nicely as possible, in the nicest ways possible, sort of kind of cussed the teacher out and let them know, you do not put your hands on my child again, and if you do, you're going to be seeing me, right? So that never happened again. And she explained to me that, you know, when it comes to teachers like that who are not black, they feel as though they can directly have the right to put hands on you. Because the funniest thing is, what I've learned over the years, and I've gone through this, is why I told you I went through, you know, different types of like schools, private schools and stuff like that. What I've noticed is that you got a lot of teachers that will readily try to physically discipline a black student, but they would never try that same thing with a white student or a student of a different race that is not black. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, I would have never like actually like thought of that. I would have never thought that that was actually a thing up until my mom made me aware due to the experience that I had, right? Because as a kid, you're just automatically going to chalk that up to like, okay, well, maybe it was because I was talking too loud. Maybe I was talking louder than everybody else. That's why I was the one, you know, that got it, you know, listening to the teacher, right? Because every parent tells you that, hey, the teacher's right. Don't disrespect the teacher. Listen to the teacher. What they say, do what they tell you don't do, you don't do, right? So in my mind, I'm still, you know, thinking that, but due to the fact that my mom explained it, and then to other life experiences that I was able to have that built upon the foundation of what the information that my mom gave me, I understood that she was 100% right. Because I was able to see this and go through these different schools and see how it is that they will physically discipline black students versus what they would try to do to every other student. They'll have conversations. I've literally seen white students get all out of line, cussing, throwing chairs. Billy, I need you to calm down. Billy, don't throw that chair at me. Billy, I need you. I need you to stop striking me in the eye for the 19. Billy, I'm going to tell your, do you want me to call with my eye bleeding? Do you want me to call your parents right now, Billy? I will tell them what it is that you have done. I will call your parents right now. Right. They'll go through all of these types of things while they're being assaulted by that student. Right. But the moment in time that it's potentially a black student, they'll either try to, if it's just words, they'll immediately try to get up to the student's desk and they'll try to assert their authority, getting directly in their face and different things of that nature, right before the student even does anything. Or in like the video that I showed you many summers ago, where the school had a cop or a rent-a-cop come directly to the classroom, and the girl was sitting in the desk, and the dude, it was a male cop or a rent-a-cop, he was just basically dragging the girl in the desk, flipping her all around the room, right? Those are, that's how they'll sit up there and react directly to your kid. But you don't see them do that to their own kids, right? So, you know, like I said, it's a very, you know, interesting type of thing. So again, it will behoove a lot of parents to go out on a limb and teach their kids, you know, specifically, you know, what is taking place. Let me just put her face, you know, directly up there again. Let me just showcase that one to you guys. Again, there's no reason for this. There's no reason. Florida Family talks about racial harassment. There's no reason for this. There should be no talks. There should be no talks. Instead of the parents trying to talk, this is what I'm gonna, because this is just, it's irritating. I need parents to understand that the school system does not care about your kids. Let me tell you how I learned about the school system not caring about the kids. When I used to go to Oak Park High, I realized that me as a student, that this is when I started to care less about high school, right? When I basically understood and heard that from, and this I think was like the superintendent during the time or whatnot, whatever, I overheard them talking that they get, you know, thousands upon thousands of dollars when we're in those school seats. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm worth money. I felt rich. I'm like, yo, I'm worth money. I'm like, yo, I'm gassing myself up. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. But then I realized, I'm like, yo, I'm not actually worth anything. Like, I'm in this seat, but they're getting the money, right? And I'm looking around. I'm like, but they're not really doing anything, you know, for us. Like, I'm adding up stuff, right? I'm looking at the lockers. I'm looking at the lack of like toiletries. I'm looking at, you know, the roof might be, you know, falling apart. It might have leaks. I'm looking at the old heaters that we got directly out there. I'm looking at the cafeteria, the school lunch. I'm looking at the gym equipment. I'm looking at the lack of supplies. Like, I'm adding up everything, right? So I'm like, I'm worth $7,000, but the school is looking still kind of subpar. It's looking kind of broke. So I'm like, where the fuck is that $7,000 sitting up here going that you want my ass to sit here on count day through the week so that you can get my money? I'm like, that's not sitting well with me. And this is another reason why I sit up there and say that I would rather parents actually homeschool, because just like those kids, I mean, yeah, just like how your kids are worth money in those schools and how those schools are getting that money, you could be getting that money for your child because they are your child and you're teaching that child. That's how it should be. Like I said, this is why I keep reiterating and I keep sounding like a broken record, where I keep telling y'all that everybody is out here making money off of you, but you. Right? When you, like a piece of mail I'm looking at right now, my name is in all caps, full on name is in all caps. Anytime I went through school, that is not how I've ever written my name at all. Anytime I wanted to write my name in all caps, you know what my cursive teacher told me? That's incorrect. That's wrong. Start again. Rewrite it. Stop writing it like that. Right? They were like, you capitalize the first letter of your name, you capitalize the first letter of your middle initial, and you capitalize the first letter of your last name. Those are all the things you capitalize. Anything else other than that, you don't do that. It's wrong, right? But then when you get into the real world, you start to see all male and everything is capitalized. And it's like, hold on, what's happening? Y'all told me this whole time that I sat through school that you're not supposed to capitalize your whole name. So they're giving you the wrong information, because one group can capitalize your name, send out mail, and have you pay for certain stuff. And then when you go and sign contracts and all of these other types of things, you gotta you gotta, write your signature a certain type of way. You gotta print your name a certain type of way so that it is acceptable. You got two different systems out here. One where you are in debt and they are clear-cut making money off of you, and the other one where they are making everything off of you and nothing is going directly back to you. Right? So like I said before, it's funny, again, how everybody is able to they've been making money off of all of us ever since we've been in school, ever since we've been born. This is why the only time that the school really cares about your kids, when it's count week or whatever it is, hey, Miss So-and-so, hey, Mr. Such and Such, we just wanted to, check on, who not and whoever, because we see that, they're not here. And we just wanted to make sure that they're okay because, this is, count day, and we want to make sure that all of our students, are here. Also for during this count week, you can bring them in early. We do breakfast. We'll also have pizza. They'll really try to make this like some real type of shit. But they're giving trinkets so that they can, make all of these hundreds of thousands of dollars off of all of these kids. Crazy. Complete crazy. Let me see. RJ said dude said he was looking for a band-aid. Wait, who? Wait, I said, bruh, I was gonna give you what don't heal. Oh, somebody was trying to get, oh man. Woo! Man, I wish you would have had like some fireworks or something. You could have dropped like an M80 or something down there and be like, bah! That dude would have been looking like, yo, man, why you dropping fireworks? Why you near my car? Oh, this your car? I thought this was my. No, man, this ain't your. Get out, get away from my. Yo, I'm glad you're good though. I'm glad you all right, man. Say he looking for a band-aid. Man, that dude was about to lose any type of life God gave him. That's what was about to happen. I need people to stop trying to be so brave and try to walk up in people's cars, man. Like, yo, people gotta stop, man. Like I said, people gonna end up meeting whatever God they serve one way or another. I guess some people want a quicker route. I guess how that's working. Sunkist said, please don't let your child be blindsided. That's facts. Timothy said, white folks always say that we weren't slaves or Jim Crow victims, but never answer when were times peaceful for black people. That's true. Now, the honest ones, they'll sit up there and say, well, slavery was peaceful for you. As long as you were working, as long as you were on those fields, it was peaceful for you. As long as you knew your place as a boy on that field, you knew what it was, right? That's what they'll say, right? The ones that really want to be honest about how it is that they feel about certain things, right? They'll say that. But a lot of other people, they'll just sit there and they won't even try to phone a friend because they don't got nobody to phone on this situation. That's the hardest math problem for any of them directly out there. Like, when was time out of the United States history, when were times really safe for black people? Dun, 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 dun. Right? It's going to be like Jeopardy. They don't know what to say. They don't know where to go or how to go about it. Nor do they want to sit up there and have anybody try to call them racist. So they're going to refrain from trying to answer that, right? Sunkist said, story time. I'm 11 years old and proudly sporting my afro. It's the 70s. I'm black and I'm proud. Oh yeah, James Brown, right? I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. So I asked my white friend if she liked it, and to my surprise, she said she didn't. Yeah, I believe it. And that's due to the effect. Because remember back during those times, I think who started the skinny movement during that time? I think it was somebody named like Twiggy, like during that era, because you had like the whole like skinny thing going on with the European, whatnot. So you had that whole thing going on, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Sunkiss. During that time, wasn't like the Farrah Fawcett? That should have been the big thing as well, too, right? That should have been the big. Let me see if I can, because I want to, have people be able to follow what it is I'm talking about. Farrah, there we go. Farrah Fawcett. Thank you. Farrah Fawcett. Let me get that. Which is that was from the commercial I saw. We're gonna go with a classic one right there. We're gonna go with that image. We had two women that people idolize. You have Farrah Fawcett and what was that white girl with braids? What was her name? Somebody know what I'm talking about. I gotta just type it in like that. Nope, you type in white girl with braids and it's not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for. Let me see. Let me go with the 70s. Let me see if I can find who that was. Was that her that almost looks close to that lady? Wait, let me go back to the comment section, see if somebody knows what I'm talking about. Lola Falona. Wait, let me look who that up. Who was that? Now y'all got me looking up people. Let me see, Lola Falona. No. It was a white girl. It was a white girl with braids. She was in a bathing suit. I cannot think of her name. Let me see. White girl with braids, bathing suit. Yo, why is it so hard to find this one? Any other time when it should not be that difficult. Where is this woman at? That is crazy. I think that was her right there. Gotcha. Just found her. Let me see if I can go to the site to actually get to, because they had her in this Glamour magazine. Let me see if they. Yeah, that was the one right there. I got her. Her name was Bo Derek. I found her. Had to go and find like a headshot on Google real quick. So let me just wrap that together so y'all can sit up there and see it. Yeah, it was like, it's funny when you deal with black hair and how it's in a sense like demonized and criminalized, but yet when other people start doing it, nobody has nothing to say. Magically, it's beautiful and it's all this other type of stuff. But going back to what Sunkiss stated, I'm not surprised that you had somebody during that time that did not agree with your hair or like your hair. A lot of times it comes with jealousy. So these were like back during those times. This is like 70s, 80s ish, type of times. So the examples that I got right here for you got Bo Derek and you got Farrah Fawcett. Some people might know who it is. If you don't know, now you know. Bo Derek is directly. Let me actually let me transform this for you guys real quick. For people who are old enough to know, you know exactly who each one of these individuals is. You got Farrah Fawcett directly to the right, and then you got Bo Derek directly to the left. One is wearing braids, the other one is doing the Farrah Fawcett. That was one of the popular hairstyles, during that time frame, and the braids especially became popular during that time with other people due to the fact of Bo Derek wearing them. Wasn't due to the fact of black people showing them off and being proud of their hair and different things of that nature and culture, and it was because of somebody else. It's crazy. It's crazy how stuff works. Fox said that's from the James Bond movies. It's been a minute since I've seen like the old films, so it's been a minute. TV said first of all, black women been rocking beads before. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But when somebody else highlights it, now it becomes the fashion thing. Like, remember the Bantu knots? Remember how you had fields of other people? Like, yeah, it's not just black women that can wear Bantu knots. Everybody can wear Bantu knots. It's not just a black thing. Actually, historically, yes, it is. And people started looking real stupid because there was nothing that you could look back to. You couldn't try to point back to, but look at the Norse mythology. You got this person here who nobody know of. It looks like Bantu knots. It looks like they actually copied it from Nordics. I'm like, get out of here. I'm like, it's amazing when people don't want to acknowledge certain things. They just want to sit up there and stretch Armstrong. A lot of things. They really want to stretch it. Sunkin said, my daughter's name is written Janet. The school teacher kept calling her Janet. Janet. I think I pronounced it right because I'm looking at how, and the teacher kept pronouncing it Janet as all in one. Yeah, ignorant the hyphen. So I told her to spell it. Okay. So I said it completely incorrect. So you said pronounce it as Janet. Okay. I got you. Okay, so even I had that. I had to get some correction. I had to keep reading. I'm like, okay, so that's how you say. This is why I don't normally try to go by your first names, because I may butcher some stuff. So I will go by other names that you guys basically have, and things of that nature. Timothy said afros were a sign of fear in the 70s. Yeah, they were. It was a sign of power. It was a sign of defiance. And it was a sign of yo, I'm not going to conform to what it is that you want us to, sit up there and do. And that's one of the main reasons that they did not, like that at all, because they felt that, hey, if you want to be a part of our society, if you want us to pay you, if you want to work at our corporations or our jobs, you got to get rid of, that hair, right? Because it stands out, right? When you look at a whole crowd of people, everybody pretty much has the same hairstyle, right? But then you see somebody black with a fro, it stands out, right? And that's what they don't like. But, like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, I'm not going to look the same with a haircut. I'm not going to look the same as your little boy Bobby. I'm not going to look the exact same way, because we're going to be rocking this completely different. And this is the other thing too. The next battle that has been quietly happening. A lot of black guys know how it is that we normally get hairstyles and haircuts. We get designs. We've been through school and stuff, getting designs in our hair. We've been doing this for years. Everybody else wasn't really doing it like that, right? But now everybody else has been, getting their haircut, and now they want to start getting designs and all this other type of stuff. So now the battle is raging between who started doing designs in hair first, and who are the real ones that really put it forward, and different things of that nature. It's oh my God, it's yo, it's so hard just to get just a little bit of credit. A little, that's all black people ain't even sitting up there asking for the world. It's we understand and we get what it is that has transpired and happened. We understand how everything basically works. We're just looking for a little bit of credit, just a little bit. And people don't even want to do that. People are getting to the point where they're like, yo, we're about to start dissecting these haircuts now, you know, and we're gonna sit up there and let you guys know, like, you guys weren't the first ones to start doing, you know, designs. And first of all, when it was already acceptable to have cornrows. It was already unacceptable to have cornrows, to have twists, to have locks, or anything like that. And you had a lot of black guys that were going to school and they had these. I know because I went to a private school and they were like, yeah, you can't have braids. And this was a black private school. They were like, you can't have braids because they deemed those as well as it being a part of, I guess, a criminal element, or however you want to sit up there and put it. I'm not even, you know, trying to stretch it to the limit of like, oh, they didn't want you to have cornrows because it was a religious school. That had nothing to do with it. Like I said, you have a lot of, and I love the school a lot. Shout out to Temple of Faith. I'm not sure if it is still. Let me check. Let me see. Temple of Faith. Let me see if they're even still open. I think they're actually, are they still up? Where's it located? What's Chicago? Let me see if they got the picture up there. Because, yeah, they got the church. I see the kids. Okay, I think that's the church that's across, right? They don't got the, let me see. It's been years. Yeah, yep, Baptist school, right? Let me see if they got an image up there. Okay, I think that is the inside of the church. It's been a minute. I know that one ain't it. But yeah, I think it's still up and running. Like I said, shout out to you know, Temple of Faith. You know, I still love all of my teachers. I still appreciate them, you know, for all of the, you know, the lessons they you know, they gave us and different things, you know, of that nature. But you know, that I really feel that came down to a point of like of ignorance, because you know, another society in a sense basically said that this is unacceptable, so then other people are going to deem it unacceptable. So when another society basically demonizes it, we in turn, as the main people, the original people doing it, we're in turn going to hate it because they hate it. And that's not how that should, you know, work at all. Let me see. Nana, what is up? Said one lady at work was fascinated at how I was able to braid my hair without looking. I smiled at her and said, maybe that's what we do. Yeah, that's facts. I've literally, anytime that I've ever gotten my hair braided during the times that I was getting, either when I was getting twists, or coils, as some people like to say, or when I was getting my hair braided, I always had black women braiding my hair. It don't matter if it was in school, or outside of school, or going directly to a business. Black women know how to do hair. This is just a known fact. This is why, you know, I stated before that if you got somebody that is actually like good and proficient in doing hair, yo, you know, send them to, you know, that cosmetology, you know, school. Even though there's going to be some other, I would say for the girls, you would need to send them to maybe specific schools, because everybody hair is not the same. And a white cosmetology school is not going to be able to properly teach a black woman or anybody else how to deal properly with black clients' hair, the different, you know, type of hair textures, or the scalp as well, along with dealing with, you know, hair dyes, just in case somebody wants to get their hair dyed, which I would tell black women not do it, if anything. And again, people might sit up there and complain. If people want to do hair dye, you might as well sit up there and have on you know, some type of like front or whatever, where your hair is protected, and then the hair on top is just dyed. So it has nothing to do with your scalp or anything like that, right? So you don't have those chemicals, anything like that, you know, running and seeping in through your pores, causing any types of like fibroids or, you know, anything like that. But and that's also another key reason why I would also state that if you have a daughter or somebody in your family that is, again, proficient in doing hair, make sure to send them to, you know, a cosmetology school that is going to teach them with dealing with Black people, right? Because dealing with white people is completely different with dealing with Black people. When you look up the statistics when it deals with Black women, with the women who get fibroids the most, Black women on average, or even more than average, get fibroids and suffer from fibroids more than other women directly out here. And that's solely due to the amount of chemicals, the hair dye, the lye, and different things of that nature that are going directly onto the scalp that, you know, is pretty much bleeding through, being absorbed through the body into the bloodstream and going directly, you know, out, you know, into your system. So, you know, I would just say, you know, be very careful. That's why I've also done other videos as well, pointing directly towards Black women, trying to tell them like, yo, stop, you know, doing these things with your hair and XYZ and all these other types of things, because, yo, fibroids are a thing. Like it is a problem. Like I've known Black women who have collapsed from fibroids, who have had problem, like they're not like able to walk, like they're not going, you know, to work for a nice 2 days because of, you know, how large like the fibroid you know, may be, you know, whatnot or whatever. I forgot what was I originally talking about. Oh, the main thing going all the way back with the picture that you see here is, again, you know, it's funny how Black people can do a variety of like hairstyles. Like, again, going back to how Black people dressed in the 90s, right? Oh, you know, baggy clothes and all that other type of stuff. And people were trying to sit up there and say that was unbecoming and all this other type of stuff. But then once other people start sitting up there doing it, now everybody else want to jump on, right? So again, we got locks and we got you know, braids and stuff like that that you've normally see Black men wear. Don't matter if it's college, high school, just out in the street, all this other type of stuff. Everybody used to normally have their own hairstyles that they would rock. There's standard issue cultural hairstyles that they would always rock. But now all of a sudden, you start to see people rocking more and more, quote unquote, Black hairstyles. Ain't that something? And people are like, cultures are meant to be shared. And I'm like, you right. You know what? Go ahead and share it. Go ahead and braid your hair. And then you figured out that all of that money that you just spent to braid your hair, now your braids are coming out because your hair was not built to hold the braids. I can't tell you how many times that I've sat up there and seen somebody have braids. They looked real clean 1 minute, and then the next minute, the braids looking real dead and fuzzy, like they didn't already had them in for like 2 weeks. I'm like, what happened? I'm like, what happened? I'm like, how did that even? I'm like, wow. And I'm like, well, people gonna learn. People are going to learn. Like I said, when people start having, you know, issues with their hair falling out and stuff, like I said, we can have, you know, certain chemicals and stuff, you know, directly in our hair. Like the best way I can explain it is like hair for Black people is like grass. In order to have great hair, you have to have great soil, right? You have to have a great base, right? So we got certain things that we use in order to have that base, in order to give a healthy area for, you know, new growth and different things of that nature, to take care of the hair and different stuff of that nature. When other people whose hair is meant to be dry start to add and throw these things directly in there, it starts to gunk up, it starts to clog up their hair, and it doesn't work out for them. So like I said before, people are going to learn. People are like, hey, everything is meant to be shared. Just because one person does it doesn't mean that everybody can do it. Just because one person does it does not mean that everybody can sit up there and do it. That's not how that works. Shaw, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Shaw brother said, it's sad that there are rich Black people who there and some do not want to create Black-owned schools for Black students. I mean, that's true. But like the main thing that I've said before is that it comes down to us. I'm talking about the from the poor to the middle class, cross the rich directly out, because when everything comes to an end, the rich are going to fend for themselves, and they're going to damn everybody else who is not rich. And even amongst the rich, they're going to cannibalize and start to eat themselves, right? You can look up the story of like the Rat King, in a sense, to use that for an example. But when it deals with everybody else who is in the poor to the middle class spectrum, it's up to us to basically create and to facilitate that ecosystem specifically for the kids. It's up to us to do that. And the problem is that within the Black community, there's a lot of divide on a lot of different fronts, on a lot of different topics. And as I stated before, the powers that be have done a very great job at dividing the whole of Black people. Like I said, I got to give a clap, got to give a very great congratulations. Because the moment in time that it looks like Black people might be slightly waking up, might be sitting there, moving forward, something comes up to help Black people slide back, right? And like I said, I will entertain some stuff here and there when it deals with Black men and Black women and stuff of that nature. You've seen stuff that I've talked about on both platforms. But at the end of the day, the main thing that I have also stated to you guys is that a lot of those topics that are going to be a forever circle topic, it's not going to solve anything. That those problems are going to have to solve themselves with those individual people. As a group, that's not going to be something that a podcast or whatever it is that's going to sit up there and solve it. Like I said, you're going to see these same people do these same podcasts for years, and it's going to be the exact same topics rehashed in another type of format or in another type of way, because it's going to get to a point in time where people are going to literally start to really get tired of those topics, and people are going to start to see the views drop and different things, and now people are going to have to start to try to pivot. People are now going to start to have to try to figure out, okay, what's the next topic that really that people are really, and this is when you're going to start to see people getting into stuff that they don't really have that year's worth of knowledge on, right? Because they built a platform, they built all of their topics, they built all of their books and everything else directly off this top, like, hey, Black men and Black women, this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. So you'll start to see who a lot of these people are when they have to start talking about other stuff that they are not knowledgeable on, that they weren't researching and talking about and listening to other people talk about for years. You're going to start to see where a lot of these people really lack in those conversations. You're going to start to see a lot of silence, and then you're going to start to see other people start showing up and start talking and running with those topics and different things of that nature. Like I said, everything has a season, everything has a time and a course, and this too shall pass, and it's going to be on to the next thing. But again, going back to the same thing with Tim Scott, they're just trying to bark up that same tree that other people have been barking up for the longest time possible, which is trying to find some way, shape, or form, trying to demonize, Black men. Just another way to say that Black men ain't doing this, Black men ain't doing that. And I'm like, that's nonsensical and completely crazy to me, because there are other Black men out here that can sit up there and point towards a coach. They can point towards a teacher. They can point towards an OG. They can point towards a uncle or a stepfather or a big brother or stepbrother, something like that. They can point towards somebody that was some type of a positive influence or a mentor or whatnot or what have you. Right? Yo, what is up, Sonny? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? Hopefully, you staying safe out there in those streets in New York, cause it's looking bad. You know, it is looking bad out there, brother. It's looking bad. It's looking real bad. Sunkid said, I have a Dominican lady who does my hair when I need a silk press. Normally, I wear it twisted. Ah, okay. Let me see. Yo, Max, what is up? Said Oprah has a school for girls and she's attacked for it. You know, the thing that people stated is that she has the school for the African girls, and Oprah's from Chicago. And now Max, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be potentially incorrect, because some stuff I follow, some stuff I don't. But somebody can correct me and let me know if Oprah has a school for girls in Chicago, because Chicago is, you know, with Chicago again. Shout out to, you know, all of my people out there in Chicago. Like I said, I view Chicago and Detroit as one and the same. You know, we're right there going through, you know, many of the exact same problems. But to my knowledge, Oprah doesn't have a school for Black girls in Chicago, and I feel like that is something that she should have done. I feel like that is something that is actually needed, because that would give, you know, those young Black girls an alternative, you know, something positive to look towards, to look forward to, and that would put them a step ahead of the game, you know, as well, when it comes to opportunity, when it comes to education, when it comes into people wanting to invest in their future. That would be a very great look for her. But again, to my knowledge, I don't know if Oprah ever opened up a Black girl school in Chicago, where it is that she is from. Like I said, she's a Chicagonian. She is from there. She knows what Chicago is, how Chicago proceeds. So it would have behooved her to open up a school over, no disrespect to Africa, but it would have behooved Oprah to open up a school here in America versus over there in Africa. Because the African people got African people in government. So the African people could actually open up schools for their own girls. But the African people have corrupt political officials directly over there, and they know it. So, you know, like I said, you know, people got to pay attention to, you know, the stuff that, you know, is happening. MD, yo, that's the, yo, if that's not the greatest bars, let me just highlight that. Let me just highlight that. WMD said Uncle Sam is the biggest deadbeat there is, and that's facts. That is facts. That is 100% facts. Now, that'll go back to what Tim Scott said. The only part that I'm going to pull out and agree with is the fact of, which is something that I've pointed out here myself and many other Black platforms, past, present, and future, have done the exact same thing as well, where we have pointed out the fact that the government has had a part in, you know, the lack of in the Black community. If it comes to jobs, if it comes to healthcare, if it comes to education, if it comes to safety, if it comes to a positive area for a family growth, a nuclear family, yes, the government is a part of that, and they're the biggest ones pushing, you know, all of that. And you have a lot of other people out here that whenever it is that Black people state this, you got other platforms out there that dislike, loathe, or hate Black men, and they will in a sense fight against that and say that no, it has nothing to do with the government, it has everything to do with the Black man and what it is that they do, and you know what they don't do, right? Them not wanting to take responsibility and XYZ and all this other type of stuff. And as I said before, people got their examples, either personal or maybe they want to share their sisters or their mothers or their aunts or somebody from the past or whatnot or whatever. But that doesn't mean that that encompasses the whole, right, of every single black woman's experience with a black man, right? Because you got many of black men out here who have lost their lives just trying to be fathers, just trying to be brothers and uncles and grandfathers, just trying to sit up there and protect, just trying to do the everyday, just trying to walk to the store, just trying to sit up there and go to work, just trying to protect home, or whatever it is. But nobody wants to account and add all of that up when they state that, oh, we got black men not doing this and not doing that. Some of these black men out here have lost their lives just doing what it is that they're supposed to do. But nobody wants to calculate that. Nobody wants to talk about it. Max said Trick Daddy has a school too. It's all the way bad. People just look to get over on their own people. I mean, if you got some people that want to do some stuff, but they're not really in the proper channel to really take hold and be responsible. Shaw said Bob Marley, a black singing artist, is as good as James Brown as a singer. I'm a little bit confused. I didn't what were you, wait, was it like is it supposed to be like a versus battle or something? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit. I mean, I'm not going to sit up there and compare them like that, because everybody was on different routes. Everybody was like, literally doing stuff, vastly differently from like two different areas. James Brown dealing with America was dealing with what it is that we got going on here and standing up for black people. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. Like, yo, that is hard. That out of musically, for me, having an artist vocally say something like that, not just like on vinyl, but this is something that you're walking with, right? You're speaking. You're in a sense rapping, right? And you're also doing this on television as well. That's powerful to me, right? And in the exact same scope, you got Bob Marley, doing his own thing for, his people and what it is that, he is going through and everything of that nature. Because Bob Marley was going through some issues with his own people down there. Like, people was really trying to take him out. Right? And that's his own people. So, everybody had different fights. So it's like, for me, I feel like it would be unfair to try to do a comparison like that, because everybody had their different battles. Like, it was not, really the same type of, battling, different things of that nature. Well, I'm just going by if you were trying to do a comparison like that or whatnot. Let me see. RJ said New York is looking the best I've ever seen. Yeah, New York is looking. It's like I said. I hope for the safety of everybody out there in New York. At this moment in time, because it's looking I said quite crazy. It is looking very crazy. Let me just put the thread back on that again. It's looking very, very crazy. This is what I said before. Hopefully people are safe out there. I know I got some of y'all out there in New York, and different things of that nature. Some of y'all got family and stuff like that. Stay safe. Stay safe. I'm really hoping for the elderly, because there's a lot of elderly out there, and I know people like to walk around and be independent and stuff like that. This will be times like this where people should be trying to look out for the elderly and really try to help them out, and and different things of that nature. Like, neighbors need to be checking on the elderly. Hey, Miss such and such, you need something from the store or whatnot or whatever. I can go get that for you. I can go bike and try to have that for you or whatnot, whatever. That that's when that real community type stuff comes into play. Tippy said there's a black school called, what is that? Zakes Institute or something. Like LeBron James has a school, but I think the teachers and staff are mainly white. They probably are, because they have a circle. They have their hands on the education system. I learned this. Let me just swap this real quick and go to a story time real quick, right? So the way that I learned, going by Tippy's comment right here. So the way that I learned about the school system and basically how it works is that slowly but surely through elementary school, like when I first started school, I had way more black teachers. And then once I started going through school, I started noticing it was like, yo, I stopped seeing like a lot of my black female teachers who I loved a lot. I stopped seeing like a lot of my black male teachers. And I had, there was a teacher, I was a part of both of their classes, and they were married during the time in the 90s. They were married. And I was like, that was dope. You know, you got, like a husband and wife being a teacher in school and stuff like that. I thought that was pretty dope, right? And that was also highlighting that, because I was able to see something like that. That made me start, looking at a young age. That started making me look at marriage, at a young age. I'm like, yo, I would love to, be able to do something like that. I would love to be able to have a job, and my significant other is, in a sense, working, the same job, and different stuff of that nature, and yada yada yada, right? But regardless, as I started like going like through school, you started seeing more and more white teachers. And I'm like, what's happening? I'm like, I'm in a black city, but I see more white teachers than I do black teachers. I'm like, how is this even happening? Right? And then it started getting to the point, which I found out later, that the main ruling class when it deals with the education system is white women. So this is why you see technically more white women than you do white men when it deals with the education system as well, right? And I'm like, wow. I'm like, who allowed this to even be a thing? I'm like, all right, if you in like Nebraska, Iowa, Utah, Montana, Nevada, like if you in like all of those places, I get it, right? And other like down south states, I get it, right? You the majority. But when you're in a black city, you should not like that. Don't make sense. And no, I'm not sitting up there saying that those teachers can't teach. What I am sitting up there stating is how things need to be taught. They are not equipped. They don't have the tools. They don't have the life education in order to really teach black students the way that they need to be taught. They can't give, if we got to talk about police, they can't give an actual life example of them being stopped because of the color of their skin and how it is that they had to sit up there and proceed during that traffic stop. All they're going to sit up there and say is like, oh, well, I had a similar experience where, I was stopped by a very, angry officer, and, I had to, talk him down, and, we were both heated and everything, but cooler heads prevailed, and, I carried on, about my day, and he carried on about his, and, everything was good. But, I gave him a few words, and I'm pretty sure that stung, and, that really made him think about, who he was that day, right? That's going to be their example. That's not going to sit up there and save a black child during a stop when police want to sit up there and stop and frisk, when police want to sit up there and harass him when he's walking, from school and his home is about 30 feet away. But they want to stop him in between that point because they've seen him 99 times and they know where he lived. And they want to sit up there and be like, hey, you come over here. We think that you match the description of such and such and such. You need to come with us. Don't resist. You're not going to help that situation. You're not equipped with the tools to correctly give them the proper answers. You're not equipped enough to actually acknowledge a lot of the errors and a lot of the faults and a lot of the pitfalls when it deals with the United States and how it is that this thing was specifically set up. You're not. right? I've only had so few teachers actually be honest about certain things. And one of my teachers, I want to say, I'm not sure, Mr. Catula. I never forget this dude. And that was my government teacher. He's one of the main reasons. I want to say that the brother, I'm going to say he should have been like, was he like Middle Eastern? I just say like Middle Eastern, right? So I had a teacher by the name of Mr. Catula. Love that teacher a lot because he allowed me to actually express my points of views politically in that class. He allowed me to talk. He allowed conversations to actually happen. Those are the type of teachers that you actually need in schools to provide healthy growth and critical thinking to children. So shout out to Mr. Catula, because he's also part of the reason why I'm also doing this as well. Because if it wasn't for him allowing me to sit up there and do that, I more than likely also wouldn't be talking to y'all right now, you know, doing a lot of these videos and these live streams and you know, different things of that nature. One of these days I'll probably go back and visit my high school to see if he's there, so I can sit up there and tell him thank you to his face. Because like I said before, there's so few teachers that will actually tell you the truth about certain things, and that will actually be open and honest, you know, about things as well. I think maybe Mr. K might have been one of those teachers. He was another cool. I think, was he history? I think he might have been the history teacher during that time in the high school. Mr. K, that was another you know, teacher as well. But like I said, you know, there's only so few teachers that will allow, you know, kids to actually have an opinion on stuff, because too many teachers out here, they think that they are the finite. They think that they are the thing when it deals with the truth and the education and what needs to be said and how it needs to be said. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. You learn from a book the same way that we're also learning, but you also learn from just more than a book. You learn from other people's experiences. You learn from, you know, watching stuff on the news. You learn from your own experiences. You learn from the experiences of your own family. You culminate all of those into, you know, what it is that you start to speak, your outlook on, you know, a lot of things. So let me just put this right back up there. So that was the end of that story time there. But yeah, like I was saying before, you know, hopefully people in New York, you know, they're doing pretty good. Because again, going through the videos, other than the octopus video, like, yo, let me highlight this. Who I understand. I deeply understand that, yo, in New York, it's serious. That water is black. This might be like an old video or whatever, but bro, this water is black. That is sewage. I'm trying to figure out, how is the train even running? Because I'm looking at the reflection and that's the train in the background. Like, how is the train running? How like, what's happening? Bro, what's happening? I need human beings to be smarter. I need people to be wiser for the sake of your health. And that's a woman that jumps into that water. Any woman that jumps into black sewage-ish, I think, let me see, when I was trying to clean up one of the big three, I think, did we consider that like Cat 4 or Cat 3? I think that might have been a 3. But yeah, that's sewage. There is nothing positive directly. You got trash, you got other sediments. That is stagnant water. That is bacteria-ridden water. You as a woman should not be walking through water like that. That just should not. You just don't care about your health. You don't care about life. You do not care about your health. You do not care about your life. Yo, you better find a different way. You better ask God to give you some wings. You better drink a Red Bull. You better do everything else but do that, because that's crazy. Yo, what's up, Pink? Pink was like, Now you know that woman who jumped into the water doesn't wash her legs. Hey, you know, shout out to the Taylor Swift gang out there. You know, no leg wash Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hey, shout out to them. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Tippy said, wait, how long ago was this? Is this happening now in New York? Damn, this was so wrong. This video, I'm not sure if how old this one is, because I've seen this one before, right? But the previous videos that I have listed like this, these are videos of happening now, right? Happening today. We got water like flushing through, coming through like the ceiling. You got trash floating directly through the streets, right?
It was the end of times in New York City.
This dude a fool. Now look at that school bus. Hold on. Now remember, I showed y'all the mayor and how the dude stated that, hey, we're going to have the school buses out there. It's completely safe. It's okay for you to have, you know, your kids directly out there and everything of the sense. Look at that. You got a school bus sitting directly there on the side. And what do you see in the streets as this dude is moving with his vehicle? What do you see in the streets? You see nothing but trash. Stagnant water. So you got people walking through. Is he stuck out there?
Fucking water.
Ah, fuck, man.
Nigga,
Oh, he's stuck.
I don't know what to fucking do.
I think we.
Oh yeah, they was
trash is literally floating down the street.
Yeah, look at that. Stagnant water. You got trash and all other types of stuff in those streets. Now, let me just put this into perspective. Just imagine if this type of flood happened directly during the summer, right? This nice flood that you see here happened during the summer, right? So you got all of this trash, you got all of this stagnant water, you got all of this bacteria sitting directly in there. What do you think is going to happen during the summer? Oh, mosquitoes are going to be like, hey, let's start laying eggs all directly in this water, right? They got enough nutrition or whatever is in there for the mosquito eggs to grow and hatch and everything like that. So then you're going to start to have a whole bunch of mosquitoes grown from this bacteria-filled water, and then they're going to be sitting up there flying around, and they're going to be biting people, right? Like I said, people got to. I'm trying to sit up there. Like I said, I'm just saying that this is the problem. Timmy said, wait, how long was this? Is this happening now in New York? Nope, that looks like infection, bacteria all up in her area. Yeah, for that woman, yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. It's going to be pretty bad. But like I said, nobody should be going through anything like this. Like, this is bad. Like, you got to care more about, you know, your health. I get, you know, the dude was making like a joke about it and you know, stuff like this, but health wise, like, yo, this ain't funny. If you got like any type of like cut or something like on your leg, I feel I can only imagine what will happen if somebody fall face first into this water. You better run to the hospital. Like I said, nobody should be outside. Look at that. You got a whirlpool. Hold on, let me highlight that. You got a full-fledged, I ain't seen one of those in a minute. That got to be either like a manhole or something right there. But that water is up high. That water is high up there where you got that whirlpool taking place. Look at how the water is almost up to the license plate, you know, where that car is located. Like I said, that's terrible, man. Like I said, I need people to stay safe. You got all of this trash just like floating. I feel sorry for shout out to a lot of the street vendors in New York. Y'all do great work when it comes to that food. Food is spectacular. I feel sorry for some of the street vendors out there because, you know, this is a day of work that they basically lose out on. But I'm just hoping that some street vendors did not have their, you know, their setup, you know, in a sense, ruined. or anything like that, because I know that could potentially be, pretty costly, on top of the fact that you're not going to be making money, when it deals with, today either. Timothy said, I'm surprised New York City doesn't have rat storms like in Australia. Well, in Australia, everything there is meant to kill you. So we're not there yet. Australia is its own. Australia, out of all places on this planet, Australia is its own world. The waters around Australia are meant to kill you. So, like I said before, the brave ones who go there, Godspeed. Because at one point in time, I wanted to visit Australia, and I thought about it. I'm like, y'all got the man of war circling out the waters. Y'all got like sharks. Y'all got like tigerfish, jellyfish directly out there. You got different types of like sea anemones. You got spiders that can, bite through your toenail. Y'all got too much stuff. Y'all got, all types of like poisonous, reptiles and stuff. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all built for that. Y'all built to live out there. Shout out to the Australians. Y'all got it. Crikey. You guys got it. $9.99. You got it. You got it. You guys are out there. You guys got it. Let me tell you. You guys got it. Not me, though. Not me. Timothy said, no, the mice storms are different. If you look up, it was a story that I heard online. It was something called the Rat King, right? And how it basically took place was that you had all of these rats, right? So you would take a group of rats and you would put them all together. They would basically, start to fight and kill and cannibalize one another, right? So then you would start to basically keep continuously doing that up until you have the biggest and the baddest and the strongest rat. So then what that rat would do, because it grew up in that type of society where it was meant to fight its own, it was meant to kill its own, and it was meant to eat its own. Once you let that strong rat loose, it in turn is going to go out there and do exactly what it's been doing. It's going to go out there and start to go after that rat population. It's going to cannibalize, it's going to eat its own, and it's going to take care of that population. And then you're going to have that rat also breed with a female rat, and they're going to bring up a family of rats that are going to grow and do the exact same thing. So realistically, New York could actually do that exact same thing. I don't know why New York doesn't believe realistically in cats. I see a whole bunch of people with dogs. You don't really see a lot of cats in New York. So it would behoove them to either do the Trials of the Rat King or to start, really getting a lot of cats. But I feel like a lot of people aren't fans of cats, but dogs don't really chase rats. So yeah, here we are. Because those little, Chihuahua dogs that you be seeing people, really be having, those teacup dogs, yeah, they're not fighting no rats. That rat is going to eat that dog for lunch, dinner, and everything else. But yeah, let's go back to what this man said.
Sure, Mayor. First,
talk is up to date. Chancellor, can you go into the school situation? Where are we at this time?
Sure, Mayor. First of all, it's important to note that all of our schools, every single one of our schools, are open. We're actively monitoring the situation across all of our buildings. We have safety plans in place, and it's important to note that. And we have folks in our schools who are trained annually to prepare for days just like this.
So you have people that are trained for floods. In the school system, you got people that are trained to handle floods. Who are these people? Who are these people? Like that like I said, the logic here is astonishing. I am godsmacked. Godsmacked. Again, just had to replay the clip again. I'm godsmacked by the logic that they have here, where they're like, yeah, we're going to keep these schools open. For what? For what? Just tell people that, yo, we're going to keep the schools open because your kids are worth money, not to you, but to us. And we need that money. So, just make sure to bring your kids. Just tell them that. Don't make it seem like you actually care about the well-being, the health, and the safety of the kids, because if you did, you would just close down the school just for this day. Like I said, what was the main running joke that they always have about New York? It's always open, even during a snowstorm. And they set up there and showcase that to you on Everybody Hates Chris. If you got some friends that got family and relatives that went to New York, parents, they would sit up there and tell you that, yo, they would have snowstorms and blizzards, and they still had to sit up there and walk through school. They're not lying. They're not lying. So you're going to have kids of this timeline sitting up there saying, like, yeah, we had a real bad flood, and we still had to sit up there and go to school. Some of us had to walk and coming in with our clothes completely drenched. Like, I don't think people actually understand how wet clothes actually smell as the day progressively goes on, and how uncomfortable wet clothes are. Like, that's crazy. I would never in my life send a child through that type of foolishness. It ain't that serious. You can sit up there, like, miss a day or whatever is basically taking place. Like, that's foolishness. Like, any parent that's willing to put their child in harm's way of today, of today's time, any parent that is willing to put their child in harm's way of foolishness like this, you are failure. You are failing 1,000%, because this is not worth it. You shouldn't be putting yourself or your child through this. That's a city bus flooded. Why? Why? Like I said, like, yo, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like I said, this is a joke, but I would not be too surprised if one day that happens. It's New York. Somehow, some way. If animals from the zoo can escape, this can easily happen. You have sharks just out there swimming. I would not be too surprised. I would not be too surprised. And somebody there will probably make that shark a pet. Somebody would do it. Like I said, that is crazy. That is straight crazy. Let me see something. Gotta try to click on some other stuff here, see what is going on. Oh, that's just like some type of streamer. I don't know who that is. Oh, that lady was done. I need people to get the alcoholism together.
Laugh. It was out of revenge of what happened to me. I will date you today after 2 weeks when we sleep together. Tomorrow go like case ya rape. I get happy. Tomorrow go like case ya rape, and mind you, will be arrested. I did that to several guys.
Oh, that's correct. Okay, let me just hold on. This is just a PSA to a lot of guys. So this says that this is just a reminder. Any man in a heterosexual relationship is at risk of being falsely accused of rape, right? So it might be a little bit hard to hear what this woman is going to say, but she's saying it, she has an accent, right? But she's going to be honest about what it is that she has specifically done to guys, right?
Anger. When I date a guy on my dating ages, when I date a guy, it wasn't out of love. It was out of revenge of what happened to me. I will date you today after 2 weeks when we sleep together. Tomorrow go like case ya rape. I get happy. Tomorrow go like case ya rape, and mind you, will be arrested. I did that to several guys.
So even though I know you couldn't hear, what she was basically saying is she didn't date the guys out of love. She dated the guys because of what happened to her. I'm not sure what happened. They didn't specifically state that, directly in the clip. But she said that after she basically had a relationship and slept with these guys and the guys left about a week, 2 or maybe more, she would go directly to the police or whatever and then claimed that these guys raped her. And she said that she did this to several guys. So again, I've stated to a lot of men before that you have women out here that are very great liars. And I want to also state to any women out here why it is that I, as a guy, am pretty suspicious whenever a woman basically states that something in a sense has happened, because I have videos like this and other women who have falsely accused men knowing the fact that the guys never did it, but they just wanted to do it just because they know that they could do it and they know that they can get away with it. Because do you see this woman arrested? Do you see this woman in prison for lying? Do you see this woman charged for any of the accusations that she made? No. But the burden of proof was put directly on those guys. And so this is when I specifically try to tell women that y'all need to have conversations with your daughters so that they don't do stuff like this and think that it is okay to do things like this to men. Because you have a lot of dudes out here that are locked up right now because some girl who was jealous of him being with somebody else, oh, I'm just going to sit up there and tell the police you did this, that, and the third. And they're going to believe me. And now that dude is serving time with no proof. No proof, no nothing. And now that man is sitting up there serving time. He doing the bid because she lied because of what it is that she felt. And like I said, that's a woman being honest about what she did to several guys. Show me a guy that can sit up there and do that to women. Show me a guy that can sit up there and say, like, yeah, I got 20 women locked up because I accused them of something that they didn't do. Bring it up. Bring me the clip. Bring me the clip and also show me him out here free doing some little podcast talking about exactly what he did and how he lied about these women and getting them locked up. And he's free and clear. I'll wait on that clip. But you got tons of women like this that do that. And a lot of these women got daughters. But like I said, a lot of people won't understand up until it's their sons that meet women like this. And then you're trying to sit up there and support your son. You're trying to sit up there and get him a great lawyer to represent him. You're trying to find the evidence necessary to prove that your innocent son is indeed innocent. But like I said, up until that point, a lot of women are not going to understand, nor are a lot of women actually going to sit up there and care up until it hits their front door. Like I said, that's crazy. The lies that the tall tales and lies that people can weave, and how it is that those things can ruin people's lives. That's
And I date a guy.
That woman is a piece of work. I don't even I don't even know what else to even give you on that. That woman is a piece of work right there. Piece of work. Man, oh man.
We here at IGN, I say we, but it's going to be one person that's reviewing this game. I say we.
Let me see. So we got a whole bunch of PlayStation news up here. We got things dealing with Jim Ryan. Also, shout out to the PlayStation, fans out there. Jim Ryan is out the door. Completely out the door. You got Spider-Man 2 about to... Oh, the Foam Stars beta is actually up. I could actually give that a try. Could give that a try. Let's see what else we got up here. They talking about Redfall, because I also got like gaming news and stuff up here. So I'm just going through some of my Twitter at this moment in time. Let me see. I ain't really saying nothing about Redfall. But yeah, shout out to any and all and everybody at this moment in time who is clearly at this live stream. There are currently 8 German NGO ships in the Mediterranean Sea collecting illegal immigrants to be unloaded in Italy. These NGOs are subsidized by the German government. Let's hope AFD wins the elections to stop the European. Let me just let me just highlight it how they said the European suicide. Let me just highlight that real quick, right? So that's how they in a sense reported, because the main thing that I want people to understand, if you are African, if you are elsewhere and you're heavily melanated, a lot of people in European countries do not want you there. They might give off the nice type of look or vibe, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. But realistically, they do not want you there. It's all right that you want to sit up there and visit. It's all right that you might want to stay there for a couple of weeks, maybe a month. But other than that, they do not want you there. They do not want you there at all. Because look at what this person said. They were like, yo, let's hope that the AFD wins the elections to stop this European extinction. Right? That's crazy. Somebody said, people think that this has to do with race. I don't think. See, that's the problem. That's the problem. First, you said people think that this has to do with race. Then you said, I don't think. No, you are thinking, because you know exactly what it is. You just don't want to say exactly what it is because you fear that people are going to sit up there and call you racist. Like I said, be honest with exactly what it is. It's, of course, you can sit up there and say money. But no, it does have to sit up there and do it with race. When you have a person basically sitting up there saying that if you have more of these people coming directly over into the country, that slowly but surely, given some decades and some generations, the way that the country or the town or the society looks, it's not going to look the same way. The way that our values are now, they're not going to be the same. What people are sitting up there saying is, how it's the same now, it needs to always stay the same. Right? That's what the person who wrote this basically stated. And I'm not even mad at him. Like I said, you want the place that you love, the place that you live, you want it to stay the same. You want it to look exactly like you. You want the same laws. You want the same type of music. You want the same type of fashion. You want all of the things that you grew up with, all of the things that your parents and grandparents grew up. No problem. No problem. I'm all for it. Keep it that exact same way. But I need people to not be so stupid as to think that a lot of these places are ultra welcoming, because they're not. They are not. So let's see what else we got up here on Twitter at this. Oh yeah, I can't pull up. I can't pull up the bully fights. Can't do that. Yo, that's crazy, son. Bro, that's the walls of a subway station should not be. That's not how that should be happening. If you got water coming directly through the walls, you got an infrastructure problem. This is from years. This is not something that just instantly happens. Water will find a way. Any which way it works, water will sit up there and find a way, or it'll make a way. This is from years of people not repairing and taking care and making sure that things are like tight. Like I said, things are going to be falling apart. I can't tell you how much, more than likely, how much black mold and stuff is hiding in the New York subway system. The mayor or any other government official more than likely could not tell you at all. I cannot even imagine what the air quality in the subway system actually is in New York at this moment in time either. It's crazy. Nah, that gotta be a joke. That gotta be a joke. Nah, that's a joke. Somebody made a post. Nah, I ain't gonna put that up there. I can't do it. What is happening here? Wait, is my screen up? Okay, it's not up.
No draws. I wonder if Spirit gonna let this happen today. Spirit, you gonna let this happen?
What is happening?
Only in the fucking airport, Spirit Airlines. The bitch half naked. Motherfuck, what this is going on in 2023? Lord, give me strength. I say no draws. No fucking draws, y'all. What this is? No draws. I wonder if Spirit gonna let this happen today. Spirit, you gonna let this happen? Y'all need to ban some shit. This ain't right.
What are you doing?
No draws. I wish I could have catched the front, Lord. No draws. Look at the woman. Look at the woman. What the fuck? Only in
That is, yo, that's I can't really well, hold on. Let me just, I can blur it. I got this. Let me just do some wizardry out here. Let me just do some nice little blurring. We're gonna do that. That should be all good. It should be all good, right? YouTube shouldn't have a problem with that. Remember, YouTube, I blurred this out. I blurred this out. So what inevitably ended up happening is that you got a woman in Spirit Airlines, and she decided to come with this thin wear right here. You can clearly see Spirit Airlines, right? Directly up there. And she decided that she wants to be waiting in line with clear-cut, no type of, as some people would say, underwears, draws. She wasn't wearing. You can clearly just see. Like the woman said, she wishes that she could try to like catch the front of, what it looks like when she's moving through. You can clearly see her that little piece of clothing,
in the fucking airport,
getting caught on the belt. I'm like, I don't understand. It's like you can't really like see it the way that I see it. But I'm like, how do you walk through like that? And you think this is just what I'll be talking about, man. I'm like, why? I tried so hard and I got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh my God. Oh boy, I tried so hard to stay away from a lot of topics to an extent, and somehow, some way, we end up right back here, huh? Oh dear God! Like I said, whoever's sitting directly in her seat, I feel sorry. That's the best that I got for you. My condolences directly for you. That woman ain't wearing underwear. She ain't wearing underwear. That is completely. That is nasty. Like, you're not supposed to be doing that. That is 1,000% ridiculous. Like, I don't know why you would do anything like that. It was like an older woman that was there, and she was sitting up there in a wheelchair, and she ain't even, I think she saw it, and then she just had the face like, really? Really? But, like I said, it is what it is. People want to do what it is that they want to do. Wait, Justin, Democrat Representative Jasmine Crockett ignores how the Biden family made millions by selling their name overseas and says the only crime Biden is guilty of is loving his child unconditionally. I need to hear this. Let me hear this. Let me hear this.
Counts pending right now, but I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield on because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But
again, I don't have a dog in this race. There's a lot. Has she not seen some of the video? I don't know who's gonna tell her. I don't know who. You know what? You know, whatever people want to sit up there and defend, you know, this basically proves to me that, you know, people decide to be willfully ignorant of a lot of things. There's a lot of video footage and stuff up there that does not look that does not shine a good light you know, on Biden and things of that nature. But like I said before, hey, you know, this is who she wants to you know, defend. She wants to hoop and holler for. This is let me just let that play from the beginning. Maybe I might have understood that incorrectly. Hold on.
Because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield on because he's got
all right. Like I said, I let everybody else have it. Y'all, you know, people got it. People know what they're doing. I don't even know what to tell you at this moment in time. I am completely godsmacked. You was like, I hope that my parents love me as much as Biden love. Oh man, did she not see like any of the images that came? You know what? I'm out of this one. You know what? She got it. You know, I learned at certain points in times, certain things don't need to get fought. There are a lot of other battles out there that are more worthy. Gymnast Ireland. Deeply sorry to Black girl ignored at the medal ceremony. Footage shows officials appearing to snub the girl, the only Black gymnast in the lineup. So let's go to Al Jazeera real quick. Like I said, this is why I like alternative you know, what's the names at the moment in time. So let me just highlight this real quick. Shout out to Al Jazeera. Let me just put that directly, try to scope that in. And also shout out to, you know, the Black female Black gymnasts out here. The Queen of Queens, Simone Biles. Shout out to the young one out there doing God's work. Let me go to transform, fit the screen. All right, so we got that. All right, so it said Ireland's Gymnast Federation has apologized for the alleged racist treatment of a young black gymnast who was skipped by an official handing out medals to a Rove girls last year. Footage posted on social media last week of the event in Dublin in 2022 showed the officials appearing to snub the girl, the only black girl gymnast in the lineup, who looked bewildered. Quote, "We would like to unreservedly apologize to the gymnast and her family for the upset that has been caused by the incident. What happened on that day should not have happened, and for that, we are deeply sorry. We would like to make it absolutely clear that GI condemns any form of racism whatsoever." No, you're completely 1000% lying. Y'all don't condemn a damn thing. Because let me, can I highlight this article? Let me see, can I? Right. So I do that and go back here, share this tab. So let's just watch that video. We now have the music playing. So we can clearly see in the video, all the girls in the lineup got a medal, right? Even in the background, they're over there getting medals. This woman clearly skipped the black girl. Clearly, you see how happy she is. You see how happy she is, right? She's ecstatic. But the photographer ain't even talking to the black girl. He's talking to somebody else who basically got medals, going through the rows, sitting up there talking to them, taking all of their pictures. Like I said, that's crazy. Do they even got photographs of the black girl? Because the photographer is literally going down the line, getting the attention of all the little girls who are getting their medals individually, taking a picture. He's making sure to get their attention. Hey, little girl, I see you got the medal. Smile, smile. Hey, pose like this. Put your hand up like this. Hey, smile, pose. Right? He's sitting up here doing all of this, going back and forth. But you ain't see him spend all of that time and energy on that girl. Look at that. You ain't seen it, and she's just looking around like, okay, hey, what's going on? Like, everybody else is getting medals. Like, is anybody else like missing a medal? Then you got some random woman coming over there. Oh, she's a coach. Oh, you the coach? Yeah. Oh, bruh. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Nah, son. Wait a minute. Let's pull that back. Nah, bruh. Let's see that. Let's see the back of that jacket. Coach. Who did she roll over here to take a picture with? What you doing, coach? Let's see that again. Right? She gonna come into the screen real quick. Right there, took a picture of the little girl in the black. Wow, that's crazy. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Oh my God. Y'all ain't shit. And y'all got the nerve to sit up here and say in this article, let me go back to that. Where is it? We would like to make it absolutely clear that Gymnast Ireland, or GI, condemns any form of racism. What I saw, 3 racist bastards right there: the photographer, the coach, and the woman handing out the medals. What are you talking about that you're not going to sit up here and take any form of racism? There were 3 forms right there. All of them sat up there and bypassed that girl. All of them. Yo, this is, what else they say in this article? They later said that the video posted on Friday soon went viral and drew widespread condemnation and the girl's treatment, including from the star United States gymnast Simone Biles, who stated that she sent the girl a private video message to support. Quote, "It broke my heart to see that there is no room for racism in any sport or at all." What else did she also say? Anything else? She's Biles' United States teammate Jordan Childs describes the incident as beyond hurtful on so many levels. In an earlier statement, Gymnast Ireland defended the official who it said had made an honest error. How do you make an honest error? You're giving every single girl Let me go back to this video. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. How do you make an error? You're giving every single girl in that lineup a medal, and you're going to sit up there and say that you made an error. You can clearly see who has a red lantern or whatever you want to call it directly around their neck. Are you colorblind or stupid? Like which one is it? Because I'm not accepting colorblind, so you got to be stupid, and you got to be really stupid to really think that other people are not intelligent enough to actually see what it is that took place here by 3 different adults. All 3 of them. Are they not of Ireland? Do they look anything like that little girl? Nope. You even had one of the coaches come up there and take a picture of one of the other smaller girls. I guess that must be her daughter. Right? Like I said, man, y'all some clowns. Y'all some straight 1000% clowns. So then they stated that in an earlier statement, GI defended the official who it said made an honest error, but acknowledged it received a complaint from the parents of the girl alleging racist behavior in March of 2022. GI stated an independent mediation had led to a resolution agreed by both parties in August of 2023 that the official had written an apology and that the girl had received her medal after the ceremony. So basically, when it doesn't matter, she gets her medal. When everybody was sitting there taking pictures and enjoying a moment and being happy, something that she could share in with the rest of her teammates, y'all didn't want her to relish and to share directly in that because y'all felt that she was less than, even though she's a part of the team. So y'all wanted to show her that in a multitude of ways. And y'all want her to basically now be happy about her medal in a dark corner somewhere, while everybody else got their moment that day. Y'all trash. However, the Irish Independent on Sunday anonymously quoted the girl's mother as stating that GI had failed to publicly apologize and that she would take the issue to the Gymnast Ethics Foundation in Switzerland. I'm not sure how far that's, going to sit up there and get, and what's going to specifically happen with that. But like I said, that's terrible, that took place to that young girl. That's something that, should not have happened at all. At all. You know damn well that y'all should have gave a public apology. If you want to basically prove that you are not, racist in any way, fashion, or form, or anything like that, then you need to sit up there and give a public apology. Oh. I gotta highlight this. Hold on. I gotta freeze this. All right. So I'm not sure if y'all know who this is, right? Let me see if I can zoom this in. I'm not sure if y'all might have saw this story yet. So you got this dude right here, right? You got Travis Kalise, right? However you say his last name, right? If let me go over here real quick. I gotta copy his name real quick. If you don't know who Ultra Captain America is at this moment in time, let me just bring up, some of his past, looks, right? Because he was known for dating Black women, right? And you got some people kind of perturbed the fact that he is now dating, Taylor Swift. And I'm like, I tried to tell people this is a Machine Gun Kelly type of situation. The people that are mad, you can only be mad at yourself because this was not your guy. He was just your guy for that moment. He went to What was the TLC song? Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Yeah. That's what happened. That's what happened. He went back to what it is that he is used to, and now you have some women out there that are quite mad and quote unquote state that they are feeling betrayed due to the fact that he is dating somebody else. But I'm like, how do you feel betrayed when you don't have ownership over this guy? I'm like, how do you feel anything? He's just a guy that you were dating. You didn't make this guy. You didn't turn him into the football player that he was. You weren't the one sitting up there supporting him. You weren't doing none of that. Like you a little bit too far involved. Even if you did, sit up there and date him. It is what it is. Like I said, he got his American sweetheart, Taylor Swift. That it is what it is. People better learn. Let me, because I'm gonna have this as like the background. Trying to just get this together to y'all real quick, so I can play the clip of the video. Right. So this is just one of the women that he did at a point in time date. Let me put up the new image directly for you guys. Like I said, people are gonna learn. I tried to showcase the same thing with Machine Gun Kelly. People didn't want to listen. Dude, you had the young girls trying to do this with Timothy Charlemagne, and they understand. Like I said, this is what happens when you be trying to hype people up, and you think that you have like some type of like ownership or whatever it is that you feel. You are going to inevitably understand. So let's just listen to this clip real quick. Let me see this real quick. Where did we go? Da.
Boyfriend, Travis Kelce.
Like the saying goes, once a cheater, always a cheater.
Maya Benberry dated the Kansas City Chiefs tight end in 2016.
Certain qualities don't change in men. I feel like Travis is a narcissist, so most narcissists don't change.
Their romance started when she was a contestant on the e-dating reality show, Catching Kelce. Maya beat out 50 other women vying for Travis's heart. She says they dated for 8 months before it all came crashing to an end.
You thought you were going to marry him?
I did.
Were you in love with him?
I was. He met my parents. I had a key to his penthouse. To me, that means that you're pretty serious.
Did he cheat on you?
Yes.
The 31-year-old life coach says she learned about his indiscretions on social media. And now she says she's not sure if Kelce's romance with Taylor Swift is for real.
The only reason that I question the genuineness of the relationship is because he's talking to the media a lot.
Maya says she's been getting death threats from Swifties who think she's trying to destroy the budding romance.
How do Swifties react to you?
Swifties are aggressive, very negative, very hypocritical. It's really crazy to me that someone that I think is, positive and really nice has such a negative and angry fan base.
How do you feel about Taylor Swift?
I don't know Taylor Swift, but I'm a fan of her music. I don't feel any way about her dating Travis. It's cute. I mean, I had him first, so.
The narrative is you're a bitter ex-girlfriend who's out.
So notice how she tried to pull. Let me know if y'all were able to hear that. But she literally tried to pull the Ray J. She was like, it's cute trying to blow it off. And she was like, well, I had him first. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? But again, the image that you see up here is of a black woman. Again, this is who he would normally, be seen dating, which is a black woman. That woman right here that you see right here, that is a representation of the black woman that he would normally, see him with dating and, different things like that out there in the media. And this woman is sitting up here saying that, oh, well, it's cute. He's with Taylor Swift. I don't have any problems. I'm a fan of her music, yada, yada, yada. I had him first. Does that mean claim and ownership? You're Ray J now? Like, what are we doing out here?
For her 15 minutes of fame. How do you feel about that?
I'm offended because 5 years ago when I said the allegations about cheating and when I talked about that we were together for 8 months, his camp and team and even himself, he didn't say anything about it. I do feel a way because I did like you. I felt like I fell in love with you. It's nothing about Taylor. It's more about you led me to believe that we had a future. And now 5 years later, you're laughing and I feel like you're mocking me. I'm not jealous or bitter about Taylor.
No, you mad. You're 1,000% mad. You just said 5 years ago, you basically had him, you was with him and all this other type of stuff. And then you said that the relationship really ain't real because he's talking more to the media. Even though when I look at the clips when she's talking, they're showing clips of them being on a television show. So what are you talking about? And you're also talking to the media as well. Nobody even knew who you were. Nobody was even worried about, matter of fact, let me see. Let me get y'all a picture of this girl. Cause like you just gotta you gotta be honest with yourself. You're mad because you got played. That's all it is. You thought that you had your Prince Charming. You thought that you were going to live happily ever after. You thought that this was just going to be the thing that worked out. Let me show you the girl that's sitting up there. Technically that was actually the perfect picture too. Right. So she feels that all they're doing hold on, I'm about to redo this. I got this. Hold on, give me a second. I'm about to redo this. She feels that all they're doing is pretty much laughing, directly in her face about the relationship. And I'm like, man, you're smoking rocks. You're the only one that's worried because none of them are, in a sense, talking directly about you at all. This is your imagination. It was just my imagination wondering. That's what it is. It's your imagination sitting there wondering about what was and what could have been, but you're still talking about a dude that you said cheated on you. So you sitting up here looking like Boo Boo the Fool. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you obviously got, some looks about you and, and different things of that nature. Why are you still focused on the dude that you said is a cheater? That baffles me. Why are you not moving on to your next prospect? Why did you decide at that moment in time? And you're a life coach. I don't know what type of life you living, but obviously it's the wrong one because you did some. It didn't work out. It didn't work out. So again, the woman I'm referring to that you were able to hear in the video, whoops, kind of blew that up a little bit too large. The woman that you were able to hear is the woman that you see directly in front of you at this moment in time. Her in the middle. She thinks that both Taylor Swift and the football guy, they're both basically laughing in front of her face about the relationship and all this. Why are you still focused on a dude that you said that didn't want you and that cheated on you? Why are you still focused on him? Why are you sitting up there talking to the media about this as if people are supposed to care who the hell it is that you are? You were yesterday, or you were 5 years ago. Like, why should anybody legitimately care about anything that you have to sit up there and state? You're looking completely stupid and foolish now as a woman. You're focused on this dude being in another relationship with another person. It'd be like, oh, he's a cheater. He's a cheater. But I want you to also pay attention that she made sure she wanted to say, she was like, hey, some qualities in men. She didn't want to specify, but she was like, some qualities in men. Right? Because she didn't want to mess up her prospect. She didn't want to mess up the potentiality of her finding another Travis. It's crazy. Tippy said, why are they mad? He white, he got a white girl. What's the problem? The thing is, Tippy, that whenever you got these guys and they start dating, primarily seen as dating black girls, you have a lot of black women that really feel like they have some type of ownership or say so, like over the guy. They feel like the guy is like really there. Like when one black girl or woman is basically dating him, a lot of them feel like they're all dating him at the same time. So if the dude basically cheats, they all feel like the dude is sitting up there cheating. Or if the girl gets married, they all feel like they get married. It's crazy. Like it makes no sense. You do not catch guys. You don't catch guys doing no foolishness like that. No type of foolishness. But like I said, this is why she's directly in the media with her face looking like this, looking stupid. She's looking straight stupid. Like I said, she could have did everything else but that interview. She could have did everything else. Everything else. Lord. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said they're interviewing this woman after them being done for 7 years. That's embarrassing. That was 7 years? Oh, that's even worse. 7 years. Wow. Wow. Jesus Christ. So somebody was like, so it's 2023. They dated in 2016, and now she wants to throw dirt on his name. Oh my God. You're a life coach? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know who she coaching. Y'all gonna fail at everything. Let me tell you, she is not the one. Yo, she is not the one. She is not the one. Let me tell you. I don't know what type of life coach she is. She needs to get some stuff together real quick. Mind blown. How many animals get slaughtered for every meat? For cows, you got 900,000. For goats, you got 1.4 million goats. Wait, let me see. Let me read this. They said, how many animals get slaughtered for meat every day? The numbers are based on the global totals for 2021. To express them for the average day, the totals were divided by 365. So cows, you got 900,000. Goats, you got 1.4 million goats. For sheep, 1.7 million sheep. For pigs, 3.8 million pigs. Wow, people, we really eat a lot of pork, huh? Ducks, 11.8 million. Who's out here eating ducks like that? Chickens, yeah. Chickens, 2.2 million. Damn. Jesus Christ. And then for fish, they said hundreds of millions. Jesus. That's crazy. Didn't even know that. Let me see. Somebody said, Antonio Moore said, I hope everyone that is highly educated professional worker is watching this as well. You should make 80 to 100 an hour after you advance professional degrees. If $20 is the new floor, what they are doing is locking adios Black Americans out through silence because of presumption. Is if you're a lawyer, a doctor, you make your real wealth through inheritance and transfers, right? So the advanced degree signals, in effect, you have your wages supplemented by an attached elite class that adios have been largely shut out from due to hundreds of years of oppression from slavery, redlining, and In-N-Out, Chipotle, and other chains tried to kill California's landmark fast food worker bill. Today they lost, and workers will now get a $20 minimum wage. Other huge win, and it's thanks to the workers like Anisha Williams, a mom of 6 who works at Jack in the Box in LA.
They send these people out here with this referendum. Help and the support of so many people. And there were so many people against us that told us no. They closed the door on us and told us no. They sent these people out here with this referendum and told us no. But guess what? We told them, yes, we can. 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 Help and the support of so many people. And there were so many people against us that told us no. They closed the door on us and told us.
So cool. I mean, like I said, if some people are able to make $20 an hour, that's cool. That's great. That's awesome. Now nothing in a sense like against that, but I'm going to say this. Now you got some people out here that have been working like jobs, and it took them like a while to like inch towards. And I'm talking about like they were working jobs. I'm talking about for years. I'm talking about like heavy duty jobs, whatever. And it took them a while to sit up there and actually get towards like a $20 dollar wage. So I'm just trying to imagine, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I might, misstep directly on this. That's completely cool. But how I'm looking at this is that, so in California, they okayed, $20 minimum wage for fast food workers, right? So that means that basically you'll have a 15, 16-year-old basically starting his first job making more than some adults out here who are working like office jobs or whatever it is. Nobody's saying how that's going to create some type of like an imbalance, because normally there's checks and balances, right? Think about the conversation when a child can basically come home, right? They work like a couple of hours or whatever it is, and they're like, it's cool that you pay the bills and whatnot, but you're a grown adult and I'm a child and I make more than you. Just think about that conversation. And you know how kids get. No, Timothy, no, trust me, I know 20 ain't nothing. But I'm saying, because I understand how the averages, like when they talk about what it takes in order to live directly in California, you are 1,000% correct. 20 is nothing. But when dealing with, like basic everyday, like, conversation and stuff like that, everybody is poor, but people will be like, well, it's poor than you because I'm making $1.50 more, right? So I'm doing better than you. So, this is something. Because, we were taught at a moment in time that if you want to make more money, you have to either get a skill, right? You have to get a trade, right? Such as go to a trade school and different things of that nature, or you go back into college, right? And you upgrade you go from an associate's to a bachelor's, to a master's, or a PhD, or a doctoral, or whatever, right? You go through all of those steps in order to secure that type of money. Right. But now it's like it's a whole different thing, because I'm looking at this now. What's stopping them from sitting up there trying to next go to like, all right, well, we're making $20 an hour. We now feel that we should be making $25 to $30 an hour. That would be that $25 to $30 an hour in fast food. That's shitting on a lot of average jobs that people sit up there and work every single day. And people not even understanding, because again, there are no types of checks and balances here. Because once you start allowing certain things, you now got to open the door for everything else as well. And again, like I said, these people work directly to get this passed, and they feel that they should, make more money and different things of that nature. That's cool, right? They said that Anisha Williams, she is a mom of 6 who works at Jack in the Box. I'm not sure if she's a manager or what position she basically works, but it is what it is. All I'm sitting up there saying is this is not going to be looking great in the future. And I don't want to hear people start crying when you got fast food workers making more than you flipping burgers. They sitting up there talking about they're making 25 to 30 an hour while you sitting up there struggling trying to make it to 225 through the early 20s. Right? So, like I said, I'm just highlighting some stuff. I'm just putting that directly out there. Our homeschooler only do 2 hours a day of schoolwork. The rest of the time is caring for animals, gardening, art, play, etc. to above grade level. Oh yeah, they're doing like farm stuff. Ooh, Xbox Series X2 controller looks kind of nice. I like that. I gotta make sure to like that one.
Because I can get on his ass. Don't say nothing to me. That ass. All right.
You know, there's a lot of fights up here I could be posting. I refrain from actually doing that because I like I said, I get online and I literally see this stuff every single day.
Considered? I mean, Derek's jaw may never recover, but he knows how crucial these Gotham Awards are for your entire life trajectory. And you just stand there like, if your face looks like a fucking cat's asshole every minute of the day, no one's gonna want to watch it win an Oscar. So let me know now if there's.
That was funny. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me see. It always got to be that. Oh Lord. Yeah, like I said, I go through social media. I just keep seeing. Wait, 98-year-old Nazi was forced to leave Canada due to outcry. The damned Trudeau regime is entirely to blame. I do not support hunting down a 98-year-old man. It is what? Quote, I face such hatred that it is difficult for you to even imagine. All I wanted was to leave this world quietly with my family, and I was forced to go to my friends in South America. Bro, you were part of a. Are you fucking kidding me? You know the gall. I ain't never seen such foolishness. How dare you try to sit up there and play the. Yo, that's crazy. Low tier guy got unbanned. Rest in peace to Dianne Feinstein. Wait, was that her actual name? Woo, Pamela Anderson. Jesus. Wow. I can see she got the implants out there. Midland Beach in Staten Island, New York, at a migrant shelter. Migrants walk and get flashlights and yell at them. Migrants run scared back into the shelter. Whatever, you can keep that video. That's completely cool and fine. But yeah, how's everybody day doing? How y'all doing? How's everything going? Let me know something.
Gonna be 247.
Oh, two cookies
And
the
the
same
three
as three.
cookies is 247.
All right, I give you your cookie.
Tell me whatever.
Hey, but I take my cookie. Give me that cookie. Give me that cookie.
That dude's stupid. Oh, he got stuck in that. That looks crazy. Look at that trash. Yo, let me go back to New York real quick. I got to do it. I got to do it. Like, let me restart this clip real quick. Let me see. Like, that is bad. Like, look at that. Look at all of that trash. The water is straight dirty. Look at that. People ain't even trying to sit up there and stand in it. This dude was like, yeah, I'm just going to come out here in some shorts. I got this. Your bag is completely wet. What is you picking up? Are you picking up bottles? Like, I came up to like the street light button in some area. That is insane. Straight insane. Oh, I think, yeah, he might be stuck. Oh, that's the other angle of that wall. Yeah, that's bad. That is completely bad. Yeah, let me know how y'all doing. How y'all doing? How's everything going? Let me get this dumb picture from up here. Turn it back to Seji Zone. I'll go through some of these tweets real quick, highlight some of the videos.
The foot, come on now. Stop playing with me. My son ain't about to for no foot. He might in that ass, but he ain't.
Blueface's mom wants her son to have a baby with Meg Thee Stallion. You know, this is let me just highlight this real quick. I need parents of like celebrity kids. I need them to just like stop getting on like the bandwagon. Like your child is the one that's famous. The only reason that you're famous is due to the fact of whatever it is that your child is doing. Relax in the parent's position and stay there. Like, this is crazy. Like, I'm tired of like seeing a lot of parents, like, unless the parent was already famous, then that's cool. That's whatever. If you were like a basic, like everyday parent, stay in that place. There's no reason for you to try to sit up there and now try to relive your life, you know, due to the fact of whatever it is that your kid is doing. I need you to stay in a parent's place. Like, that's crazy. Like, you want your son to get another woman pregnant. That's crazy. That's crazy. Gail said, Seji, thank you for the commentary this Friday afternoon. Much love, respect, and appreciation, Gail. I didn't even think you were still here. I thought you might have been like working, or you might have been what it is. I thought you might have been like sleep or something. Cover said, what do you expect? The residents don't care where they live. No, that's true. That is 100% true. That is 100% true at this moment in time. 100% true. What was what's the name at? Let me go back. Well, is it the same? Yeah, same post. Yeah, his mom be doing too much. That's ridiculous. NBA YoungBoy responds to J. Cole diss in less than 24 hours.
When you ain't never had a fight in your life or had a fight with a nigga till you learn, ain't no more, y'all got no more fight. Huh? You a bitch, nigga, and I mean.
All right, that's all I needed to hear. That was yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, all right. That's great. Wait, Gil said, I've been back and forth in the kitchen cooking. Oh, I got you. Well, thank you for, leaving it, directly on or whatnot. Every view helps. at max, we was actually at like 50. I guess people were getting tired of the conversation at the moment in time. Tippy said, do you think I should do OnlyFans fee pay? Look, I've said this before. Women are able to make a lot of money. Whatever y'all decide to do, y'all can sit up there and sell hair. Y'all can sell makeup. Y'all can do makeup tutorials. Y'all can sell bras. Y'all can sit up there and sell bath water. Pretty much anything women can sit up there and do and just start making money. I myself, there is not a guy out here. Well, I'm not going to say there's not any. But in general, if a guy was to sit up there and just be like, yeah, I'm about to go on OnlyFans and sell feet pics, ain't nobody buying that. Nobody's buying it. Even dudes who are playing from the same team, they not about to be sitting up there really buying it. It's not about to happen. You're not going to make, as a guy, you're not going to pull in like $200K a month sitting up there selling feet pics. But you got girls out here that could sit up there and make money doing this. Like, if you go on they got like certain sites out there where you can see the top rated people on OnlyFans, and they'll tell you like how much they're pretty much bringing in, calculating like in general, like per month. You had some women out there that was like really bringing in like 500K. Cover said hip hop is trash. I don't listen to low frequency. Here we go. Look it. Yo, what is up? What is up? Said gratitude and abundance to you, Seji, and all of my Melody people. Everyone have a great and a safe weekend, and gotta bounce. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. That is the message that Luckett left to everybody. The same to you too, as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation to your family. Have a safe week. Have a safe going out. No matter what you're doing, come back home the same way you left. And all that jazz. Gail said, I can't believe you made it to 50. Yeah, it was a shocker. I think the only reason I made it to 50 is due to the fact that I was yelling at somebody earlier. That's the only reason that it happened. That's the Lord have mercy. That's the only reason that that happened. Because normally anytime I start like yelling, magically people want to tune in a lot more, which I'm just trying to talk. I just want to have conversations with people, go look at the comments that y'all have to say, because sometimes y'all might spot some stuff, talk about some stories, y'all might add some different things of that nature, and give me some more information and things like that. So I'm normally really not trying to sit up there and yell, but I yelled at that moment. And I did see somebody else earlier say, but the person did like ask a question. Like I said, I paid attention to the thing that I saw. The thing that was highlighted directly to me as my screen scrolled, and that's what I looked at. And I'm like, yeah, we're not having that today. We're not having that today. Tippy said, no, Seji, all women can't do that. Well, Tippy, I know you're not on Twitter, but let me explain to you like this. On Twitter, they have groupings of women of varieties of different sizes and looks who have their own pages, and all of those pages lead to a linked tree, or however they want to sit up to pronounce it, and it has all of their Snapchats, it has their Kicks, it has their IGs, maybe even a YouTube or a Twitch or different things of that nature. Even though a lot of these women don't stream nothing, they don't play no type of games, but they're trying to have people in a variety of places. And they make sure to put these things directly under something like, I have a lot of content that deals with Xbox on my Twitter page. So because they know that there's a high likely chance that there's going to be an abundance of guys up there, they decide to post something up there to pique the guy's interest. Right? They'll have a title up there, they'll have a picture up there, and guys will sit up there and start looking, start commenting, and different things of that nature. So trust me, Tippy, I have seen a variety of people, of women, directly up here that I was not even searching for. They'll show up in anime, they'll show up in cosplay, they will show up in video game conversation, they will show up in sports conversations, right? They'll show up in electronics conversations. Which one would you rather have, me or this flat screen TV? Right? They'll do stuff like that. So trust me, they are out there, Tippy. They are out there. Cupcake says you just do them. Wow, I can't believe it. Ridiculous. Tippy said you have to look a certain way. You don't. You really don't. I'm trying to sit up there and let you know, as a guy who has been on social media all over the place, I'm trying to sit up there and tell you, you don't. You really don't. The main thing that guys sit up there and look at is confidence in women. That is the main thing. Gail said, responding to what's it? Cupcake said, report the news half naked. Wow. They only do that in Canada. Gail said, I've been told, wow. Then we got laughter. Hilarious. Tiffany said, hold on. You want me to lower myself money? I thought you... That is not what I said up there and said. I care about everybody directly up here. But the main thing I said up there and said, now, I'm not sure if you listen to... Because I've covered videos before, especially during the pandemic when it dealt with like OnlyFans, and I came to bat for the women out there that were doing OnlyFans, because I looked at it like this. I view it as a safer option, a safer alternative versus somebody, being out there in a hotel or somebody or a motel or somebody strolling the streets. Like, you got women out here that are on YouTube where there's videos of them. They're up here like just like in Washington, right? They're out there like strolling the streets working, right? And that's dangerous, right? It's not protective. It's not, you know, well lit. You don't know the type of guys that you're going to be running up into and all this other type of stuff, right? It's not a safe environment. But your home as a woman, your home is a safe environment. None of these guys know where you live. You can perform, you can do all the things that you want to sit up there and do. All the money is going directly to you. It's not going through a middleman. It's not going through a pimp. You don't got to share it 4 different ways or anything like that. That is all your money. That is all your income. So the thing that I've said when it came to that is that I would rather women go the way of, you know, technically doing that as a safer option. If that is primarily their source of income, that is something that they actually do. Right? I'm not talking about women just doing it on the side. I'm talking about this is something that you do day in and day out. I'm not talking about, you know, dipping your fingers or your hands directly into, you know, that type of entertainment. I'm talking about this is like your job. So you're taking it serious, right? So your content is going to be good. Your thumbnails are going to be looking good. Your audio is going to be looking great. The camera quality is going to be looking great. I'm talking about all of that. You're taking this as serious as possible. Because it'll get to the point where if you got girls out here like half-assing content, guys gonna be like, yo, your camera quality is shit. Your lighting is terrible. It's like, what am I paying for? I can just go subscribe to somebody else. So I'm just sitting up there saying, like, just like how guys will critique, you know, like graphics on video games and different things, like guys are going to sit up there and critique that exact same content as well. So I'm just saying. Anyways. Kobe said most of the world doesn't have common sense, so dumbing yourself down makes you the smartest person, just the way it is. Yeah, that's true. That is true, because the way that the world basically works now is basically if you're smart, you're considered dumb. If you're dumb, you're considered smart. So just like Cupcake said, if you basically dumb yourself down to where everybody else is, you're the smartest person in the room. It's crazy how that works out. It is completely crazy, you know, how that works out. Keith D has been charged with Tupac's murder, and this is his official mugshot. I don't know where Boyce is going with this one. This is where I understand where some people basically bruh. Let me just highlight this. This is coming from a loving place. This is because I've tried to highlight, you know, positive things and say positive things. But but like, bro, like there are things that everybody already basically knows. Like when I look at the stats, right, we can obviously see crime within proximity, not black on black crime within proximity, because there's no such thing as white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, what else? European on European crime, South American on South American crime, Chinese on Chinese crime. Black people are the only one that have that exact branding. So it's like, you know, bruh, people just make it so hard. Boyce is educated. He is. He is financially literate. This man knows information about certain things. He does. But for the life of me, I don't understand or get why this would have to be a highlight. It's not like we don't know this. It's not like I don't know this living in the black community. I specifically know this. We got black people that specifically deal with these certain things. So if we got murders happening in the black community, we do have advocacy groups and different things of that nature attacking that situation. If we got racial attacks going on with black people where they're, you know, being, you know, assassinated or whatever you want to call it, because of their skin color, we got people that are specifically attacking, you know, that situation, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. It's crazy to me when people basically want to bring this up as if somebody said that, these things don't happen. Come on, boys. I need you to come on, brother. Come on. And on my platform, I have done my damnedest to try to sit up there and list the positives and different things of that nature. Even though you got a lot of people out here that's like, yo, man, Boyce is this, Boyce is that, Boyce is, you know, done some different things. A lot of people have sat up there and done videos. A lot of people have done videos. I try to sit up there and just focus directly on the positive. I try to just sit up there and do that. Like I said, sometimes, you know, people don't need to say stuff. Some just sometimes, people just don't need to say stuff. People just don't need to say stuff. I'm glad I got that last part blocked out by yeah, that's crazy. Crime within proximity, guys. Crime in proximity. Flowers in Antarctica are starting to bloom, and experts say that is not good news. Let me just highlight that real quick. Let me hold on. Let me just go to the article. So we're going to go with C. Mashable, right? They said in certain areas across Antarctica, scientists have observed the blooming of certain floral species over recent years, and has given experts plenty of reason to be worried, especially considering that it's mostly owed to human-caused climate change. In 2022, scientists at the University of Insubria, Italy, released a study that took into account the populations of Antarctica's 2 native vascular plants, which have specialized vascular tissues for the transport of water, minerals, and food on the local Signy Island between 2009 and 2019. The 2 plants, the Antarctic hairgrass and the Arctic pearlwood, were found to have erupted number-wise over a 10-year study period, much more compared to the previous 50 years. So for y'all to know what I'm talking about, I'm talking directly about this right here, right? And he said, of course, the team managed to link the phenomenon to rising air temperatures, which began escalating quickly in Antarctica in the summer of 2012, as well as the severely diminished number of fur seals, inhabitants that are known to trample such plants and reduce their numbers. But all things considered, the trend of rising temps in the Arctic is definitely worrying, to say the least. And East Antarctica recording its most severe heat wave to date in 2022, with researchers suggesting that the heat wave was made around 2 degrees Celsius warmer purely thanks to climate change effects. Reports claim that during the heat wave, researchers in the area were able to wear shorts on site, while some removing their tops to sunbathe. Even more dire is the fact that experts predict that things to worsen still, with Arctic heat waves expected to rise by about a further 5 or 6 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, with the effects being catastrophic for the rest of the world. Well, you know, from what I understand, there are volcanoes directly there, and other things of that nature. Looking at the footage that they have from like General Byrd, I think going over like the Arctic or whatever, there were black areas. Like there were areas that were not covered in snow. So if you got areas not covered in snow, that also means that those areas are warm, right? So just think of it like during a snowstorm. All the ground areas, so from your porch to your sidewalk to your grass to your walkway to your driveway, a lot of that is going to be covered directly in snow. The main areas that are not really going to be covered in snow or partially covered in snow will be the areas where the cars are normally driving, because number one, you got the exhaust, number two, you got the heat of the engine, number three, you got the heat of the car, then you got the heat from the inside of the car as well, along with the heat from the energy, because kinetic energy moving and different things of that nature, energy transferring back and forth, so it's heating the ground. All of those things from the car are heating that asphalt. So this is why during the snow it tends to melt quicker there, also given the fact that it is black, so it can pull in and absorb sunlight. But all of those things in conjunction, the roadways are going to be a lot more clearer than side streets or your walkway, and different things of that nature. So again, dealing with Antarctica is the exact same thing. If you got anywhere that is black in Antarctica, best believe that there is some heat there. Like I said, people don't understand. People just think that all of Antarctica is just a cold tundra, and it is not. Like I said, what they have taught us in a lot of these books, people are going to soon realize and find out that a lot of things we were taught wrong or incorrectly. So don't be too surprised about further news and information that will transpire and come out a little bit later as well. So we are going to continue on to another story. Let's see what else we got up here. Like I said, that got to be a sight to see. You said people are sunbathing. What is that? Oh, that must be like, oh, that's a two-headed calf. Ah, that's what that is.
This is what he did. That's Young Jock.
He did Soulja
No,
Boy.
this is Soulja Boy. This is
Wow, that's crazy. All right, let's see what else we got up here. Oh no, yeah, I can't put that one up there. That's crazy. You're lying. Racist to Black Americans are not immigrants. They were stolen as slaves and built the country. Stop lying. See. Wait, what'd she say?
Each time my Republican colleagues.
I can't believe I had to remind my colleagues again that we are a nation of immigrants, but I have to do everything to stop Republicans from cutting services for our communities and criminalizing our immigrants. We can avoid a shutdown without doing either. We need a clean CR now. Wait, so did she say that Black people are also immigrants too?
And thank you, Speaker. I cannot believe that I'm standing here again, having. I cannot believe that I'm standing here again, having to remind my colleagues that we are a nation of immigrants. But you know what? I'm going to come to this podium each time my Republican colleagues have amnesia about where their families come from or try to scapegoat the immigrant community. Introducing a continuing resolution that cuts services and deports unaccompanied children, ending asylum and jailing families betrays a truth about my colleagues. They are more willing to scapegoat and sacrifice the well-being of immigrants, children that they say they care so much, babies that they say they care so much about, veterans, the elderly, and people experiencing poverty, that they are to do the hard work of owning up to their failures, their hypocrisy, their ineffective leadership. To me, it is hypocritical to target immigrants when many of the people in this chamber have reaped the benefits of immigrant labor and have become wealthy on the backs of immigrant sacrifice. Let me tell you, because my mother tells me about her journey, it takes courage to cross the border, to seek a job, or to pursue an opportunity to raise your children in safety. The courage of our people stands in stark contrast to the cowardice of my colleagues. There's nothing people-centered about this Republican CR. There's nothing noble or redeeming about it. It's time for a clean CR that does not scapegoat the people this nation has been built on. And let's stop indulging on the cowardice of my colleagues. And for this reason, Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. And if the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to my bill. That amendment would strike the section that makes 30% cuts across the board. I ask unanimous consent to enter the record until the amendment,
gentlewoman's time has expired.
and I hope my colleagues will join me. I yield back.
But she did say one thing. Where did she go? Where was that part?
CR. There's nothing noble or redeeming about it. It's time for a clean CR that does not scapegoat the people this nation has been built on.
Okay, and the nation that this people have been built on, when we sit up there and think and we look at this, we look at Black people. Hold on, just let me. I got to pull out this damn book again. Hold on, give me 1 second. I can't do this shit. Let me do this. So we're going by what? Oh, to be said, who was that? That is I want to say Representative Delia Ramirez, right? So she said who the nation was built on, right? So going back to definitions, this is why I love books. This is why I advocate for people to at least, get some books, start reading, some old books. We go to the definition of American, right? And it says pertaining to America, right? Next definition, American, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applies to the descendants of Europeans born in America, right? So let's go by some other definitions, right? Did I mark down Aboriginals? Let me see if I might have did that. See if I was smart during that timeline. I think I might have actually highlighted something here. What was this? Okay, that was Alabaster, right? So we're gonna go with Aboriginal, right? It says first original, primitive, Aboriginal people are the first inhabitants of a country. Aboriginal and original or primitive inhabitant, the first settlers in a country are called the Aboriginals, right? As the Celts in Europe and the Indians in America, right? That's what they have directly down there, right? So let me see if I actually got the definition down here for, we got to go for coppered colored. Let's see if I might actually have that one here for you guys. Give me a quick second. I think I should have actually marked that one down. Did I do it? Nope, that's a whole different definition. Can't do that one right now. No, don't think I actually have that one marked. One thing I love about books, the brand new fresh smell. Okay, now we got copper. Let's go down here. Got copy. Dun, dun, dun. Got copper work. So then we got copper directly up here. Right, copper, brass, rich objective, a metal, pale red, color tinge with yellow, next to gold, silver. Dun, 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 dun. Found native. Directly in there mixed. Portions of bronze, zinc formed, consisting of copper, a vessel, made of copper, particularly large boil, couple of sheath, right? So we got a little bit of the definition of copper there. The other definition that I will bring up, if I can actually find it, which will roll into Indian, right? So again, in one of the previous definitions, they wanted to set up their state like the Indians in America, right? So when you go back to the same book, it says Indian means from India. And this from Indus, the name of a river in Asia, pertaining to either the Indies, east or west. Indian, a general name of any native of the Indies, as an East Indian or a West Indian. It is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. So when you go and you look at this originally, they're talking about people from India, right? India and America are two separate places, right? So again, people need to sit up there and pay direct attention. Another definition I'm going to sit up there and bring up, because I know it's probably some years that I've actually done this. If I can get my markers directly right. Oops, I think we might have skipped it real quick. This is why I got to get some bookmarks here, because we did native, right? Then we go by the definition of native, right? Produced by nature, original, born with the being, natural, not acquired, right? As native genus, right? Produced by nature, not fictitious. Number 3, conferred by birth as native rights and privileges, right? Pertaining to the place of birth as a native soil, native country, native graves, right? Another definition of native: one born in any place is said to be native of that place, whether country, city, or town, right? And that definition comes at like number 6. So that's not, in numbers 1 through 4, right? So then when you go back and think about American and how it was that the name was originally given to the native people that were there, that was their original branding, that was their original thing, right? Because they were native directly to this land. It was then taken after they were pretty much erased and given to the Europeans, but it clearly told you exactly what natives are. So any European, it don't even matter if your people been here for like 100 years, you're still not native to this land because you were never here originally. This is just a branding that was stolen and taken that y'all kept, right? And this is why they said secondary, why it is that the Europeans that were born here were given the terminology American. So I'm just bringing all this up because she brought up the fact that, America was built upon the backs of people. And the main people that is always referred to in history are Black people. So I'm not sure who specifically she's trying to, put all that weight on or trying to, shine that directly on. But we're not about to sit up there. You're not about to try to spread this on every single nationality. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. We're not about to, like I said, I'm not the type of person that's like, yeah, I'm the one that all of this pain is mine. I'm not sitting up there saying that, right? But when it was time for that pain to be shared, where were all of these nationalities at? Where was everybody at talking about, yeah, I want to be a slave next to the Black people. I want to sit up there and get whipped too by the white man. Where was everybody at? Nobody was raising their hand. Nobody was running in line to sit up there and go, take up that mantle. Everybody was minding their business, doing whatever it is that they wanted to sit up there and do. But now when it's past all of this stuff, now everybody is like, yeah, we can share in this pain. We can share all of this weight. This is all of us. No, the hell it is not. No, the hell it is not. And I am not about to sit up here and let somebody try to roll up and do that. No, 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 no. We ain't doing that. And let me also just reiterate, a nation of immigrants. A lot of the people who are immigrants, they came here willingly. You have black people here, and then you also have some people that, you know, might have came here on some boats. But what I'm sitting up there saying is, black people ain't decide to willingly, oh yeah, we're about to sit up there and start, you know, building up this whole country willingly. We're going to do this side by side, you know, hand in hand, arm in arm. We shall over. That is not how that worked. That is not how that worked. Because if that was the case, then all of the black inventors, they would have been household names. We still got black inventors out here that people still don't know about. Ask a lot of these immigrants about any black inventors. Anybody who wants to sit up there and like champion like a lot of stuff, start asking them to, you know, about some black inventors. They might not even be able to name you any, realistically. Just being honest. And then this is the other one too, right? Naturalization. Naturalization definition. The act of investing an alien with the rights and privileges of a native subject or a citizen. Where have we seen that happen before? Look at the Europeans in America. What did they sit up there and tell you with the first, with the definition? They said that originally the terminology American was given to the indigenous people, the copper colored folks, right? But then secondly, due to the fact that those people, you know, the quote unquote natives no longer are here or are hidden, that name was given to the aliens, who are the Europeans. They were able to take up that mantle, take up that throne, take up that branding, and here we are. So again, naturalization, the act of investing an alien with the rights and privileges of a native subject or citizen. Like I said, people got to pay attention. They put this stuff directly in books. I don't know how it is that people don't read. People got to, they tell you right there. The act of investing in alien. There's a lot of truth in books. There's a lot of truth. There's a lot of truth directly in books. Right? There was another definition I wanted to give so that people would understand. So you got some different definitions. You can, you know, take them here or there. You got ruddy, right? R-U-D-D-Y. Of a red color, of a lively flesh color, or the color of the human skin and high health. Thus we say ruddy cheeks, ruddy lips, a ruddy face or skin, a ruddy youth, and in poetic language, ruddy fruit. But the word is chiefly applied to human skin. Right? And let me see if I can find the other one for you guys. Should be actually up here in the A's. Should be like TA. Yeah. Should be in here. Then you have another definition such as swarthy, S-W-A-R-T-H, swarthy. Number one, being of a dark hue, moderately black. Tawny. Keep that word tawny in mind. Going through the definitions, swart, to make tawny. Brown, again, keep tawny in mind. Swarthly, duskly, with a tawny hue. Swarthiness, or it means a tawniness or a duskly or a dark complexion. Swarthy, being of a dark hue or dusk complexion, tawny, in a warm climate. The complexion of men in universally swarthy or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Number 2 definition dealing with swarth. Black, as in swarthy African, swarthiness, a tawny color, swartish, somewhat dark and tawny, swarthy, tawny, right? So then we go and we keep looking, because the main word that you heard directly in there quite a few times was tawny, right? So then we go and to tawny. Let me see if I can get that for you guys real quick. I'm shocked I didn't highlight that. Didn't I? I did. Okay. Tawny, I just didn't. Where's that marker? Let me just highlight that corner of that book. So, yeah, quick second, just highlighting the corner of this book so I can find that easier next time. So you got tawny, which is of a yellow darker color, like things tanned, or person who are sunburned, as a tawny Moor or a Spaniard, the tawny sons of Numidia, the tawny lions, right? So remember, you got swarthiness and you got tawny. All of them mean dark. They also gave you a complete definition that lets you know who was darker than who. They said the people that are tawny, you got the Moors. We know how the Moors look. You got Spaniards. Spaniards don't want to admit anything anyway, so you might as well throw them with the European side. And you got the Italians. Italians are really confused. They don't want to admit anything dark. They just want to say olive complected or whatnot or whatever. And you might as well throw them in with the Europeans as well. So we only got the Moors, right? So when you go to the other side of the definition, they sit up there and say the ones that look white, alabaster, whatever you want to call it, you have the French, the Germans, and the English. So again, they sit up there and tell you a lot of these things in throughout these definitions and a lot of these books. And when it is that people want to use certain definitions and titles, like you hear all of these Europeans, they be like, "Oh yeah, we're Americans, we're true Americans," and da. This is why I make the videos and the titles that I do when I sit up there and call them true Americans. I know what it is that they are. I know what it is that they are. And I know that a lot of people that, in a sense, disagree with me, they don't actually have the definitions to back up, in a sense, their disagreement. Because I know where my disagreement comes in, but I also know why it is that I'm saying what it is that I'm saying. Because, again, you have a lot of these same people that decided that they wanted to use the definition like, yeah, I'm an American, I'm a true American, my people, my medicine, and me, mom, and, you know, my father, brother, we built this country. Right? They'll sit up there and say that. My parents were here since the Dust Bowl. Right? They'll sit up there and say all of that, you know, type of like stuff. Like, don't nobody care. That's probably not even your real family, because, you know, when they started having the gold rush and stuff, it was a lot of a white flight. It was a lot of migration that was sitting up there taking place. So you got family all over the place and you don't even know it. But they don't want to talk about that, though. They don't want to talk about how John left Susan and little Billy Bob and Jimmy and Tim. Don't want to talk about that, though. But people want to talk about a fatherless epidemic in the black community. Let's talk about the real fathers who abandon their responsibilities. Let's talk about that. Let's not talk about the picture that y'all the cleaned up image that y'all want to portray right now. Let's talk about what y'all was originally doing. Y'all originally been, you know, abandoning responsibilities when it dealt with these things. Don't want to go there, though. Don't want to talk about, you know, sitting up there sending your kids off from, you know, over from Europe on these boats to never be seen again so you can sit up there and start anew. Don't want to talk about that. But you want to sit up there and talk about the fatherless epidemic. Black men being irresponsible. Black men ain't even the kings of irresponsibility. But nobody want to talk about it, though. So then we got other definitions directly in here, such as color, right? They say that color, white is not properly a color, as a white body reflects the rays of light without separating them. Black bodies, on the contrary, absorb all rays, or nearly all, and therefore black is no distinct color, right? So when I happen to sit up there and tell people that you got a certain demographic out here that cannot absorb sun, because a lot of people want to sit up here and say like, oh, well, you know, everybody is, you know, pretty much the you know, born the same and we're all pretty much the same. No, everybody is not the same, because everybody cannot absorb sunlight, because when they do, it will harm them. Like, you ever seen like a tundra? You ever seen like Antarctica? Whenever the sun hits that snow, it bounces right back into the atmosphere. It does not stay. It hits the snow and it leaves. It hits the snow and it leaves. So again, I'm not understanding how people, you know, past science. I'm not understanding how, you know, how people are trying to sell people this dream that, you know, everybody is the same, when realistically people are not. This is why you got people taking melanin injections. Why would you need melanin injections? Now, I understand if somebody might be albino. I completely understand and get that part, right? But you're not really catching black people taking melanin shots or, you know, melanin treatments. Like, maybe if somebody has like a skin disorder, somebody who's black has a skin disorder, again, that's extenuating circumstances. But on a normal everyday account, you're not going to see black people doing that. You'll see another demographic doing that. I wonder who that is. Nobody wants to talk about it though. Let's look at another definition. We got colored: having the external appearance changed, dyed, tinged, painted, or stained, right? Having a specious appearance. Colored people, black people, Africans, or their descendants, mixed or unmixed, right? So that's what colored was. It didn't encompass, when, like, how they like to sit up there and say people of color, when they want to try to encompass everybody. No. Go by the original definition and how it was that it was specifically used. When they talk about colored folk, colored people, they were talking about black people, because they specifically stated what? Black people, Africans, or their descendants, mixed or unmixed. So even if you were with, let's say, Black American, indigenous, however you want to sit up and put it, you had an interracial relationship, you were still going to sit up there and get called colored, because they knew exactly what it is that you were. They knew how it is that you were formed. No matter how it is that you came, you can be mixed, unmixed, whatever it was. They completely said this in this definition. You are colored. They are calling you black. But people want to sit up there and play stupid. And then you got the politics out here trying to sit up there and play word games and try to reconfuse people on what definitions and what words actually mean. Like I said, these people are smarter than what you really think that they are. They're playing games directly in front of your face, but a lot of people don't notice because they don't take the time to specifically read and look at a lot of these definitions that have been here. Like I said, this is a book. This is what? An 1828 dictionary that has this information specifically in here. 1828 dictionary. Like I said, people better sit up there and start taking out time, man. People better start taking time. So let's go into the definition that got switched around, right? Black. It's a definition that we've all used. I've used it. You've seen me put it in titles and different things of that nature. And I've told you that, hey, it's a branding and all these other types of things. But let me just go by the definition so that people can actually fully understand what it is that I am stating, right? And this is from 1828. And this is what they got for black, right? Black means pale, wane, livid, blackshin, right? To become pale, to turn white, to become black, to blacken, black ink, right? Pale, wane, livid, bleak, ink, black up, to insulate, to expose to the sun or to bleach, also to lighten, to flash, right? Then they go through the same couple of the same words again, and they say, it is remarkable that black, bleak, and bleach are all radically one word. So let me repeat that one more time, right? Because remember, bleach means what? Anytime you think about Clorox bleach, it's like, oh, it keeps the whites white, right? So they said that it is remarkable that black, bleak, and bleach are all radically one word. The primary seems to be pale, wane, to swallow, from which has produced the present variety of significance of the color of night, right? This is, now it starts to hit definition number one. Of the color of night, right? Black. Destitute of light, dark. Number two, darkened by clouds, as the heavens black with clouds. Number three, sullen, have a cloudy look, or have a cloudy look. They had something down there, was like shake or shack or whatnot. Number four, wicked, horrible, as a black deed or a crime, atrociously. Number five, dismal, mournful. Black and blue, the dark color of a bruise in the flesh, which is accompanied with a mixture of blue. Black, that which is destitute of light. And then we go over to the next page. Destitute of light or whiteness, the darkest color, or rather a destitution of all colors, as the cloth has a good black. And then we come into number two. After all of that, it says a Negro, a person whose skin is black, right? So after all of those definitions that was basically listed when it deals with black and how it is that we, in a sense, know or use black, and and different things of that nature. The number two definition is basically a Negro. And again, this is from a dictionary from 1828. So again, don't argue with me, argue with the people that wrote this book. And obviously I was not around during this time, so I can only deal with the information that I got. And I'm going to deal with this information as the truth as it is. Because like I said, these were times. Let me tell you, these were some times. Didn't I actually, I think I actually have white. Down here. Let me see if I can go through here. I don't know how some of these pages got folded like that. These were actually some pretty straight pages. Let's see what else. See if I can get to white, if possible. Now, technically, I think that white is spelled differently, though. This one is spelled W-I-G-H-T, right? And it says a living being, right? Goth. And underneath that, it says a being, a person, right? And that's W-I-G-H-T. Now, let's go to the, I never highlighted this, did I? That is crazy. I don't know how I didn't do that. Like I said, I'm glad I'm actually doing this because it's reminding me to highlight these pages so I can keep track of these. So it's always good to have some handy dandy bookmarks, guys. It's always great to have bookmarks. Make sure to invest in those when you start buying books. So now we got white, right? W-H-I-T-E, right? It says being of color of pure snow, snowy, not dark, a white paper, a white skin, pale, destitute of color in the cheeks or of the tinge of blood color, a white with fear. Next it has having the color of purity, right? Pure, clean, free from spot, as white-robed innocence, right? So again, pay attention when people, try to, always use white. They're always trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, if it's white, it's purity. That's what they're always trying to, look at it as, right? It's without, spots. It's without, anything, dark. It's next to godliness. It's next to cleanliness. Things of that nature. Then we also got the definition of whitewash, right? A wash or liquid composition for whitening something. A wash for making the skin fair, right? So whenever we think about whitewashing, right? Whenever it is that they want to whitewash, excuse me, Black history and inventors and things of that nature, I had to sit up there and cough real quick. So whenever they start talking about whitewashing and different things of that nature, just remember, I had to take a couple of drops of water. So then we got whitewash as the second definition. They have to cover with a white liquid composition, as with lime, water, and etc. Next, they have to make white, to give a fair external appearance, right? And then they continue on with that, and then we go to the great one right there. They go to they also have white again, which is to make white, to whiten, to whitewash. And then they list some other definitions from other areas. Then they have whiteness, the state of being white color, or, pay attention, freedom from any darkness or obscurity on the surface. So when they say whiteness, you can automatically go back to this definition, right? Whenever somebody says of another whatever, when they always want to talk about whiteness, right? It is the state of being white color, or the freedom from any darkness or obscurity on the surface. So think about that as skin, right? In order to have that whiteness, you can't have any melanin. You have to be void of color. You can't have any of that. You got to be porcelain pretty much. So, like I said, it's funny reading a lot of definitions and, and hearing, some of these people in politics use a lot of, different words and different things of that nature. Like, you got some people out here, because this lady, she is, I'm going to just say, like, Spanish speaking, just to, generalize it. You got some people out there that say that they're Spanish, right? When you look up in the same dictionary, when you look up the definition of Spanish, it means pertaining to Spain, right? Another definition, Spanish, the language of Spain. None of that has to do with South America. I just want people to actually understand that and hear that. Anytime that somebody always say, "Oh, I'm yo papi, I'm Spanish." No, you're not. You're not from Spain. Being Spanish means that you are from Spain, right? You're speaking the language of Spain because those are the people that were there with your people and everything else that transpired. But you yourself are not from Spain. So then what are you? That would be the next question to sit up there and ask people, but people wouldn't be able to ask that question. I mean, people wouldn't be able to answer, that, specific question. I have some other stuff down here. I got revolutionist, revolutionize, revolution. Yeah, I did go over already. I did do that one. Like I said, taking out your time to go through it and to read some stuff, you will learn quite a bit. you learn quite a bit of things. So I would, tell people if you got any money to spend, start looking up, older books. Start going and buying some older dictionaries of, of different times. Make sure to get a Latin dictionary and, different things of that nature so that you can decipher, a lot of the stuff here, because sometimes they might have some Latin directly in here, and then you might need that to break down, those, specific, Latin words, and, different things of that nature. So like I said, it's always good to read. It is always good to read. Let me see. Someone asked the question, can all black absorb sunlight? Never mind, answer. Oh yeah, my bad. I was sitting up here just going through the book. My bad, my apologies. At least Mexico has the same country, Black Americans, yeah, so our homeland, not African, what tribe are we from, Jerusalem. Everybody else has their own culture, language, place to go back to, and from the But yeah, it is kind of, it's something. It is something. Try to go back up here and catch some of the mighty everything. She said we already screamed to the press about, but no one cared about us. Do better, Melanie. Kings and Queens. We only have us to rely on 2023 and on. Everybody else has their own culture, language, place to go to, but I'm lost. I don't know. Everybody else can have tattoos of their cultures and skin, but what do Black Americans have? I'm just friendly. I got laughing. No, like I said, it's it's a work in progress. Like I said, this is why I don't really listen to a lot of people. So if people you're not American, if you're complaining about America, then you can go to Africa. I mean, well, if you got a problem and you're trying to storm the Capitol, why don't you go to Europe? You first. Go to Europe. Go to Europe. This woman said that she was, this dude said that she was cooking. Nah, she wasn't cooking, son. Because that dude, Biden, and like I said, then you got a whole nother dude, Asian dude on a platform sitting up there showcasing her face and making fun of her along with like all of his followers. Like I said, people understand. People understand. Like I said, that's crazy. This is another level of hate. This is from Chipotle. Leave a tip next time, and this might not happen. And don't bother trying to get me fired. Going back to Amazon. So you stepped. Somebody said it was debunked. Like where do you have proof that it was debunked? Like, dude, like it'd be people online always saying that something is like debunked and they just don't have like no type of proof of what it is that they're talking about. That's crazy to me. What am I looking at? Nah, we good. I'm not even. This girl is jumping out of this one. You look stupid.
You got your period panties on. Just
wow. She is literally hanging out the window. Oh, it's over for you. Yep. Man, you're a dummy. This cop pulled out a gun and pointed it at protesters after he tripped and fell. How do you do that? Officer pulls out a gun, elbows a young lady in the face while peaceful housing organization tried to deliver letter asking the governor to sign.
Who's building? Our building. 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 Tell me what democracy looks like.
Hold on. Oh, I gotta show that one. Hopefully it'll be all right. If not, don't matter. All right. So let me just reread this to y'all. So what happened in this video here is that the officer pulls a gun, elbows a young lady in the face while peaceful housing organization tries to deliver a letter asking the governor to sign a bill, right? So again, this is what gets highlighted. What doesn't get highlighted when people talk about, you know, support, you know, the police and all this other type of stuff. So just watch it.
Who's building? Our building. Who's building? Our building. Who's building? Our building. Who's building? Our building. Tell me what democracy looks like.
So nobody's fighting the cop, right? Hands up, and this dude automatically trips, and he's pulling out. Look at that! Look at that! What is that? What is that? What is that? Somebody tell me. Yo, you got a lot of cowards out here. You got a lot of cowards out here. Nobody was even fighting any of these cops. And this dude immediately, as soon as he fell, he pulled it out. What you doing? That was a peaceful protest. The only people getting physical, realistically, was y'all. But you decided that it was in your best interest. Oh, I'm about to sit up there and just pull out my service weapon right now. Bow, bow. He was about to Alec Baldwin somebody real quick. That was about to happen. He was going to Alec Baldwin somebody real quick. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. Like I said, I bet you he didn't get fired though. I bet you if somebody black was there, he would have shot. Let me tell you, he would have shot somebody. He thought about it. He was like, man, I can't spot nobody black in this. Man, that's crazy. He was thinking about it. He was sitting on that floor a little bit too long. He was waiting. He had his hand directly there. I'm like, all right, we know what you about. We know what you're gonna do in the future. Like I said, that's crazy. And for people, you know, people, like I said, people got to do more calling out when it deals with this nonsense. People got to know. Wait, what happened?
December 2018. The highlight is this is a text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was in a bad way, by the way. He was really strung out. He lost a bunch of money. He needed help. Jim Biden says, this can work. You need a safe harbor. I can work with your father alone. It'll probably take several months and everybody can read the text.
Earlier today, one of our colleagues, a gentleman from Florida, presented up on the screen something that appeared to be a screenshot of a text message containing or insinuating an explosive allegation. That screenshot of what appeared to be a text message was a fabricated image. It was a fabricated image. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was the staff of the committee, but it was not the actual direct screenshot from that phone. And in fact, I would like to submit to the committee the actual full context from the Ziegler affidavit number 1, exhibit 402, of the full text of that exchange. Do I have permission from the chair? Importantly, what was brought out from that fabricated image excluded critical context that changed the underlying meaning and allegation that was presented up on that screen by this committee and by members of this committee.
This is just looking like nonsense now. Like I said, the one thing that they won't be able to dispute, a lot of those videos that people put together, and you can see Biden. So that's all I'm saying. People better be paying attention to those videos. People better pay attention. Better pay attention. Better pay attention. Woman 37 stabs her husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another woman that turned out to be her. Who is Dianne Feinstein? Like people are just like got that trend and they're attaching that to like anybody. Let them put that as like Martha Stewart. Can I even put this up on? You know what? I wouldn't even want to risk putting that up there, because it gets to the point now when you're looking at gym videos, you just see people doing stuff for attention, and I'm like, you need to just be doing this at home. You need to just do this at home. That looks crazy. That looks crazy.
What, bro? What? I don't got nothing, nigga. Bro, don't touch me. I don't got nothing, bro.
Relax.
Got nothing, bro.
All right, it looked hard to me, all right? It looked like an L shape.
I don't got nothing, man. Got nothing, man. I don't need nothing. I don't need no business card, nigga.
Knock the fuck off.
Oh, let me just. This is why I be having problems in New York. This stuff right here. Hold on.
Coming up to me for? What, bro? What? I don't got nothing, nigga. Bro, don't touch me. I don't got nothing, bro.
Relax.
Got nothing, bro.
All right, it looked hard to me, all right? It looked like an L shape.
I don't got nothing, man.
Look at that. You got all of these cops packing out. Like, what's happening?
I don't need no business card, nigga.
Knock the fuck off.
What you talking about?
Knock it off. AB, stop.
Shut.
You have anything on you? No guns?
I don't got nothing, bro. Get away from me, bro. Nah, I don't need. I'm not searching none of that searching, nigga.
No, ain't nobody searching you.
All right, so don't touch me. You can't search me.
No,
you can't search me.
You don't go to RPC
pussy,
no more.
nigga. Fuck off, pussy, nigga.
Later tonight.
Pussy.
And the reason was to showcase that's how a lot of the cops in New York be. Right? You sitting up here rolling up as a full-on gang. Let me just show this again. This is gang mentality right here, right? So this is obviously his block, right? So you see how the cop is just rolling up real calm on somebody, right? Getting real close, trying to fill up on somebody, and then started to sound real suspect. Oh, that looked kind of hard to me. Nah, that sound real suspect. So then he's looking around to make sure his people around. So he looks to the left and he's like, oh, I can finish doing what I'm doing. It was like, all right. And then he moves over to the side, and then you start seeing like 30 cops come out of this van. And they just sit up there and swarm. And then they sit up there and just like snatch up one black kid in the red. Look at that. Look at that. Just snatch him up. This dude wasn't even a part of nothing. And the dude just sitting up here filling him up. Like, yo, can we get some child laws out here? Can we get some child laws out here? Like, yo, why are you as a grown man? Why do you have somebody's child pressed against your body like this? His hands are clearly up. Hands are clearly up. Hands are clearly up. And you got your hands basically caressing this young man against your body as if this is like a prison cell. Like this is what I be talking about. This looks 1,000% crazy. This looks 1,000% crazy. And then you got the one white dude not doing nothing. You don't got no guns on you? Okay, good. You got any guns on you? Y'all the only ones out here with guns. What you talking about? What you even worried about? What you, like I said, this is why I give a certain level of respect when it deals with Texas, because cops ain't doing this. Certain areas down south, cops ain't doing this. They can do this in New York because they feel comfortable to do it because they have certain laws passed. These same cops will never try the same thing in Texas. They never try the same thing in Chicago. They would not try the same thing in Detroit. They wouldn't try the same thing in areas in California. They're not doing this. They're not about to be like popping up and trying to, they're not doing that. But I can only blame the people for allowing certain laws to pass where the police have more protections and more immunity than everybody else. They can do anything. In broad daylight, they can take somebody's life and just, oh, that cell phone, you know, I thought it was black and it was at an angle. I thought that was a Glock or something. I didn't know what that was. I didn't know what it was. Like the light of day, you know, the light was blinding me. I didn't have on my sunglasses. It looked like a Glock to me. It looked like he was holding up, trying to show me his weapon. Bow. That's what it was. I was defending my life. I was defending my partner. You could never say that. You as a person could never sit up there and say that it was mistaken identity. I didn't know who this person was. Bow. You can never. You're in prison. You're in prison. You're in prison. Well, like I said, the police can do anything they want to sit up here and do. But like I said, I get tired of seeing sites like this where you got these grown dudes and they got little boys against their body. Like, that's looking real weird. Nobody questions that. Nobody finds that suspicious. Nobody finds that suspicious. Just saying. Right. As Shaw said, this is why black people don't like the cops. Yeah, because if you look at the main part of the video, this dude wasn't this black kid wasn't a part of nothing. Let me go back. He wasn't a part of nothing. They just set up there. This dude right here just randomly came out of nowhere, out of the woodworks, and just snatched this kid up for no reason. And then supposedly, motherfucking MacGyver, Bruce Wayne and his bitch came in here. You got any weapons? No weapons? No, you good? What the fuck you doing? You wonder why people don't respect you? This is why. And I'm not even, you can't even say, oh, it's just a few of them. No, it's more than a few. It's more than half. Like I said, it's crazy, but you know, it's pretty crazy. Matter of fact, let me make sure I got that one. I can keep that one on me. What else we got up in? Is that a rhino? Wait. Sea lions have escaped the Central Park Zoo due to severe flooding. And they are happy. Due to extreme flooding that has occurred across New York City, the water level in the sea lions area rose significantly, and as a result, the sea lions were able to swim over the glass enclosure and escape their exhibit at the Central Park Zoo. According to zoo officials, the zoo staff also monitored the sea lions as she explored the area before returning to the familiar surroundings at the pool. Importantly, the sea lions never breached the zoo's secondary perimeter. Like I said, that is hilarious. Like I said, it's gonna be a moment in time. You might sit up there, it'll be a bad flood somewhere. You might see like some sharks or something. Don't be too surprised. What is this? Woo! Yeah, that's crazy. That woman lost her full-on umbrella right there. That is cold-blooded. What is this?
I'll be your friend, I could be your home. Say what you want, and you should make me your. Can you trust me?
You know what? I don't sit up there and say nothing because this is people allow this. I don't got nothing to say. People allow this. It is what it is. This is the most basic TikTok type of stuff that I ever seen in my life. This is I need people to do better. I need people to do better. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Need people to do better. So AOC talks about folks shoplifting out of desperation. Times it's up. But then you hear about the Apple event at the Apple Store in Philly. A group rushed in and swiped many iPhones, hoping to keep or sell them for a quick profit. Shortly after, the Apple remotely disabled all devices, rendering them useless. How do looters react? They smash up all the iPhones they just stole. The best part, they live stream themselves to over 180,000 followers for everyone to see and encourage them to also loot. You really can't make this up. One of the girls was caught. Anybody who was stupid enough to go inside of the iPhone store,
So you maybe
I don't even care what AOC is saying. I don't even care. Anybody who was stupid enough to literally film this, and I saw like the rest of like the full video, you have people like snatch. The smartest thing that they sat up there and did was that they knew that there was a great chance that people were going to try to like rob or whatever. Everything that they took, those phones didn't mean nothing. Like you saw somebody in there with like groups, like several different like phones directly in there, and none of those devices worked. That was the smartest. I don't know who programmed it that way. That was the smartest decision they ever made. Smartest decision. Look at that. Several phones. I'm like, bro, like you could have sat up there and got a job. But again, I'm just gonna make this very clear. People buy those phones off of hype just to sit up there and be a part of something, just due to the fact of a brand. This is what brainwashing basically looks like. Like for people who just want the phone and stuff, that's cool, no problem, I got you. But there's a lot of other people that don't even need the phone. This kid right here don't even need that phone. You could have had an Android or whatever it was and been fine. But no, you want to sit up there and get an iPhone because your friends or everybody else or the celebrities, or it'll seem cool, or you want to make it seem like you actually got it like that and all this other type of shit. Like I said, people stupid, man. People are 1,000% stupid when it deals with the group mentality of like, yo, everybody else is doing it, I'm going to sit up there and do it as well. That's stupid. That's stupid. Like Tiffany said, yeah, they have tracking devices on it. So even if they didn't break the phones, iPhone can track where that phone is. And guess what? They can just send the police. Guess what? Your dumb ass is going to jail. Like, man, like, people raise your kids better, man. You gotta raise your kids better. You gotta raise your kids better. You gotta be more present directly in their lives. Like this is man, bruh. Like I said, these kids today are stupid. Anything for clout. They do not care. Anything for clout. Anything that makes them seem some type of way, they're going to sit up there and do it. But like I said, and I'm going to reiterate this again, no matter how people sit up there and feel about it, the only time a lot of these parents are going to start doing something about their kids is when they start when they kids start losing their lives when they steal it. when the immediate time that these kids start stealing, they losing their lives, that's when parents want to do something. Oh, let me see this real quick. Let's just go to this real quick, right? Let's just listen to this.
Babies. Wait, don't go in the house yet. Why not? Hey, listen. Go on to the, just go sit on the porch. Hey, listen. What do you think you're doing? I'm dropping them off. They're good. Listen, I met a younger guy. He don't want no kids. He don't want to, listen, he don't want to deal with them. And so I'm dropping these kids off so me and him can live our life. We want to travel. We want to explore the world. And I can't do that with kids. I can't. I cannot believe. It's time for me to be happy. And I just want to be happy and stress-free without these children. That's all I want. Then you should ask me, baby. I shouldn't have asked. You're the grandparents. It's respect, Angel. It's respect. Well, I hope that you respect my decision on moving on with my life with my new man and no kids. I'm not raising your kids. No, I'm not either. Well, I don't know what to tell you because I'm not doing it. I'm just letting you know right now I'm not doing it. These are your 3 kids. I'm tired of being a single parent. I'm tired.
So you heard that, right? So let me just reiterate to people what just happened. That's one of her kids. That's more than likely her son.
Wait, don't go in the house
yet. Right? She got those 3 kids. Right? This one. I guess her name is Angel. This is not no Angel at all. She obviously made one too many. She had unprotected sex one too many times, and she decided to stay to go to her mother's house to drop over all those kids unannounced. And she was like, I met a younger man, and he don't want no kids, so I don't want no kids either. So because of another person, you magically came to the bright thought that you don't want to be a parent. How about the first time that you had unprotected sex? Why didn't you protect yourself enough as a woman to make sure that you were not going to end up procreating with somebody that you know that you don't want to be with, somebody that wasn't going to be a specific father or a support system directly in the life, so that it would balance you out? Why didn't you do that? But then you decided to make the same exact error once, twice, 3 times. And now you're sitting up here talking about, oh, I'm stressful, I'm stressed out, I'm tired of being a single mother. Well, you should have been tired of having sex. You should have been tired of opening your legs to random guys. That's what you should have been tired of. But Angel was stupid. Angel is not intelligent. Angel does not know how to handle responsibility. She don't know how to clean up her own mess. So this is why she's throwing the kids onto her mother. This is what lack of responsibility looks like. Angel. Gail said, is this real or a skit? The hell if I know at this moment in time. Let me tell you. Because I can tell you that I've seen this shit happen before in real life. I've seen this shit happen before. And I've seen girls want to give up the responsibility because they're, oh, it's too hard. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I just want to sit up there and be me. And this is them when they're young. I'm talking about, like, you know, after high school, and they decided to fuck around and find out with the wrong guy, and they ended up in that situation. And I'm like, you don't have that right. You don't have that luxury to be selfish no more. Like this girl here, as a woman, you don't have that right. Once children are here, you don't got that right to be selfish. You don't got that right to be selfish. How did I sit up there and learn that? I learned that by way of my mom, because she raised me. She had me. She took care of me. She taught me. She sent me through private school. I'm here because of her. I'm able to talk to y'all because of her. Right? Because she was responsible. This one, yeah. That's a piece of work. Let me see if I can find, let me put the other screen up. Let me see if I can find part 2 real quick, because they had this like in sections for some reason. Let me see. You mean to tell me that somebody? Somebody said in the conversation, it was like, this has to be staged or joke because no woman can be that unfiltered. What? Bro, like for this dude Tony the Tiger in the Twitter comment section, I wish I could showcase to him the videos that I've had up there of there was just a video I did recently of a mother that tried to hire a hitman to take out her child because she no longer wanted her child. She was going to hire a hitman to take out her own child. And it's like, this dude is up here like, this got to be staged. No woman can ever be like that. I'm like, you must not really know women. You must not really know women. Somebody said, where are the fathers? That's the real issue. This should not just be on the mother's responsibility. And if one parent breaks, the other parent should step in, not the grandmother. Fathers walk away without any repercussions. But when a mother wants to do the same, she's called delusional. I need this champion to realize that the initial first step that I always learned in life, that in order for me to be able to lay down with a woman, the woman has to okay me with being able to lay down with her. If we have intercourse unprotected, we both okayed each other to have intercourse unprotected. So this woman went past those two barriers. She passed go 2 times. So to sit up here and then you want to try to flip it, and you're like, oh well, it's the man's responsibility. It's the man's fault for the reason that she's even like this and having this hard time and trouble. She could have saved all of herself this grief if she was not having sex with bums. She selectively chose the men that she laid down with. There were more than likely signs and flags that all the dudes that she laid down with were bums. The guy that she is more than likely seeing is a bum. So it's crazy to me to sit up here and see women on this Twitter comment section underneath this video trying to body block for this woman who is obviously heartless and don't care about those kids. That don't make no sense. If you are a woman having unprotected sex with bums, you are a bum receptacle. That's what you are. If you're a woman having sex with men who are trash, you are a trash receptacle. You are a full-fledged garbage can. You are a full-fledged garbage truck. You're not going to sit up here and try to say that the men that you slept with are all trash and then you're just like the left hand of God. That's not how the fuck that works. If those men are fucked up, you're fucked up too. Take fucking responsibility as a grown-ass fucking woman and stop having fucking unprotected sex and jumping dick to dick to dick. That's stupid. That's 100% stupid. Like, come on now. Like I said, this is when you're supposed to have checks and balances. This is when women online who see the foolishness that women out here want to speak like this, y'all come out here and start getting on her and start correcting her. All she's going to do is block you. But yo, at least you sat up there and threw the correction out there. You cannot allow foolishness. You can't allow other women to put foolishness out here like this, because your daughters sooner or later, or your nieces sooner or later, are going to see women like this and they're going to think that they're the next thing close to God and they're going to take every single word that woman has to say. No. That woman is incredibly wrong, infinitely wrong. You're going to sit up there and say that the men are 100% responsible and not put any responsibility on the mother. None of those men who are non-existent, not there, that she knew were not going to be there, you can't, oh yeah, all of those men are the reason that she brought those children there. No. I'm shocked that she don't got no STDs because she's dealing with irresponsible men. She's very lucky. She didn't 1, 2, 3 strikes her out. Usually at 3 strikes, oh, it's over. She didn't pass the 3 strikes and now she's working on the 4th. Because she says she's with a young guy now and she wants to sit up there and live her best life. Your best life is gone, sweetheart. That's done. There is no best life for you. You're a mother now, champ. Live as a mother. Find solace directly in that. Find value directly within that. Find love directly within that, because what she don't understand is no man out here will be able to give you the type of love that those kids can sit up there and give you. Because what I've understood is no matter how much a mother fucks up, and there's a lot of mothers out here that fuck up, the children will always love that mother. The children will always look at that mother as God. No man out here is going to give you that same love. A man will sit up there and give you chances, but a man is not going to give you that same type of love that a child can give you. A child would give you infinite love. With a man, and you sit up there and like fuck up countless times, there's limitations on every single time. And then it's just going to get to the point where the dude is like, you know what, I'm out. But those kids, they're going to stay with you. So like I said, the best thing that woman got at this moment in time are those kids. The main people that are going to always see that woman as beautiful, no matter how she looked, is going to be those kids, because that young dude that she's with, he's going to trade her in. The moment in time her mouth starts running sideways, the moment in time she starts showing a little bit too much attitude, the moment in time she want to start acting a little bit too aggressive, he going to be throwing her ass out for somebody his age or somebody that looks better than her. Because again, she says she's with a younger guy. So which means she's not in the same age range. So which means you got a lot of competition, sweetheart, and you are not up for task to go against that competition at all. But like I said before, some people, you know, they don't really get told the truth on what it is when it deals with certain things. Some people don't get told the truth. So like I said, she's hyped because somebody basically, you know, found her a certain, you know, type of way for this certain moment in time. But she doesn't realize that time will pass. Age will sit up there and hit everybody. And if you are not the type of woman that is going to sit up there and decide to keep your body up, and you know that you didn't sit up there and been with a whole bunch of different men, and you know that you didn't have like a slew of kids, that young dude is going to sit up there and he's going to be looking. He's going to be having some of those days where he's sitting up there looking. It's like, yo, man, did I make the right choice? What did I really get myself into? Was I drunk? Like this? He's going to be, that young dude is going to be going through a lot of different things. He's going to be going through some mental gymnastics, but she don't understand it. She don't see it because she's blind at this moment in time, because that young dude is probably giving her some life that she ain't never gotten from a lot of other dudes. Or he's probably doing some things right that she ain't never had before. Right? So she is mesmerized at this moment in time. She's stupid and mesmerized at this moment in time. Because as you clearly heard, she said she's with a young dude. She didn't say that he has prospects. She didn't say that he was like a pro bowler, that, you know, he's the head of like the track team in college, that he's a junior Olympian. She didn't say that the dude was on Wall Street or that he's going to like business school. She didn't say that the dude was in college. She didn't say that he was an entrepreneur. She didn't say that he was a city worker. She didn't list no type of good qualities about the dude at all. She just said that I met a new dude and I love him and he don't want kids. So here are the kids. This is what stupid looks like. The look that she got on her face, that's what stupid looks like. That is what stupid looks like. And I feel sorry for the mother that raised her, because your daughter is 1,000% disrespectful. She devalued you. She devalued any and all teachings that you gave directly to her. And she is showing you that she didn't value anything that you gave her. And I feel sorry for any of the mothers out here that got to have a daughter like this. Y'all should have just automatically, if you got a daughter like this, you should have just gave her up for adoption. No daughter should sit up there and be treating her mother like this. Oh, I'm just going to throw the kids directly on you. Who the fuck you think you are? That's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, people need to stop. People need to give up these ungrateful kids. Like I said, if you got kids that's like ungrateful, it's like, all right, you feel that it's better pastures elsewhere, I got you, no problem. You can go for adoption. There you go. Because you don't want to be here, you feel that you let them be somewhere else. Because it makes no sense to have to sit up there and deal with your kids grown up, becoming full-fledged adults, and they're doing stuff like this to you. That's crazy. You know damn well you didn't sit up there and raise that girl like that, but this is what she wanted to sit up there and do. She wanted to sit up there and run around and deal with hoods, deal with villains and all this other type of stuff, get impregnated by a multitude of different dudes, and then she wanted to dump the responsibility on you. That's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. That is crazy. But you know, it is what it is. I cannot find part 2 at this moment in time. Actually, I'm gonna let me see. Maybe I might be able to find it. Because this looks like TikTok. She doesn't want to be. Let me see. Gail said, "This dumb is up. If you want to POHOP, get fixed or use protection." No, you remember, Gail. My body, my choice. So. A lot of people were sitting up there saying, "My body, my choice." If I want to have, you know, unprotected sex and have the potentiality to get HIV and STDs and from random guys, my body, my choice. But when that actually happens, now people want to be boohooing and crying and all this other type of shit. But you know the potentiality. You knew what was going to sit up there happen. My body, my choice. You know. But like I said, like you said, Gail, a lot of these girls should just sit up there and get fixed, but they don't want to get fixed because they're like, I shouldn't have to do that. Like, man, yo, Gail, I swear to you, if you were able to listen to some of like these podcasts that I've heard over the months and whatnot from the girls and stuff like that, it would just blow your mind. Like it is insane the ignorance that is being spouted and that's being allowed. Like it's crazy. It is insane and it's sad. Timmy says, how the mother going to adopt her child? She can't see the future. LOL, bad advice. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I'm saying, no, not adopt her child. I'm saying set the kids up for adoption. That's what I'm saying, Timmy. That's what I'm saying. I gotta make sure I mute this. What was the post again? It was she doesn't want to be a mother, right? Is this part 2? Okay, there's a part 4. All right. Let me share this tab. There we go.
Lay down and made the decision to have 3 kids. That is not my responsibility. And this is the last time you're going to do this. You're not doing it anymore. It's your responsibility, not mine.
Well, it was not my plan to be no single parent.
Well, it's not my plan to be a grandmother that's going to take care of somebody's 3 kids because they feel like they're not responsible anymore, that they don't want to be a mother anymore either.
Oh.
Well, look, I just can't. I can't do this no more. I'm tired. I'm overwhelmed. I'm stressed. It's the person. I can't do it.
But you're gonna have to do it. Do you understand that you're gonna have to do this?
Well, I don't want to.
I can't. Do you understand that I'm not gonna take care of your children? I'm not getting ready to raise 3 kids.
Look,
do you know how?
You never taught me how to be a mom. You didn't tell me what to do. You didn't help me. So now it's your turn. You take your grandkids so I can live my life stress free.
Okay, but the reason that I could not teach you how to be a mother, Angel, is because I was working a full-time job.
That's not my problem.
I cannot.
Wow. Hold on. Let's roll that back. She was like, the reason why I couldn't sit up there and teach was because I was working a full-time job, which means that she was supporting the household. She was making sure that you had a place to sit up there and stay, that you had a safe place to live and all that. But you took that for granted. And now you want to try to throw some shit back in her face and make it's like she just really tried to say that the reason I got pregnant 3 different times by different guys and the reason that I can't be a mother is because you never sat up there. Get the fuck out of here with that. That is insane. Like, yo, for the women out there, y'all better start slapping fire directly out of your daughter's mouths when they start talking like this. That is insane. That is 1000% insane to try to blame the reason why it is that you're in a predicament that you're in solely due to the fact of your mother. Wow, that's crazy.
Not. Just hear me out when I say I'm not gonna take care of your 3 kids that you had, but lay down and made the decision to have 3 kids. That is not my responsibility, and this is the last time you're gonna do this.
Oh, let me see. Where is? There is a part 3. A part.
And I raised all 3 of y'all. You did not. Yes, I did. You had everything that you wanted. I was right there to teach and instill in you. I didn't even know where this attitude is coming from. I didn't raise you like this, Angel.
Okay, well, listen. Being a single parent will make you angry, mad, upset, and stressed, and everything above, and I am tired.
But you cannot come over here and drop those children off and think that I'm supposed to say, yes, I'm going to do it, because I'm not. Now,
There's no point in you telling them to get back in the car, because they're not coming with me.
I'm not.
They're not coming. No.
Come on here. Yo, come on and get in this car.
They're not coming.
I'm not.
For what?
Hey,
what is the point of them getting back in the car?
I'm not. I'm
not either, so.
Yeah, get in the car here. Come on here. Get in the car. Grandma loves you. All right, and I'll see you later. Angel, yeah, talking. We're done. You can go now. You can go now. Go on and pull off. I don't know what you're sitting here for. Out. Don't get out. Don't get out. What in the world?
Get out.
Hey, look. Oh my God. No shit.
Yeah, get out.
Hey, Angel, what no, this chick did. Oh my God. She actually left. I am really. This chick just left. Now these children are going in the house. Oh my God. Hey girl, bye.
So what needs to happen, what the mother needs to do, since the girl don't want to be a mother,
hey girl, bye.
wait, let me try to hold on, let me do that real quick, because I just want to make sure, because it was looking a little bit blurred on the side. We're not trying to sit up there and have no nonsense. Was there a part 3? That was part 3. There we go. That's the part that I was missing. Hold on, let me go back to that. Right there.
Of your 3 kids that you had, because you're disrespectful. You just come over here and just drop them off.
I have to ask you to watch your grandchildren.
No, you're not talking about watching. You just told me I was gonna have to raise them.
I have to ask you to raise your grandchildren.
Oh my God.
They're your grandchildren.
Oh,
it's your responsibility.
I can't even believe I'm hearing this from you right now. I cannot believe that you actually think that I'm supposed to say it's okay, that I'm just gonna just give up my life, my freedom, to raise 3 kids and not even mine. I raised you all, and that's all I'm gonna do. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So you can forget that. I'm not doing it.
You did not raise us. And I'm not raising mine. So it's your responsibility now. So if you don't mind, I can just drive off. You raise your grandchildren. You can do it better than I can. I can't do it.
I want you to hear me when I say this.
I hear you, but
I am not raising your 3 kids. I am not keeping them today. I'm not keeping them tomorrow. Matter of fact, this is all your responsibility from this point on. You should have thought about that after you had the first one, and then the second one, and then now you got 3 of your 3 kids that you had, because you're disrespectful.
All I'm saying is this: all the mom needs to do, take her to whatever court, because the mom said that she don't want to be a mom. Put her ass on child support. You want to sit up there and live your best life? These kids got a long time up until they sit up there and reach 18. Put her ass on child support, and do the same thing that people sit up there and do with men. When men ain't quote unquote being responsible and all this other type of stuff, take her ass back to child support. Have them sit up there and figure out how much money that she's sitting up there making, and increase whatever it is. Do her the exact same way that people want to sit up there and do men when it deals with family intercourse. Do the exact same things. Because you got all the proof of the world to sit up there and show that she don't want to sit up there and be a be a mother, all the proof in the world. Take her ass to court. Run her ass through the cleaners. Run her ass through the cleaners. RJ said if her son comes back wealthy, don't come back. Yeah, that's facts. And you know she would. You know she would. She'll sit up there. Oh, let her son sit up there and become like have $100 million like running a business. She's like, oh, that's my baby. You know, I had you. Yeah. She'll do that. She'll do that. She'll make sure to do that. Like I said, and then she'll try to sit up there and have some type of side story. Oh, you know, I was immature. I was different during that time, but I had a lot of time to mature. Man, it's been over like 20 to 30 years. That's a lot of goddamn time. What you talking about? It took you that long to now want to be a mother. So how come you ain't try to look for him? How come you try to, you know, get him back, get in contact, and all that? And there's gonna be some more boo-hoo sob stories and crocodile tears. Like I said, this woman is just disrespectful all around, you know. But like I said, you know, life has a way of teaching people a lot of things. You know, I'm not going to sit up there and wish, you know, directly on the downfall, but you know, life is going to teach you. There's going to be a lot of hard lessons. It's going to be a lot of hard lessons. And like I said, I feel sorry for those kids, and I feel sorry for any kids that got to specifically deal with that, because I know of some kids. From when I was young, I had to sit up there and get raised by grandparents, because the main parents or the main parent decided to sit up there and just leave that kid, and they just moved to a different state and act like whatnot or whatever. Tiffy said her oldest looked 12 or 13. Yeah. Like he was probably the oldest. Like the other two, I say like the little girl was probably about maybe like 9. Maybe like 9, 10, and then you have the other boy that was probably around like maybe the same age as the girl, maybe somewhere in there. But yeah, that's tough. Like I said, I can only imagine, you know, what kids have to go through in situations like this. Like I mean, I can't imagine, you know. Like I said, that's tough. And parents like this never try to figure out, you know, what mental circumstances they're putting those kids through, and that does a lot. That'll mess up, you know, kids, you know, grades. They'll start acting out and a lot of different things, because they're like, well, if the main important, you know, person in my life, you know, don't care about me, why should I sit up there and care? Right? And they're going to start trying to do a whole bunch of stuff, you know, trying to get attention, and realistically, they wouldn't need to do it because they do have grandparents there. And even though the grandmother's like, yo, I ain't trying to, you know, but you know, she ain't gonna put them up for adoption. You know, so, you know, she'll figure out something or whatnot. But, you know, like I said, that's crazy. That's, you know, that's 1,000% crazy to, you know, see stuff like that or whatnot, whatever. Like everybody else said, I hope it is a skit. That'll be, you know, like I said, that'll be great if it is a skit. But, you know, if it ain't, it's like, damn. You know, that's some tough you know, stuff to, you know, to really deal with. Like I said, that lady, that woman is a piece of work. She is a real piece of work. Real piece of work. We got Officer Haku back in the building. RJ said, I think you said you just woke back up, I think. Gail said, how you got all of them kids and still able to be matized? She's a bird though, through and through. Timmy said, but I think it's a skit. People do anything to go viral. Like I said, I hope it's a skit. I hope no kids, you know, have to sit up there and go through that. I very much hope it is. That'd be great if it is. It'll be a great example. You know, it will be a very great example of some of the people that you do have directly out here. Like I said, I hope it is a skit. I really do. Because I wouldn't want any kids to sit up there and go through and have to, you know, deal with that shuffling type of thing, to know that their parent doesn't want them, and they feel that their parent is holding them back from being the best them or living their best life, you know, however, whatever it is that people want to, you know, sit up there and say and stuff of that nature. Like I said, that's 1,000% crazy, man. That is 1,000% crazy. Why would you want to do that though? I understand that car engines do get hot though. Now I'll say this. People do come up with some very ingenious type of things and whatnot, whatever. But I would just never I respect cars for, cars being cars, and I would tell people to just never do this. Never do this.
I got it.
You're doing this.
Yeah, we gotta hurry. Our family loves my ribs and forgot to cook them this year. It's gonna cook on our way to our family reunion. How long do ribs take to cook?
4 hours.
And how long is our drive?
It is 4 hours.
It is 4 hours. Hot box this baby. And my family is never gonna know the difference. Let's go on a road trip.
Either gonna catch fire or it's not gonna get hot enough at all.
What?
I have no idea.
It's pork. It only has to get to 160 degrees.
You're right. It's gonna catch fire.
Oh my gosh.
It does look different.
Does look different. So wait, at least bake the barbecue sauce. And remember, I'm gonna put more barbecue sauce all over the top here.
We're gonna feed this to people, so don't tear it up too bad. I just want to see it's done.
Oh my gosh! Look at that!
Oh my
Tell me
God.
that's not an edible rib. Look at that. Safe as the day is long. We're never gonna know. I got it.
You're doing this.
Yeah, we.
I'm just going to assume that she did not wash her hands. She just clearly said that is pork. And she touched the hood of the car. They were on a 4-hour trip. I don't remember her wiping off her hands or washing her hands getting into the car. And then you went right back into the car. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Vio con Dios, Feliz Navidad, Godspeed, and whatever else that people like to say. Because Lord, people be risking it. People be really risking out here doing some other type of stuff. Like that's nah, son, ain't it? That is not it. Yo, we got Mo in the building. This man be coming from the shadows. I ain't seen this man in a minute. Man coming from the shadows out here. I'm like, wait a minute. Let me look through the darkness. I see a light. That look like Mo. What's happening, man? What is going on, man? What is going on? I feel sorry for that poor Jeep, though. Let me tell you. So far, I feel so sorry for that poor Jeep. That's crazy. Let me see. What? No, wait. Huh?
So here we boarded the bus already, and I don't know, but I don't know where that is, but I just took the snapshot. Passenger princess here. So here we stop to take a pee. This is my first time doing a voiceover actually. So here it looks like we're at for even my camera watching it for me. That's what she does here. That's her job. And this thing is like magic because I don't even understand how it happened. But it was not painful at all, not even this slightest pain. And here I was spreading the wrapper outside and rinsing the basin. So this is me already getting ready to go to another relative's place. I'll be spending the night there. And here is me leaving grandma's sister's place. I'm on bike.
So in
a lot more better. That thing works like magic. I don't even know how it happened, but I shall know something about. So, hey guys, come in to wash my breast.
So they have a place in Africa where women go to wash the top portion of. So wait. Not ordinary washing. They wash it with herbs. Washing them with herb reduces the weight of portion and takes away unnecessary illnesses like cancer and something else. Huh. Okay. So it's for women who are more well endowed, who have pain, and oh, okay, I guess like I said, I didn't know. I did not know that that was a thing.
I know. Before we sit down, I just wanted to talk to you about something. Okay.
Yeah, I can't put that video up there. Wait, Trump supporters have doxxed Fannie Willis's children, harassing her ex-husband for her 80-year-old father. Fannie Willis threatening me. It's wasting your time. Huh. That's crazy. That one was crazy right there. So everybody's doing. You said watch the top portion. So for the women who are well endowed directly up top, I guess like in Africa they have a certain other woman that they go to in order to wash them with herbs, and it's supposed to get rid of illness, cancer, and I think it's also supposed to help with like the weight loss and stuff of that nature. Because when the video was first getting explained, I'm like, yeah, I don't really understand that one.
I peed. I just peed.
Is that an actual toad? No, I don't think that one's real, because there's no way that came out the toilet.
Stay, you gotta stay. Nice morning, my man. You know that? How you feel if you waking up to a fucking man robbing your shit? You tell me, huh? You tell me. I'm sleeping. You fucking robbing me, motherfucker, huh? Huh? I work hard, motherfucker. I work hard for my money. You feel me? Why you robbing me for?
No, I know you can't see it. I'm just sitting up here looking through this real quick, trying to make sure it ain't like nothing, like really, like no weapons or nothing like that. Okay. Like I said, I gotta check these videos like ahead of time. I gotta, firstly, I have to make sure that the video is completely fine, because I can just put stuff up here and then it's like, oops, the whole channel just got snatched down. What happened to Seji? Guys, we don't know. You can't do that.
Stay, you gotta stay.
You're supposed to be recording.
You know that? How you feel if you waking up to a fucking man robbing your shit? You tell me, huh? You tell me. I'm sleeping. You fucking robbing me, motherfucker, huh? Huh? I work hard, motherfucker. I work hard for my money. You feel me? Why you robbing me for? You fucked me all up. Do I deserve this?
No, that's the dude who broke in. Because he probably a drug addict or something. Dude broke into the house thinking he was gonna hurry up and get something for his next fix. No, that's a dude. That's a dude. This dude that you wait, is my mouse even showing? I don't think it's showing. Ah, that's crazy. But no, the dude that you see in the white shirt, he's the one that broke into the house. The dude that's standing up, that's the dude, the owner of the house. And I guess that's his girl or whoever that was basically like filming or whatnot or whatever. The dude basically came, I guess, through the window, because I think that's where they were directly over there. He might came through like one of these places maybe, because I think at a point the guy, they got up. Yeah, he came in through that window. So the guy that you see directly that's being held on the floor, he came in through the window that you see the shirtless guy basically holding on to. And he was sitting up to tell him, like, no, you got to stay here because you broke into the house. Like, no, you got to stay here. And he's right. Yeah, you about to stay there, buddy. You staying right there. You ain't about to be, you're not coming out the same. It's gonna be a problem for you. Like I said, he didn't even sit up there and dismantle the guy, nothing. So that man got patience. He was more angry that he broke in and tried to rob him than anything else. Because any other dude would have been mauling that dude. It would have been a gladiatorial season directly in that house at that moment in time. Let me see what we got up here. What we got? LOL, not surprised. They have it was cocktails, toys, and it was sleep. The list goes on, right? Let me see. Who else? But yeah, so that's what be happening. Wait, I've been going for like 6 hours. I'm blaming this directly on Tippy. This is all Tippy's fault. All right, so wait, what's up? Damn, it's 8. Man, this is all Tippy's fault. So what we gonna do here? We're gonna sit up there and end the stream. Here I'm gonna sit up there and go heat up some food because I have not eaten probably in about like since I started the stream. I think I woke up and the cat was like fed, so he was all right. And yeah, I pretty much since I started I have not like eaten anything. So I'm going to sit up there and go get something directly to eat at this moment in time, and I'm going to end the stream on that last video right there. So I just want to, give a shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys that have been present for the greater duration of this live stream. Shout out to everybody that, wrote up and, left a comment, said something, hit the like button, different things of that nature. Shout out to anybody that might have, donated specifically to the channel. I can't really check right now. Is my phone off? My phone might be off. So I really can't check that at the moment in time. Shout out to, any and all of the Patreon members as well. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody. Much love, respect, and appreciation to your families as well. Stay safe and sound. Have some good food since it is a Friday at this moment in time. Make sure to, spend time with yourself, figure things out mentally, spend time, with your family, get everything in order. And, just always have the best outlook and, do your best to be a better version of the you from, yesterday. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for everything that you do. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. Peace out.